სალამი. აგიმარჯვით, რა ვახერთ? გაგიმარჯოთ!
Flipping our attention over to the other side of this versus battle would be the Spirit side. This is a team that went through and got smashed on by the Falcons. Falcon punch, even if you're a Super Smash Brothers player. And in this notion, though, they didn't get that first time coming into the playoffs, but they are definitely here. Where do their woes start? Where do we start with Spirit?
I think it's been a tough transition for them to integrate Suntix and Magix as an in-game leader as well. I think a lot of people, including myself, expected that team to be freed up a little bit more, maybe give them a new look, you know, with Chopper being out of it. He's been an in-game leader for Spirit for quite some time, but it hasn't really worked out. And I know this time around, maybe there's the caveat that Donk has been a little bit sick during the group stage. He's still the third highest rated player by the event, so, you know, kudos to that for being sick. But it just doesn't feel like Spirit have come to a new level. It doesn't feel like they have developed. It doesn't feel like I'm seeing a new trend or a new way of playing or approaching Counter-Strike. To me, I don't know how you see it, Yenko, it's more of the same. Obviously, you rely a lot on Donk. It goes without saying that when you have the best rifler in the world, you gotta rely a bit on him. But I don't see another layer added to this team with Magix as an in-game leader. And personally, I thought, you know, yeah, sure, we'll give them some time. But by now, I would see, you know, tendencies. I would see signs of life. I would see something getting better in Spirit, but I'm having a tough time spotting it.
I want to see what Donk means with get a Lotus.
Yeah, like I'm Googling it right now. What is he talking about?
But yeah, absolutely. Like for Spirit, this is the poorest start to a season ever since they added Donk to the starting lineup. Yeah. Right, goes without saying. And they made changes to improve on last year and last season. If anything, they've regressed, you know, deciding to skip Cluj, gave them 5 weeks to just practice and iron things out going into Pro League. Well, they get 2-0'd by Astralis there, not making the playoffs of Rotterdam. I mean, that's unheard of for Team Spirit, really, in a way. So here they do a good job of bouncing back to get into the playoffs. There was that, you know, convincing loss to Falcons that's not going to feel good by any stretch of the imagination, but I think this is a must-win for Team Spirit. I know that sounds a bit weird, considering their coach isn't here, and, you know, they're playing Mouse, they're not playing some plumbers and whatnot, but looking at the trajectories of these teams, like Mouse is making a change after the Cologne Major. If they're not, ban them from
Will you eat a shoe
circuit.
live on air if they don't?
I will not eat a shoe.
Okay,
but Spirit, you know, they have to get something going here. They made these changes. Okay, Magix needs some time to get used to in-game leading. All that's fine, but you need to show some results. You have Donk, you have Shiro. Like, the pieces are there. You have skilled players. You need to figure it out, right? To get some results now, so that there's some confidence for the players, some confidence moving forward. And if they lose to a dead team walking almost in Mouse, I mean, that would be catastrophic leading up to the major.
So the internet has told me here on my Helios Neo 16 AI, the Lotus symbolizes purity, spiritual enlightenment, rebirth, resilience, and the ability to rise above challenges.
Where do we get it, though?
I don't know. I haven't seen any around here. We might need some of those if you got any spare, big man Donk. Hey, let's talk about map pool comparison. It is about that time to play the game, so let's do that. Where do we find ourselves?
Yeah, I think as we pointed out, for Spirit, Dust 2 is going to be definitely, I think, their pick without a doubt, considering how proficient they've been on the map lately, and it's been a struggle for Mouse, right? The permabans are going to get out of the way, Inferno and Anubis. For the side of Mouse, I'm not sure where they can take it. Overpass has been good for them lately, but they aren't as prone to picking it, and even Spirit has picked it a couple of times themselves. So Mirage
Yeah, I was just about to say, I feel like it's either Overpass or Mirage.
ალბათ Vitality Furious ფინალი იქნება, ხო? თუ როგორ ჯდება?
Despite having a couple of losses, so it makes sense in that regard. Even themselves
როგორ
moving
ჯდება, ვერ
Overpass in the second phase right here,
ვერ
forcing it into Nuke. And I don't know what it is about this tournament, but I feel like every single matchup we're having between two top teams right now, everyone seems to shake hands on Nuke.
I love it. You know, I think this is an exciting map pool. Obviously, every time you have Donk,
Furia Vitality გაასწორეთ და ფინალი. ამ Furia რაღაცა რა.
Lately, teams trying to punish it with,
you know,
varying success. But I think, considering that Dust 2 is a surefire win for Spirit, I feel like they're going to take this series.
Jacob, do you agree or disagree? Is this the Mouse that could or couldn't?
I mean, I have seen nothing from Mouse as of late, that gives me any confidence in them getting any better, but I haven't seen too much from Spirit either, so to me it's a bit of an open game right here, where I agree with Janko, it almost feels like a must-win for both teams heading into Cologne.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to get this one underway. It is time for the playoffs to begin at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026.
Winning the first Grand Slam in Melbourne and just around a month after going straight to Dallas and starting that step to the next Grand Slam as well, it's a great way to instantly start the next run to the Grand Slam.
Right.
Right after that, we took some time, EPL, and then
I think for me the best one is obviously Krakow. It's the newest one and a very special one.
Everyone is looking to stop Vitality from winning tournaments. We understand as a team, if we want to lift this trophy or any trophy, it would be good to include winning Vitality.
We also have our fair share of history with Vitality, so it would be nice to stop them for at least one event. We could make history and stop their Grand Slam in the final.
There's not really anyone around, and they maybe scale a bit too quick, still looking for fights, and the ace now comes into question. Springs has got all the right ears, 3 for him to shut down
Another Grand Slam would be great. I think they have conquered way too much already. If we can do that on the semis, it would be special as well, because they are actually a team that everyone wants to beat.
ყველა Vitality-სთან სათამაშოდ არის მოსული.
Molyneux all up in the right place. They always are willing to give this guy it all. He gets it every damn time. Molyneux hits it with a bang. Too easy for Natus.
This time, really tired of seeing them win. I cannot watch them win so many events, lift so many trophies. It's very annoying. I really want to make sure that they stop winning.
We want to win a trophy for 8 months, and like everyone wants.
Vitality is the best team right now.
only one team has beat us this year.
We will be the first 2 Grand Slams.
When you swing for the king, you better not miss.
Grand Slams უმიზნებენ ტიპები. Imperial. Opa, ეს უკვე სხვა თემა. Play-off-ები უკვე სხვა თემა. ხალხი რო არის უკვე სხვა თემა. ამ ტურნირზე დასვლა იქნება CDJ-და. Major ბილეთები როგორ ვერ
page out of the Vitality warm-up playbook, and Zontix still not a fan of headers.
This fucking guy.
Убери этот гребаный мяч, или клянусь богом, даже этот чувак тебя не спасет.
Que você tá triste que o Jamie
Რა სტანასხმა იყო ხო რაღაც?
Mas fica tranquilo, a gente tem a Fúria e eles são seus favoritos.
მირია ბილეთები. არა, ბიჭო, ვერ ვიყიდეთ თორე ძვირი არ იყო. 300 ევრომდე რა სადღაც. არა, ფინალის არა, მთელი პლეიოფი. ოპა, მოვიდა ბომბა.
Muito bem-vindos ao IEM Rio Essa é a quarta vez que o Brasil cedia o Campeonato Mundial de Counter-Strike. E isso é graças a vocês, a comunidade mais insana e apaixonada do planeta Terra. Eu sou a Nive Stefan e é uma honra estar aqui com vocês também pela quarta vez. A gente teve uma semana cheia de competições, 10 equipes ficaram pelo caminho, infelizmente 2 das nossas equipes brasileiras também. E agora a história continua aqui nesse palco, em frente a essa plateia maravilhosa. Quem está preparado para ver a história acontecendo? Que lindo, que lindo! Então eu peço que vocês recebam com muitas palmas ela, o terror russo. Eles que trazem um dos maiores atletas da atualidade. Com vocês a equipe da Spirit!
რაიდან გამოდიან? ძმა ბრაზილიის ფორმაში.
E do outro lado, a equipe europeia que também briga para tentar voltar ao topo do CS Mundial. Farmácia Arena, recebam com muitas palmas a equipe da
მაუზი ოქროსფერად რატო ატარებთ? რამე მოიგეს და არ ვიცი? გამოწკრიმი დავალაკეთ არხი გამოვიწეროთ.
Confronto difícil, hein? Eu quero saber quem aqui tá torcendo pra equipe da Spirit? E agora faz muito barulho somente quem tá torcendo pra equipe da Mouse? Eu acho que vocês têm
არა ვისარე ვასე მაგრამ. აი მაუზი რატო ეგეთი დიდი არა ვისარე ვასე მაგრამ. აუ, იმენა შენ გესაშენოა, შენ თავს ფიცავა. იმენა საშენოა, ნახე. როგორ ჩაგიკრა თვალი დამღამე?
Man, imagine being Mouse and walking into any building, any room, any arena, anywhere, and you are still getting booed hardcore. You can't be the hometown in anywhere. You can't be the hometown team.
Honestly, it made me wonder what would have happened if Kerrigan joined Mouse. Like, what would have happened if he would join this lineup, if that still would be the case? Because you're right, it doesn't matter where they go, even in Cologne, for Christ's sake, couldn't get their home turf.
Well, surely that gives them the aura. It might even figure out the problem with them having to have Roland be in IGL. But it doesn't matter now.
Didn't we get an answer for that, Jacob, in Hungary at Budapest when it was FaZe Mouse and Torji still was the underdog, you know, in that one. But, it is just crazy. I think we had something they beat like
საქართველოს შატაკეს
years, like 10 years ago.
Tell ფანები იყვნენ ქართველები.
Still remember. The Brazilians never forget.
And absolutely shouldn't.
ის იყო საქმე ქართველი გაიჩნდეს ერთ გუნდში რა? და იმპულსი ვარ ბალეში მოგე ქართველები ეგრე იყო ტიპი უნგრეთში ანუ ტიპი რა უსისხლოები არიან წარმოიდგინე მაგას გაგიჟდეთ ტიპი ტო ეგ
we have to go to Dust first and I do
mean Dust too.
But speaking of Tenia, I think it's great to put a bit of focus on him, to be completely honest, because if you ask me for the reason as to why haven't Spirit figured it out, sure, there's still some tendencies they need to figure out with Magix as an in-game leader, but not being able to enable Tenia. We saw him in Heroic, we saw what kind of individual he is, what kind of individual level he displays from time to time. He himself said in an interview to HLTV that he feels super inconsistent and he doesn't know why. I think one of the most important things Magix can do for this Spirit lineup is figure out a way to enable Tenia a little bit more consistently, because we know what we get from Donk, we know what we get from Shiro, but we never know what we get from Tenia.
I think the problem is some of their inconsistencies as a team, right? And tactically just not a ton of opportunities for him in some of those lurk positions to find impact, right? It's hard to find consistency that way, but that's no excuse for the CT side, and it's been a mixed bag there as well, right? I don't know how much the dynamic has changed with the coming back of Zontex, Magix obviously in the in-game leader role, but you know, this is the second season Tenia has been on the lineup, so you need to start showing some improvement fast.
წავედით მოიმარაგეთ სნექები, წვენები, წყალი, რა ვიცი მე. შესვენებაზე გავდივარ ტუალეტში. მანამდე არავინ არცად არ გავდივარ, კაი თამაშები გველის წენ, ტიმ ვიტალიტი ნავი, მერე, ამის მერე. მაგრამ ესეც კაი თამაში უნდა წავიდეს ეს. გაუმარჯოს. ნახოთ დონკუნი ამ ლომს სტრაქს თუ გაუკეთებენ თუ ეს გაუკეთებს, აბა.
Sponge machine.
Wow, ის კაცი ღიმის დაჟე, ცოცხალია. წესით coach-ის თამაში უნდა მოუგონა რა.
It's filling up Friday afternoon here in Rio de Janeiro. We've got 4 big names taking to the stage today. And up first, a reformatted Team Spirit taking on a Mouse with wavering confidence.
It's
going to be Dust 2 to start. Spirit's map pick.
Doesn't
matter where they go, huh, Chad?
It's a common occurrence for Mouse. I think they're over it now, but they're downplaying their expectation as this side of the bracket is all about that work. The expectations of Spirit reconfigured is much higher than the season they've had.
It's not been sunshine and rainbows for Spirit either. Turning it around, running the gauntlet of that lower bracket. But it was Falcons that sent Spirit down to a quarterfinal.
Spirit's tough to start.
Now speaking of the CT side, on Spirit's turf, and it's Spirit's turf for a reason this year, 2026. They have played the map 10 times. They've won it 9-1. The only loss to Astralis at EPL. Romans by the desk. Freeze time ticking on down, and we'll get this one underway in a moment. For Mouse, this is a weakness. Played 15 times this year. Won at 5, lost at 10. So constantly point of contention, but that's a lot of reps and official that they've been getting in. And you go back to the head-to-head this year, back at Krakow. That was a third-place decider. Completely different stakes to today. Elimination on the line.
Straight up the guts of middle. Spinks is looking for a fight. They swing on through. Nice attempt from Prolan. Swings on down and denies Donk a third. It's a clumsy block smoke, but it might serve its purpose.
Tough to play nameplate Counter-Strike on the pistol rounds. Things are a whole lot more varied. You see Exertion, a rotating rifle on the pistol, entrenched in the tunnels. It's going to be tough to get past with these dual Berettas. Mid to B smoke ripped out from Zontix. It's Jimmy and Brolin over towards A.
Well, they confirm Exertion has pushed, so they know the B player occupies the tunnels. It's Magic surging forward on the long side. Jimmy to bring him down. It's an equalizing frag. It looks like Zontix wanted to go, but it's actually this cross of the bomb. Trying to get across his...
Here comes Zontix.
Zontix late long, still taps the head of Jimmy. Nice from him. Shiro partners up. Long range Glock to the spine, and the sight has fallen.
Well, they knew exactly where Exertion was, but hey, he's got legs. Is he going to give this one a look? Highest rated player for Mouse so far this tournament, and he might just be calling this one off. Got the dual Berettas, got the Kevlar, and gets himself a kill. Zontix goes down.
Idi ძმა ახლოს ხარ შეჩემა რატო გარბი ხარ დრო გაქნახევარს
lose everything, but if you can get
რა
this
გაკეთეთ
last two
იმათო
kills, sure you
ეცადა
don't win,
ეხა
but
დრო
it could
ხო
turn
ქონდა
into
ნახე
an
რამდენი
M4 into the
რატო
following.
არცად ძმა ბოთრემი დავალაიქ
The
დახი
positions
გამოიწერეთ
that
რა
have been opted for in the post plant. But Spirit, they've been the best pistol round team.
Long range Glock headshot, not bad shooting from Tanir.
And he is going to try and get away here. Exertion. So he's lost those Julies, but he's still got that Kevlar. Spirit confirm it. I said they're the best pistol. Ooh, hold up. Tanir, he's running in. Can he take away this Kevlar? Ooh, just okay. Saved by the bell there. Mauser in the top 3, right? So they've both been pretty good in that department. Now, there's obviously a whiff of this. You're not throwing a shallow molly like that unless you've spotted something.
Zontics them through it. Gets the necessary kill heat on that backstab long.
I feel like you really need the pistol to kick things off for momentum's sake on this map. Not in the series in general for Maus. I think they're going to be able to bring it once we get to Mirage. Their map choice, if you took a look at their maps in recent history, you're thinking, okay, maybe they could pick into Overpass. But the problem there, going from Dust 2, where you might get ragdolled, then have to have a T-side start on Overpass to try and push it to a third. Nobody wants that. So Scout from Torjit rattles off. Finds nothing through the mid-smokers. Going through the motions, Spirit. Short space is theirs.
Lovely read from Donk. He gets the communication that Torji was spotted. He throws a nice deep HE, softens up. Just an unarmored scout, so very susceptible to that HE. Now Donk on the warpath middle. Uncrouch at your own risk. Tag is hit.
Right,
Jimmy and Spinks both reside on the site. Blocked at the doors. Messi from Spinks doesn't connect a single bullet on the FAMAS, and Jimmy ripped out of the server too. Celtics double. There was moments where that could have gone wrong. Look at the health of Tanir and Donk to exemplify it.
Definitely so. And the desk they're discussing with Spirit, right? We're always talking about Donk and, of course, Shiro, but he's the AWPer. You need the second-string rifler, and I think a lot of people were hoping that was going to be Tanir. Zontic's a safe pair of hands. I know he plays some of these more pivotal roles, say, short on Mirage once we get there. But Tanir, when he was in Heroic, the flashes of brilliance is what excited everybody. There have been some position changes for Spirit on a few of the maps. We haven't seen them all just yet, but Dust2 is one on the CT side where Magix is now
Yeah, we've heard actually Flamesy talk about it in interviews about the value of playing different roles. You further your understanding of what your teammates are doing in every position.
BYOB, that is.
BYOB.
I think, for me, if you're the in-game leader and you're going to be the player rotating between the mid to B, helping the long player and stalling out the short, getting to throw all the extra nades, unless you're an eco or the position I'd like Donk to play, then I think, yeah, it's good to have an in-game leader like Magix residing in that role and just let Tanir anchor down long, right? That's the swap. Tanir was doing that before. I think Magix will have a much better read of the situation. He's got so much more experience if you compare it to Tanir.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Despite being such a young man.
That's the thing. Morris has been on our screens for an awful long time.
რაუნდებით მაგალითად შეშია ხომ ერთი თუ გაძრა რაღაცა დიგლი.
So the 2-0 start
ან ეხლა
likely to be this 3-0 conversion with Maus coming in.
გასთხო ერთი აბა.
Upgraded pistols.
ვაი მე ვერ დაინახე რაღაცნაირი ახალი ის არის.
Magix on Dust 2 on the T side especially. You are going to see so many grenades thrown by one man. You think he's only got the 4 on his belt, but no. He'll be dropped the additionals. That HE looks like it's destined for damage. Shiro with that Mac-10 jump up, so will evade that by retreating. In the meantime, Shiro on Xbox has gone down to the Jimmy Deeg.
Okay, so this is going to get tough. They know that they were short presence. Do they want to risk it as a group and try and get that space? Because they should be able to find themselves in a position to execute. Things to be flushed out into the fight, goes down to Nia. Well done. So now they can group up and look for this finish. Sure, the stack over towards A, but again, with the level of investment, you shouldn't be too worried if you're Spirit.
You just have to hit the best Deagle headshot you can if you're Brolan. The others are committing to the flank. It's just gonna be, you need to get one. Can you do it? No, you can't.
Donka xodzია play-off-ის
good understanding of the potential.
ძალიან საშიშია, ვისაც ესეთი შეხვდებიან მერე.
Likely. It'd be nice to see what he's delivering.
პირდაპირ ფინალში გავიდეს, ასე გიჟე იქნება წარმოებული.
This tournament, fortunately for the man, he ended up having his career worst performance versus Falcons. Still, third highest rated player here in Rio. So that goes to show that, sure, there's a bit of a blip on the radar. Hasn't been feeling the best, but still delivering that world-class form. The phenom, the freak.
He kind of is like the Black Lotus. a rarity.
Good
form from Zontix early as well. I understand this is just the eco bash, but had a couple of important kills. For Mouse, I think everybody's been hoping they turn this corner. And I think that's why it's just tough to see them constantly flailing. This season, if you take a look, it's definitely not living up to their own expectations. There's only one real blip on the radar, though, I'd say, and it's the loss to 9Z. Otherwise, the losses are to only other good teams. Yeah. And I guess that's the problem. You so good for so long, but not able to shine in Vitality's era. It's going to wear down on anybody. Well, we're back underway. Donk does get that AK dropped across. Shiro into the AWP. 2-1-2 start. Torji's all mid-doors. Into lower tunnels. I like the aggression as a player, but it's early from Mouse.
They want to be disruptive.
Torji will get a chance. They're coming his way.
There's a smoke on the doors for his retreat. He just has to hit this shot. Easier said than done, though. Turns tail. Will evacuate safely.
So safety first from Spirit, a good sign. Not taking any unnecessary risks in the early stages of this. So about 1:10 left on the clock and still need to take this short control before they can really start deciding the push-pull of this T side. Swings in Jimmy. The B defender's in place. Torji with the AWP over towards A, joined by Exertion, the A rotating rifler and Goose, and Brolin, the in-game leader, will anchor down long. Very standard setup after their early gambit to find that fight. Exertion would love a flash, so Torji holds this at the ready. 40 seconds now, no friction.
The difficulty I see as well is there's a lot of Galils in the mix and there's a lot of absent helmets. Exertion doesn't choose to fight.
Wow, such a drive. Why Torsi ეგარ გეკადრებოდა მაგის აცილება იყო. იკუდილის ტოლფასი. ჩამოეშალა.
Everyone on Spirit floods into that A site finding the necessary fight.
არ არის კაი ამბავი. მე მგონი სპირიტები ისვრიან ძმებო. სალამი სტრიმი დავალა იქო თავდეთ ასლაიგზე არხი გამოიწერეთ 30 წელი გვაქვს ზუსტად და 26-ში დაჟე 11-ს გამომწერამდე და არაფერი არა მიდი რა. Let's go,
the lower bracket gauntlet. They dropped a map to the Knids, so
yeah, that was bizarre.
It was. It's good that they picked themselves off and dusted themselves up. I love that, right? Very late. Exertion gets pushed off. Mid to B smokes are in play with the crisscross. Opens the avenue for Magic to come through. Erupts. Man on a mission and man on the screen. Standing coach in the academy has some history with a few of the players in the Spirit jersey today. Halley out. Temporary health issues. He'll be back after a startup.
But something, an opportunity.
Issues that they need to fix. Tanir pointing out a little bit more freedom, but communication being one highlighted by all.
Boris
This is where everything goes up and up, though, isn't it, in the arena. Magix has been here before, Shiro as well. He lost to Mouse after the Rio Major in the Cloud9 jersey. He doesn't have to worry about an AWP, a scout, sure. But this is great in terms of changing the tone from the previous. The rifle round, very slow, very methodical. This one is about to erupt into A. There's a stack again. Spinks, tucked in Goose, the other three dealing with Long. This could get a bit sketchy.
Yeah, there's a world, especially if Torji's Deagle does that. Puts Donk in the dirt. Spinks on the goose position. Evacuation shoot. Look at the health as well. They're so susceptible to the pistols. Brolin and Exertion combined. To their very late arrival to the party. Spirit, they walk into the stack. And they leave with Mouse finding their first, unless Tanir can go 1v4.
He's got a decent chance in this. There's Kevlar and guns picked up, but Tanir has so much time.
The flashes did connect, but it goes both ways. Exertion didn't have the vision to go swinging off of it. Got that multiple elevations. It's going to be so difficult for them to be able to find that individual fight. They're playing that high-low setup, ensuring that this goes their way. The hard work they think is done. Jimmy up close as well. That range good for the 5-7. Exertion Closes it down nicely. Pair of frags for Brolin and Exertion, and they leave with a couple of AK-47s for free.
Very well played from Mouse there in the late stages. As you mentioned, the elevations being used, not giving over the 1v1s once it came to the 1v3. And a fantastic shot from Torji to open the account. You can see how sketchy it gets. Spinks gets to play in. And there wasn't a full commitment with as many numbers as required, so that's a great fire starter for Mouse on this CT side. Shiro, booster's been fumbled. Might not have gotten the information he was hoping for, but regardless, nobody into lower tunnels this time. No aggressive start from Mouse towards short. This is just standard, going through the motions from the defense. Yanko pointed out on the desk that this B defense, it's been exploited before with some faster plays. So they've got to make sure their protocols are on point.
This is what I'm talking about. Magic's going to be doing all the juggling. Quite early occupation of short.
აქვე ჩახდება პირველი. აი. Timing-ები. არა, კარგად არის. Flash-ი მოხდა, გავლა ხა ეს უკან იასნია.
And he needs to get away.
რაპიდან ეხა შორტის გამოსვლა, რა თქმა უნდა, მაგდენი
really would like to find itself over towards car, ramp, a position that it can put a dent to any of those CTs, excuse me, T's scaling to the site. Looks to be an A split again. Tanir mid doors, 3 congregated around short.
Yeah, Zontic's late long lurk. Replenish on the mid smoke, and a crisscross established for Tanir to kind of puff up his chest and act bigger than he is.
Oh, ყველა გადაწიეს როტაციაზე საერთოდ.
Headshot from Tanir, but they start to apply pressure A simultaneously. Tanir's cleared out B. Can they pivot? Gets weird now. 30 seconds. And it's closed. Tanir, a high impact round. Crazy. They are simultaneously hitting both bomb sites. B is clear, and they still finish on A.
I just love it from the macro perspective. First rifle round, crisscross smokes into an A split. Second rifle round, crisscross smokes, will sell it as a B split. Right, that's going to keep everybody on edge. The CT setup was adjusted for this. Exertion wasn't playing close short. He wasn't playing the ramp towards CT. He was deep towards the A site. And the level of output from Tanir, that's exactly what you need. Right? He has not lived up to the standard we expect from this player, or at least we'd hope for. This is a B pop.
Oh, it's the perfect time to do it. Spinks is starting doors. Jimmy spotted the tip of his cap. Back of the site, running in, no support whatsoever.
Wow, Jimmy's.
Best onto Donk. Now the rotation comes in and they will retreat. Zontix goes forward though. Zontix goes forward though. Eats the flash and goes down.
Nobody
over towards A.
So
all of that pressure.
Clumsy from Spirit.
It's completely shuffled this defense, but nobody was able to capitalize on the space. So 1 minute and 10. Money. Not going to be a conversation just yet for Spirit. So I don't expect them to go for a save. They can give this one a look in.
That's that anchor work from Jimmy.
I feel that they think that's a fake because what just happened was a fake. So they're playing outside B. There's so much room right now.
Post number 2 here.
Oh, Jimmy's absolutely whiffed that molly there. Throwing it in the doors, blocked himself.
Spots a sliver of the Magic takes damage, but the flames from Tanir do spread, and now an equalizing frag. Spinks got a choice to make. Does he push through? He chooses 2, only 1 and done. This advantage from Mouse now slipping out of their grasp, breaching the B bomb site. Magic's actually he's got Tanir, who's got a hot hand at the moment.
He's got a kit.
Torji not able to help Brolin out as he pokes his nose out the doors. Tanir stands and bangs, wins it out. Torji, you really want to have a look at this. Does so, picks up the M4, announces that he's giving it a look. How much of a commitment? He's fully committed to this. Time ticking away. They're both low HP. The M4's the right weapon, and that's the right frag, but simply no time. Get away with this AWP. Magic's the same. Spirit's gonna find a 6 there, and Mouse's advantage, despite Jimmy's handiwork in that initial defense on the excursion B, does not translate into a second round.
I'm not sure if we'll catch it again in the replay, but some whiffed utility. Jimmy threw this. Then they threw a smoke. Missed it. Look at this smoke. Look at this CT smoke, the top of your screen.
Yeah.
What's going on, boys? You had 2 key pieces of utility to block the upper tunnels. Spirit didn't play contact. They threw a molly. They announced the presence. And that's the basics. Missing nades. And it's not even set nades. These are just ones you have to throw in directly in front of you. You're not obscured. You weren't even under pressure in that moment. So some speed wobbles for Miles early, the nerves showing. And second time out as Cyclone gets on the mic. They still have money for another bite, just. That Torji saved AWP is going to be the mantelpiece of this. But Spirit might want to keep up the flow of changes. They have some good long spawns.
იმენა წაუგებელი რაუნდი
Pacey
დააგეს თქვენთავს ვიცავად.
You've been exploited through mid.
ერთ-ერთი
You
უტილიტი,
lost a round
ერთ-ერთი
to
უტილიტი რო შეექცოთ,
some
მან
missed
ერთი
utility
უტილიტი
on
მაინც
a B
შევ.
site after some nice
მოჩენილი
early
იყო
frags,
ბაზარი.
and now it could be a pace change from Spirit to
იმოლო
punish a long
დავიქონა თან
defense.
იმას, რა ქვია.
They're starting 4-1. There'll be a bit here.
Oh, yeah, we got a big fight here. Dom's going to be flashed out.
Opa!
See you later, Brolan.
Opa!
Has vision. He catches Spinks, keeps him with empty hands. Torji arrives, but the damage is done, and they have evacuated. They've seized the advantage. Magix gets away with a scrap of health, and he's quickly pivoting into something else.
I'm more eyes on Exertion right now. He knows he needs to keep pushing. He needs to make a move.
Oi, გაჩეკავენ, არა, არ ჩეკავენ, მაგრამ უკაცად გეპაზურში ეხა დაენძრათ იმათ ვაიმე. მოვეშიას რო. მეორე კაცი. ერთი. მეორე საღო.
3 kills from Exertion, activating towards B as well.
That's a big play from Exertion. That's what he needs to make in matches like this.
It's a bit sketchy for Jimmy. The B side will fall if he does get away. Picks back in, does very well. Not the second he'd have liked though. Zontic's in the clutch. Already with the util down, the should play through a plant.
Okay, ეს AWP-ია შეიძლება ჩაულებრივ მოკლას.
You're not expecting that. Exertion
certainly
not. He is jiggling it.
Ხახსნა შუის კაცი რა თქმა უნდა, yes. და მას აღარ მოელოდება всё.
Torji pulls it off. Only his third
საუტრიალ და მაყურებელმა არა დაიმენა.
Converts upon Exertion's proactive CT maneuver.
Okay, some big plays from multiple players in that round. I'm liking what I'm seeing. The pace change from Spirit out long to take the fight. The 4-man start from Mouse doesn't go in their favor. But Exertion, this is a thing of beauty, right? This is the type of plays that you don't see him getting away with once we get to stage matches. Or maybe it's not even stage matches. The game's against Vitality. So nice to see him doing it here. Still can buy Spirit. 6-2, 4-round gap.
Oh, we got early first blood there. Yeah, Brolin had a glance, didn't anticipate the AWP to be starting on that line, and understandably so, rather rare. Profitable, smoke break, perfect setup for Spinks, catches Donk, sat on the Xbox. A second one, this time with less vulnerabilities.
Clawback kill there from Spinks, so now the round essentially resets. A man advantage no more. And a gamble from Mouse. Over towards B.
რახან ბისკენ არის ერთი კაცი ჩარჩენილი სავარაუდოდ სპლიტი არის სპლიტი უნდა სმოუკის მერე სმოუკის დაბლოკა აგერ გიჟივით მეორე სმოუკი შეუგდო შუაზე მიმოცი წამი ეხა იმათ ვა შეუძლია შეძრომა არა რამდენად იცის აბა რო გაპი აქ ეხა მაგ სმოუკს კარი მან ბისკაცი ჩახსნათ ყველა ცუდად ითამაშა ზონტიქსამ
City Smoke's fading.
Jimmy spots them, confirms they're on their way in. Torji's
going to fuck off. ვახ რა ხდება 2-2-ზე low HP-ა ერთი ტორსი გაუფლეშა ბამ კარგი ფლეში სად არის სერჩერი მადლობა დონაციის არ ვიცი bro ნახოთ ერთად არ ვარ სალამი bro
Both have ults right now.
It's weird, and it's going to work. Shiro catches him on the gap.
რა რაუნდი მოუგეს მაინც საღო 4 ლაიქით მივატყათ მე გავავიდეთ ას
flowing until they weren't near having one hell of a start to this quarterfinal
11-3 we've been waiting for it, we've been wanting it, and right now we're getting it. You know, the 5 straight for Spirit over Mouse, you look at that and you go, this is man, I thought the knife was coming out for sure in that moment, but confidence on display. And down to the pistols, Mouse. You're getting owned.
Oime!
He's tagged the second.
Cross again.
Well.
Not even a moment to catch your breath.
Well.
Well, you can see the comfort. Here it is, the opener on the replay. Casual for Shiro. But yeah, talking about the last 5 series going in the favor of Spirit over Mouse, that's great. I think the last one really needs the context of it was third place decider. So different stakes. This one is a chance to have a crack at Falcons in the semi. I think Falcons would like to take on Mouse because they're the ones who eliminated them in Krakow. Spirit played Falcons a little bit earlier in the tournament. Here's the farm. First Magic's here. It's all information. Chiro unloads, and Zonzix will be there to put Big Cherry on top. 8-2. Magic's was leading with that. If people caught the lobby a little bit earlier in the day, Hugo asking you about the last 5 series, he's like, well, I wasn't there. I only had been one of those. Magic's was sent to the bench.
He described it in interviews as the worst 6 months of his life.
Okay.
Back in the jersey and a new role.
Well, looking good on Dust too.
Yeah. It's like a simultaneous strength for Spirit, weakness for Mouse. Makes it hard for me to understand if this is going to paint the picture of the whole quarterfinal.
Tough search here.
But doesn't matter.
Bravo.
Such a great player in those anchor positions.
It's
able to find those masterful multi-kills. Is this 2v4
multi-star player?
Still a conversation.
Yeah, they're dealing with the rotation.
Vincere is deadly.
Dealing with the rotation.
Oh, he adjusts. He's got 2 on his screen. He goes hunting for Torji. So now 8.
დადებული გაკ bro, მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დანაცვლად. დაიცა ამ რაუნდს როგორ გააბრუნებენ ბიჭო, 2 წამი გავიხედე, რა მოხდა თო? ასი გიჟია ბიჭო, რა რაუნდებს ტროლავე. არა პომპის ატრაქშია 1 წუთი დრო. პომპზე წადი თო, რა გინდა მაცო, პომპზე წადი.
Nade might do it.
Kemi კარგი მოყან რა რაუნდი წააგეს ბიჭო. კიდე კაი ამაზე არ გაგდადებული.
He locks down B. He doesn't spot the bomb. But the team started rotating because Magic's able to get out those mid doors, cause a little bit of chaos, and then at that point they're not even worried about Jimmy. They're just worried about how skittish Mouse are. Right? They're just going to deal with you in rotation. You're getting over there. Jimmy's screaming, "I've killed 3. Donk's dead." You think that's the pass?
Can't get over the fact that Tanir not only just throws the volley, but immediately jumps down. It completely subverts Torji's expectations.
He's in the flow state right now, Tanir. You can see he's playing his game. And what was key? That crisscross with him selling them into that's a play for him. And he's making it work right now. We might be ending this half with a 10-2 scoreline.
This is someone playing their own game as well. It's Donk just walking contact out. A third man cheats over in exertion.
Oh, and
he's just found a bullet between his eyes. The comeback with a flood of frags continues to flow. Roland started long, won't have an opportunity to have much impact in this. Does look like that 10-2 half. That's far and away not the path of the course.
No, and not that many competitive rounds either for Mouse in this one. They win a light buy situation early on in the piece with a nice deagle shot there from Torji to clamp down the stack. But otherwise, it has been fine form for Spirit on their map choice. This is their 11th outing with this roster on Dust 2 this year. Currently 9-1. Looking to make it 10-1. It's home turf for a reason. And Brolin, the Swede, the in-game leader, is going to give it a crack. But Shiro says no. That's 10-2 on the half. Spirit have come to play on the playoffs of Rio.
არა აიმში გადაახიეს თავი. ერთი პრობლემა მაპებს შორის შესვენება 18 წუთიანია და აი ესენი აი აქ იმიტომ არ მევასება რა ტურნირი ჩატარება. ხო გადადეს რო აქ აღარ ჩაატარებენ ტურნირს ხო თქვეს. ეხლა ნახეთ რამდენი ხალხი არის ტურნირზე რა. აი ხალხს დააკვირდით. და ხვალ ფურია რო ითამაშებს მე დააკვირდით რამდენი ხალხი იქნება. მარტო იმაზე დადიან ბიჭო თავისიანების თამაშს ეს ავადმყოფები თო ბილეთს ყიდულობენ და იმაზე დადიან. ხო. ეს რა. რა აი მენა 8-4 ისე იყო ეს თამაში როგორც არაფერი, მაგრამ რა აქნეს იგი. ამოღებული ქონათ რიო, მაგრამ მე ისე დააბრუნეს და ვერ მივხვდი რა პონჩი დააბრუნე. დაუმოდი. ოპა უტე. თავის მუღამი აქვს, მაგრამ რავი, სადაც უფრო მეტი ხალხია, იქ უნდა ჩატარდეს. არა, ცოტა ხალხი, მაგრამ ხვალ ნახეთ, რომ მაგით ოდენები რამები დაიმithოვნენ ხვალ კომანდა. აღამოშიდავთ. საქართველოს ტურნირი ჩატარდეს რა. ერთი არა 10-კა ვერ მივალ, შანსი არა, ბევრი 10-კა და არ იქნება საქართველოში 10-კა კაუნტერის მოთამაშე? იქნება ყველა ვარიანტი რა, არ იქნებათო. 10-კა როგორ 10-კას? იმენა გავტენით ვერა, 10-კას ვერ გავავსეთ ბიჭო? შანსი არა, რომ არ გავტენოთ გადაო. 10,000-იან დარბას იმენა გავტენით.
It's a comfort pick for Team Spirit, does too, their turf, and it shows. 10 already, just the first half of play in our opening quarterfinal line from Rio de Janeiro.
Later on in
This one's been tough for Mouse. Their woes on Dust 2 continue. The 2v4s, illustrating exactly that. Some very, very rough moments to stomach. But if you're a Spirit fan, you're remembering the last trophy they lifted. That's over 7 months ago. You're hoping they can just return to some form to be back in that conversation. And this is a positive sign in that direction. A pivot back towards B on this pistol as Tania spots out mid, sees nothing. So long is the concern. But Donk hasn't moved a muscle. Dual Berettas lined up, ready to go. Zontic's on the jiggle.
It really is a rarity to see Donk with nothing on a pistol.
This
So
is perfect.
Fumbled nade from Magic. Doesn't get the vision on the Jimmy Cross.
But
he's going through spawn.
It might just be getting this kill. There's really no conversation to be had. So now, simple approach to the long space, draw back to B, execute in. I understand the logic there from Donk. You feel like you want to catch them coming out of the grey screen, right? So that way they're seeing nothing and you're getting the glimpse of them first and you are able to unload, excuse me. Couldn't connect the dots. So the B defense of Donk and Zontix, which didn't over-rotate, which didn't bite down.
There are a few players, you know, that make the dual Berettas truly look like they aren't a coin toss. Zaiwu, one of them. And typically Donk, but his looked to malfunction a little there on the attempt.
Yeah, so that's come down to the micro. There's nothing wrong with the way that this round was structured from Spirit. They didn't over-rotate. There it is, right? Couldn't connect on the first. And then, the B site stripped. So is there more to come? Force fight, the follow through. Mal's able to get some guns in their hands. Felt like a rarity in the first half of play. And even when they did, only getting one rifle round on the CT side. Their other coming from a light investment. The T side is going to be an uphill battle.
Wow, Torsis reachemuli აქვს ჩემი აზრით, კაჩე რა. Major-ის მე Xerxenას, ჩემი სიტყვები დაიმახ, Xerxenას გაუშვებენ და აკადემიაში რო ხავთ მაუზის აკადემიაში სელექსა, მაგას დაიმატებენ რა. მე ეგრე ვფიქრობ რა. რო ახალი სისხლი ჭირდება ამ გუნდს.
Well, Now's choose to immediately commit on this. They've thrown a blocked cross smoke and swing it through was done. He wanted answers, he wanted bloodshed, but instead Jimmy, a comfortable frag for him to receive.
Probably hoping, in hindsight, he didn't accidentally block that smoke.
Yeah.
Gave him just longer pathing, and well, this one will be mopped up, so well done from Mouse. Simple stuff, they pop in, there's a bit of a threat, the scout and the D, they deal with it, and then as the persistent Spirit players continue, they're just swatted away one by one. So 10-2, goes 10-4, likely 10-5, because it will have to be the Eco coming into the next. I don't know about Zontix's whereabouts, but I wouldn't be too concerned with this as soon as he... Oh, yeah, never mind. He's cleared. Exertion deals with that. Right now it's a 6-round gap. It should become a 5-round gap, and that becomes manageable. Here with a 5-7 and flash, a deagle for Donk, USP with a smoke and a HE for Magix. Zontix with a deagle of his own, and Shiro wants that orb, so he's just got the USP, but the nade, well placed, good damage. Does it count for anything? Magix bowls that one, and the legs of Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy didn't play scared either. You know, I think Magic's throwing that nade is hoping that they won't just disrespect Long.
So that flash, that's somewhat exciting, because if this is the Long finish, it doesn't need to be. We still have a minute 25. They catch a good timing. Everybody comes
ორივე მნიშვნელოვანია ჩემს ამ ტურნირის მოგებით.
Cause some chaos.
ნუ ამ ტურნირის წაგებით არაფერი არ ხდება.
Realisურად. Have a tough time seeing this one fall apart for Mouse.
ესელის სხვა ტურნირიც რომ მოიგონ, აი რაც მე
you don't want to go too far. You don't want to give away a gun for free. So you need to be on high alert of all the possibilities.
ალბათ მეიჟორის მოგება უფრო უჩვენია და ყველა მოთამაშე ეგრე იქნება.
Out towards B hill.
მეიჟორია მაინც ახლა.
Now they're starting the pressure short.
სხვა სტატისტიკაა და მაგ
So Donk's been tasked with trying to keep a lid on mid-lurk.
მეორე მოთამაშე გახდება, ვისაც 5 მეიჟორი აქვს
that flash play you were discussing. Let's see if the chaos
მოიგო და მე კიდე ოქტომბერში კიდე მოიგო ვიტალიტიმ უკვე 6 მეიჟორი ხარ რამდენია კამანდა ერთ მეიჟორი ვერ გათვისდა გამოდიხარ და კუ ეფექტი ნაღამ დახოცა.
Just the one from the Deagle.
Boom, Sakashi.
Donk brought down. Combination of bullets and that HE grenade, and now just Shiro's USP to be dealt with. Will make it a 5-round game.
We'll get serious immediately, in my opinion, because if you don't win this first rifle round of your Spirit, the ball gets wiped. At that point, you're down to just another partial. You saw the tumble dryer that Mouse was in the first half. Things can get out of control quickly, and we also know that Spirit, they're not immune to a little bit of tilt creeping in. So you did have a dominant first half, sure. Losing the pistol, okay. First rifle round, you would love to at least make it competitive at a bare minimum. Standard start looking likely out of Spirit. Tania being set up by Shiro to lock Long. Magic's over towards short to harass the default. You can see he's going to jump spot for lower. The Grenadier lobs it in, and it's an awful lot of damage. Exertion brought down to 69. Zontix has a kit, so if the bomb does go down on either of these sites, Spirit do have an opportunity to give the retake a look with the 5-second defuse. There's trickery in the first gun round from Spirit. As there's crisscross smokes, finding themselves into an A split. What do Mouse have in store is, oh, Spinks has released that one on the jump. Bit of a skyball there. With the bomb on the back of Torji outside upper tunnels, the mid to B smoke lined up. It does look very likely to be a B split, so it'd be into the likes of Zontix and Donk. Magic's the new position for him. The A rotating rifler is going to do his best to support this.
Oh, Incendio is going to get caught with his hands. Doesn't go down though. Draws them into Donk, who's elevated the angle, backs up on the B ramp and connects onto Brolan. Zontix as well chips in, catches Spinks, trying to advance through the tunnel's position, and just piece by piece, it falls into place. Perfect from Spirit.
I think perfect's a key word. The fact that not only is Zontix able to deliver his frag on the entry into B, Donk also stalls out the mid to B. That's exactly what you need. Right, if one of the two falters, a big gap is created, and Tania.
Egori major, რომ მოიგონ 4Z-ზე გამოდის, ხადაო? 4 major-ზე გამოდის.
So that worry doesn't need to creep in whatsoever. Spirit can close the game right here, right now. You win this gun round. Unfortunately for Mouse, they're only working with the 1900 loss going into the next, and that'll be a final round that'll see Tech 9s to try and close what is going to be a massive gap.
Bit
of a change this time, just Spinks towards the upper tunnels, doesn't have his buddy in prime.
All partner.
Maybe they're buddies.
That's what I say. Always commit crimes with your buddies.
As the saying goes.
You can see with the setup over towards B, they're playing for a B pop. Sontic's sitting and waiting with a HE at the ready, but now that smoke is faded, they rejig. His biggest concern is if anybody's on the right side.
He does have
that incendiary if he wanted to force that fight. Doesn't feel the need to.
Yeah, there hasn't been any pressure whatsoever applied to Spirit so far within the first 55 seconds of the round. There's still more U2 where that came from.
It's got more when that came from. It's a very solid connection of the nade. Exertion was ahead of it, but Poland stomachs half of his damage. Two good nades in a row from Magix. He's got another one when that came from as well. Picks it up and it's just holding it for potential A commit.
Wow, they're mid to being again. Zontic with the incendiary to slow things down in the upper tunnels. Don't total up this time.
Rough go of things like the pistol, or if they can just shut this down and secure 12. It's a test for them.
Don't guard.
Clothesline sprawling on the smoke push. Pulls Zontic away. Zontic just gets his AK out for one. Jimmy looking for Donk. Got support as well. Nice from Donk. He's having a round here. Make it a quadruple. Doesn't matter if he's feeling under the weather. Still finds his form in this quarterfinal, and looking to make this a quick trip to Dust 2.
Yeah, this is light work. This is casual stuff for Spirit. There's been some nice moments. I know Donk's at the top of the scoreboard. It's great to see him in fine form. And it's only been really one map that was the blip on the radar. But Tanir's the one that I've been impressed with, especially in the first half. You know, he was involved in some of these 2v4 situations, some really pivotal moments, making plays. Feels like I'm already putting a bow on things, but as I mentioned, you lose that consecutive rifle round, you're down to Tech 9s, and that's what the buy is looking like. They mid to beat on the pistol. They went for a mid to B on the first rifle, a mid to B on the second rifle, and they've been shut down, at least as far as the guns are concerned. It helps when Donk is doing this. This is what we expect from the kid. It's unfortunate when you set the bar so high. Take a look at Vitality. They lose a series, we'll think the world's ending. Well, this is the form that you want to see from Spirit. You have to ask yourself, does it say more about them or more about Mouse? Well, the head-to-head, regardless, ringing true, even if it was just that third place decider back in Krakow with Magix. Have a good read, a good understanding of how to play against the international squad. So limited right now, our Mouse. Weaponry sure, but util. Bunch of smokes, a couple of flashes, that's it.
Xertion wants to go because of the gap, and it costs him. Shiro clips him through the corner, and already does look like you can put the bow on this one, Birchall. Indian Spinks late long. It's just going to be a question of if they can draw Shiro's attention from the short side. These two smokes are going to be thrown. Tanir, will he be calling for backup? Gives him an extra HG. Holland, is he dropping? Yeah, he is going to try and change the elevation despite the flash work. Tanir comfortable with it. Long, a missed shot from the sniper. The spray in support though, and a team kill. Jimmy has put Spinks down.
From bad to worse.
Yeah, sour note for it to end on. 13-5, storming start from Team Spirit.
This is the form that we can expect from Spirit. The game against Falcons tomorrow could be a completely different kettle of fish. But first, Mirage, and that's coming up next.
არ ვიცი, ასა კი აღარ მიტყობს ხერხს, მაგრამ რა ხდება არ ვიცი ცხოვრებაში, იმიტომ რომ რაც არ გონია რომ მოხდება, ის ხდება ყოველთვის ცხოვრებაში, ხო იცი? Surprise! აი ეგრე ხდება რაღაცები ცხოვრებაში და ამიტომ არ ვიცი, ჩუმადია. ნახე ბრაინჩები. 17 ლაიქით მე ვარ კაცმე. სალამი 13 ლაიქი დასწრება დაათამბეს რა გამარჯოს გუშინი 2-1 მოიგო სპირიტმა გუშინი არ ყოფილა თამაში გუშინი წინ მოიგო მე მგონი G2-სთან 2-1 რა არ ვიცი არ მინახავს ეგ თამაში და ბიჭებმა დაწერეს 2-1 მოიგო Take in 1 minute Brazilian per time 15-15-ზე იწყება ნავი ვიტალიკი ანუ იქ რა დროა ბიჭო ჯერ ღადაო 15 წუთზე იწყება და აურითნული მოიგო ხო? ფინალი იქნება სპირიტი ვიტალიკი. ეს ତ ხუთი გაასწორებს მაგათი ყურება, მაგრამ მე ჭრება სპირიტი ფინალამდე გავიდეს. ანუ შეიძლება ვიტალიკიც ამოიჭროს ეს ფინალი და იმედია სამმაპი გვექნება აქ მაინც რა ვიტალიკიში თუ არა. Now we have chance to go to the other. That's how can I move? Oh wow.
Well, for a quarterfinal, that is what a Mouse can expect to have happen in a playoff, seemingly more often than not, but falling a little bit flat here versus Spirit in the first map of play. That'd be Dust too. We've got Mirage in front of us, so we've got still some runway to go if Mouse want to wake up, but for the time being, Spirit are all gas, no brakes.
That was a great performance from Team Spirit. That's more like it, you know, that's kind of the Spirit that we want to see more of, the Spirit that is interesting and the Spirit that is playing at a level that potentially could be an issue for other teams in the playoff as well. But you're right in saying, Trace, that for Mouse, I don't know if the expectations are that low at the moment. I think this was a lackluster performance. Again, not really getting anything done whatsoever. I think Chad and Alex said it in the cast as well. One gun round run in this match. That makes it now 3 maps in a row where they combine for 5 gun rounds, 1 in total over the course of 55 rounds played against Furia. And Spirit, if you minus the pistol rounds, by the way, we don't take them into account. So basically, they're getting nothing done at the moment. That's not good, and it's lower than I expected.
And honestly, it's not characteristical for Mouse, right? Like, they used to be a really good team when it comes to gun rounds. Yes, they're a good team in pistols as well, and a smart team that maximizes their chances. You know, a lot of saving on the CT side, not going for unnecessary retakes, playing the percentages, but that doesn't matter if you're not able to win any rounds whatsoever. And I think it shows that this is not the same Mouse that we saw throughout last year, even though the same players are on the roster.
Which is, it's rough to watch around the edges, especially when you think about this first map, this first half of play. 2 rounds is not giving you enough runway, not giving you enough leeway to even put yourself back in this game in the second half. Let's say you grab that second pistol, then what?
Yeah, I think the problem is also they lost rounds in so many different ways.
True.
Right? Like, they were outplayed from a calling / tactical perspective. They lost a 2v4 somewhere in there. They managed to win even a half by, right?
დიდად არც მე არ გამისწორდა მაგათი ის სიმართლე რო გითხრა. მირაჟს ვერ უბერავენ.
Done with the op whatsoever, but it does feel like, you know, body language, the way they conduct themselves on the server, that they're not really believing in it anymore themselves. You know, I know for a long time we stopped to believing that Mouse would ever go into finals and win anything, but it at least felt when you spoke to them in interviews that they still had some sort of belief in themselves. That seems to be gone now as well, so it's very hard to find anything positive about this.
They would say that, though. You have to put on a brave face, right? You can't say, oh, we're here to just play, you know.
No.
You have to say the things that you're saying, but we're seeing on the server actually, you know, what the real state of affairs is.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just jump in around 6. Early on in the game, you know, some of the troubles are already there for the side of Mouse. You know, they've lost this first 4 rounds have not gone their way.
Yeah, so some things, when you do prep for a game and build a game plan, you always have a couple of rounds up your sleeve, right, for reset rounds. And this is what this round is. 4-0 for Spirit. Mouse won that half-by we were talking about. So in the reset round, what they do is basically a default opening, don't going underpass, smoke mid, right? They're spread out around the map. Nothing too crazy, molly for short. So this is default signaled to the side of Team Spirit. We see the smoke at 116, right, for mid. Torji, he's going to get flashed off the angle as well by Shiro. And also during this time towards the B bomb site, Tanir is using some of his utility, right? So at this point, you're just doing it to bait out some of the utility from the side of the CTs. They don't expect a hit to come at this point in time, but what this does signal is you're trying to bait out the utility from the B defender. So this is signaling maybe a B finish, and now we can see these crisscross smokes come in as Tanir pushes forward. I want you to pay attention to where the rest of the players are. So they're grouped up. This is just a fake B split. They're going cat, and Tanir is the long lurk, right? So by sending him out first, you're sort of showing, hey, it's the long player. This has to be a B split. And they even have Zontix, who's the B player, as the long lurk in this one, just as a safety net, really. So Tanir does a great job here of managing to find even this one kill. Really helps selling the fake, gets another one on Jimmy too, and look at the A defenders. They're caught in the middle of nowhere, right? They're caught rotating towards B. This is easy pickings from Spirit, and a super clean round. It's one of the most important rounds that you'll have in the game. You're gonna get a couple of these per game. That's when you whip out your best strat, your best call for the game, and we saw it work beautifully here for Team Spirit.
But also a way of activating Tanir that we spoke about coming into the game. The fact that he's walking out dry in towards middle before the crisscross smokes. He's playing with a bit of confidence. He's executing towards the two players on the B bomb side. One would argue even if he just gets one kill, he's done his job enough. You know, he's causing the rotation. He's making sure the A players are not ready for what's coming for them. So a way of enabling Tanir and a way for him, you know, to delivering and actually living up to the responsibility that he was given in this round, which I think is a massive win condition for Team Spirit. To me, as I said, we know what we get from Donk, we know what we get from Shiro, but if you can add this guy into the mix as well, finding a bit more impact in the game, setting him up like they did right here, that's when you go a long, long way.
And you need to do that, right? Yes, Donk is the superstar, right? But you need to find rounds for other players too. You know, they have abilities as well. You know, when I was coaching RBR, we had Stewie on the team. He was so good at running with utility, playing around smokes, playing in chaos, that we had a few rounds where, you know, we call them Stewie suicide rounds. We would just send him in a similar way with a lot of utility for him to create some chaos. And he was very good at finding openings, drawing attention to himself. The rest of the team could explode on the other side of the map, right? So maybe it's finding more tailor-made rounds. You know, this is not a round for Tanir, right? Like, he's just the bait here. He's the fake. But if he enjoys doing that, like, that's a win-win, because he can do it well, and then it opens up more space for the rest of the team.
I mean, he just put a thorn in their side by, you know, the execution that we just saw, him getting out middle, working through the smokes. The first kill's enough. The second one is, you know, you've already overachieved at that point, right? So I guess for Tanir, this was a fantastic map. The stats will back that up. For the side of Spirit, this was a fantastic map, and the stats also back that up. I mean, it's a very one-sided scoreline. So I think we sort of take this one at face value. We say, now's your time to try to come back into this series, but it wasn't Dust 2.
It wasn't Dust 2, and it was realistically never going to be Dust 2 neither. I think Mouse have struggled a lot on that map. Kind of got hurt by the fact that Train was removed from the map pool. They had to integrate Dust 2 into it again, but that's also what I spoke about coming into the game, the lack of progression. You say, okay, sure, the first couple of tournaments, maybe they need a bit of time to integrate the map into the map pool again, but I'm not seeing a Mouse that is getting better and better and better on Dust 2. If anything, it's getting worse and worse and worse. So yeah, moving into the second map, Mirage, they know how to play that. We've seen them play somewhat consistently on the map despite them being a strong team. So I expect a much better fight coming now.
I will say one thing though, for this Mouse lineup, they feel a bit incapable of coming back into games. Yeah. You know, I don't think they have the mental fortitude and the unity that it takes to grind games out. So even though they're probably a slight favorite on this map just because it hasn't been great for Spirit lately, the win has to come from playing from ahead, right? If they fall behind, I don't think they have it in them to have a comeback win.
It's just a different mentality that is within Mouse, because we've seen Falcons at this tournament. We know the rumors with Kixon and Kerrigan perhaps switching roles, and we all agree that, okay, that's probably a good thing for Falcons. They come in with no pressure whatsoever. There's also rumors circulating that maybe Maggie's or someone else will be joining Mouse after this tournament or after the major. I don't think Mouse is a team that thrives in that energy. They need stability. They need to know that they're working together as a unit towards a project. So if the case is that someone is going to get cut after this tournament or before the major, maybe even after, I don't think that's a Mouse that is relieved or playing a little bit more freed up. As you can see on the server, if anything, they just seem depressed in the way they approach Counter-Strike.
I think the problem is actually it's unknown for them, right? Like, if they knew someone was on the way out for Magus or for whoever, well, they could have the buff that Falcons have. The problem is, I think at the back of their heads, they know this roster, it's done. Like, I don't think there's anything realistically that could happen for them to stick together with the same 5, right? And knowing that, it's really tough to sort of keep playing because you don't necessarily even know who's going to be replaced. It's hard to tell from the outside. So all this uncertainty, right, at the moment makes it difficult to play. At the end of the day, they're not robots, right? They're human beings. You go, you put in the hours, you do your best, but Counter-Strike, there's so much of the mental aspect that goes into it. And if you're trying to lift trophies, that uncertainty can be enough to put you far away from that #1 spot.
It feels like a guitar that's sort of ran its entire... Hold on one second there, buddy. It feels like a guitar string that's kind of hit its note. You know, it's like out of tune, and you just keep hitting it over and over and over. I mean, it eventually, yeah, that's going to keep getting looser and looser. And it's unfortunate that we're watching maybe that unfold within the Mouse camp itself. But Mirage, a bounce back. Tell me there's a way. Tell me there's a chance.
I think there's a way on Mirage. As I said, that's one of the maps that has stayed consistent for Mouse. So at least one of the maps they still play to a high level. I think we've seen this at this tournament as well. We saw it against Aurora. A great performance. We've seen it against some of the other teams they played in tournaments where the results didn't really showcase it. I also think it's one of the maps where Broland feels very comfortable as an in-game leader. He's very much in the center of attention in terms of taking map control towards middle and uses, you know, the tools that is Exertion, who's also thriving on this map. So I think in terms of, you know, downplaying the crisis that is within Mouse right now, there's no better map to play for them right now than Mirage.
I want to see them also play a bit more YOLO, right? Play with more pace.
Gusto,
yeah, try to take some more risks, you know, like we saw Exertion in that one round on the CT side, right? Like, just send it a bit more. If it is true what we're thinking about the roster, you know, then go out swinging.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go at least to a break, then we can come back and swing a little bit more in the server. Either way, is it going to be Mouse or is Spirit going to close it out right here? We're going to find out on the other side of this break. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to hear right now from Cyclone, it is.
I'm here with Cyclone, obviously. What is happening? What is the biggest issue right now?
The biggest issue is we're playing a little bit off each other. We're out of sync. There's a lot of situations where we have a decent setup and we don't play properly. We don't manage to play off each other's contact. We're overcommitting a bit on fights, and also in the moment we see some pressure, we're over-rotating, and we're getting caught quite a lot.
I noticed the gun round issue. I feel like you won only one gun round this whole map, right?
Yeah, it is for sure. We need to show a better face on next map.
Yeah. I want to say one more thing. Torzy and Jimmy both mentioned that they lacked initiative in that relation to Furia game, right? Do you think like this is a little bit better right now, or is this a reoccurring issue in Mouse right now?
They both said that we lacked initiative. I mean, in a game of Counter-Strike, you always need some initiative, right? You need people to step up and take charge. Also, when the pressure is a bit on. I think in this moment right now, it was more the team play that was missing.
Thank you, and good luck in map 2.
Ora, კაი ბიჭი ვით ჩაურტყა ხელი. ხო კი, აი ხა უყურე, რამდენი ხალხი ის აბა რა არის ეს ეხა აი ეს რა არის მითხარი. აი ამდენი ხალხს ჩვენ ვერ მივიყვან საქართველოში რომ ჩაგვიტარონ ეხა ტურნირი? მითხარით მომაზე გაფიცებ. აი მას ვერ გავავსებთ ამ დარბას მაგის დედავატირეთო. აი ეს რა არის ბიჭო? რამდენი კაცი იქნება? აჰა 5000. აი 6. მეტი არ ამგონია, დაჟე ბევრია მე მგონი 6-იც. ცოტა იქნებიან რა ჩუჟი კიდევში. ძალით კი რატო ძალითო? არა, ენქორი ყველაზე ისეთი პოზიციაა რა, ცალკე ტიპი ხარ ჩათვალე რა, გუნდთანაც ხარ, მაგრამ აი
Please ensure your phone is muted during the session.
Already muted after a break.
Of course. Floor policy. This wellness check-in has been scheduled after you declined a department move to finance and fraudulence earlier this year. Distractions acknowledged. Your records do show you've been underperforming in your aura disposal duties. Exceeding the aura cap imposed by Floor M must be proving stressful for you.
Aura disposal denied.
Your aura levels are concerningly high for your station. Luckily, your colleague's work is ensuring that your team's aura
will return to net zero by the end of the cycle. Aura disposal successful.
Viene martellando lì a ora.
The board is thrilled
with your department's consistent presence. They hope you'll be around
for a long time. Before we end the session, we produced a photo of your Outies family for you to enjoy at your workstation. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Oh, and Jimmy, please refrain from locking the break room door whilst inside. It is a communal area.
I haven't been locking it.
The room is monitored 24 hours a day.
If you drink vodka, bro, it's another level. Next day, you don't have anything. Take cucumber, potato, you know, картошка, yeah. You can drink it, I don't know, 10 hours.
Oh, the highlighted the cabbage though.
Остановите резкие биты, всю хуйню. Все хуйня или заебись?
Все хуйня.
არ ვიცი ვერ გეტყვი. იმედია მესამე მაპი იქნება ნიუკი არის, მაგრამ მაინც მინდა ყურება. რა საყვარელი კაცია მიზინე და უჩვიდავდი. Cobblestone დავამატე დიდი სიამოვნებით, აი ძალიან დიდი სიამოვნებით უყურებ. ორა დანკას რა ჰაილაითებია, ბიჭო, რა ალბათ მოყავს დროში.
Заебался лох ебаный.
That guy, this is don't cast my it. I can't get people trust me. Aye.
Falcons awaiting the victor of this one in the semi-finals. Spirit upper map. Cyclone citing synchronization issues on Dust 2. Team play missing for Mouse. Heading into Mirage though. Has to be a different story if they want to buck the trend. Tanir reminds us all of his potential on that first map. He will be a focal point of Spirit. Hope to pick this up into. But Mirage, a different story. It's been a notable weakness here in Rio.
სამივე დღე თუ ვიდა რომ იყო quarterfinals-ში, ნახევარფინალსა ფინალში ეგრეთის რა. ან შეგვიძლია პირდაპირ ერთი ბილეთი იყიდო, რომელიც ფინალზე იქნება.
Local hometown heroes Red Knit pushing Team Spirit.
მაგრამ გაუთებს უკვე ვასება.
Mirage could be pointing to a third and decider.
ყველა დღეზე
Mouse on the other hand, they've played this 3 times. Oh, here in Brazil, they won it twice, they've lost it once. That was to Furia, that was a seeding match, and now this is for their survival. Feel like they were connected to the server in map number 1. Just one gun round. But one pistol, let's see if they can make it 2. Set up with an A execute early. Shiro, Antonia, Donk. Smokes out towards Palace, well timed. They could wait this or they could breach through. Ron and Jimmy, they're equipped with the util. Looks like they will wait. Shiro comes and burrows into the smoke in case. Magic's playing forward on B. That'll liberate the rotation. Zontix getting a move on. Shiro now paths back. Smoke's half-life almost gone. And they'll have 4 strong as another smoke into Palace. This is 2 smokes in the pistol.
Feels like an anti, doesn't it? They've even got a flash for the Ram player. Torchi's lost the bomb. It confirms their suspicions. A second from Shiro. The dual Berettas ripping the Ram apart. ROUGH, rough.
Pistol round it's her
Jimmy in a 1v5, and this one has fallen apart at the seams. It didn't even get going, and that's a little bit like Dust 2. Tania.
2 Palace smokes?
I can't quite, but that's the thing. As soon as Magix gets info on B apps, he was playing forward. At this point, they have a very good idea. Hey, likely to be A, so very well timed to get that in to really stall this out, but it's beautiful. This is the opposite of what Mouse are getting up to. They're not connecting, they're not in sync, the teamwork's not there. Whereas Spirit, this is what we saw when they took on Liquid to kick off the campaign. It was a thing of beauty. It was that well-oiled machine. It's going to be the eco now for Mouse. This all started against Spirit back in Cologne. That loss, well, for Spirit, it was a win against Mouse in that grand final. I guess if we frame it from the Mouse perspective, either or, as we just get this eco bash, they're going to mow this one down with ease. It's the Glocks just steering themselves out top mid to be farmed. They're not wasting any time. But wins consecutive now for Spirit. Cologne to Malta. Now Rio, it's the World Tour. And we've seen this with Mouse before, especially versus Vitality, but that felt like a different story. Vitality, Mouse, and Spirit, they were the top 3 teams as far as HLTV were concerned of last year now. Vitality well ahead above the rest of the pack. It was Mouse's sheer consistency and Spirit's high peaks of last year that put those 2 alongside of Vitality in 2025.
Yeah, 13 top 4 placements since their last trophy for Mouse without a single trophy.
And it's been spotless for a lot of teams, hasn't it? For Spirit, it was 8 months ago for theirs. It was the win at Bounty. Before that, with the win at Cologne. Since then, it's been up struggle street without a paddle. But we do get into the first rifle round. It's a bonus to MP9s, but there's a Shiro Orb searching. He's feeling himself as Shiro.
Torchi's just left that pixel, so as he sweeps through, Brolin could be a dead man. Should be a dead man. Shiro throwing aggression into the mix first gun.
Normally they don't go in the same sentence, so this is nice to see Shiro taking some of these moves and chances. As now B will be blocked. Spinx's moves cancelled.
This must feel like everywhere he goes, there's a perfectly timed smoke. Magic's is housekeeping it as well, making sure that he could catch Spinx if he does try and flirt with a smoke push. A little boost as well to establish that corner silently.
This is where it will be back to an A finish. So Spinx merely on the lurk. Maybe he'll try and sell this, or he might just have to head back through the underpass. 40 seconds as another smoke now lands at his doorstep. He will have to try and connect with the rest of his team. It's Jimmy through Palace, Exertion and Torji up the A ramp, and then Spinx hoping to catch something on the lurk. Here they come.
Oh, and it's a clean headshot. Double ding to Exertion's dome. Jimmy down, caught crouching. Smoke spray from Donk, flawless.
Just a continuation of what we saw on map number 1. Spirit dominating in the opening kill department, 13-5. Not slowing down as we move into map number 2, the choice of Mouse. So we'll call this a save. And we'll call that 3rd for Spirit. This is casual. This is a great way to kick off a playoff campaign. Just warm up, get acclimatized with the stage. I think unless your name's Vitality, if you skip that quarterfinal, it doesn't always work out the best. So we'll see if Falcons are able to hit the ground running tomorrow. I'm sure we're still a ways away from this. I am still hoping, or at least banking on getting something a little bit more competitive out of the Mouse camp before this series comes to a close. But so far, early stages of Mirage, it's more of the same. Sakrin, I appreciate getting in early. This is, for me, would be all right, boys, we're either going to start playing the way we know we can, or it's going to be more of the same. So those saved guns come through.
I also want to return to the fact that Shiro did just push up mid solo with an AWP first gun round.
So this is where the saves being complemented by lighter investments because of the loss bonus. Hope either is more direct, so the AWP can't pick you apart and then your round is lost from that point, or they pick up the pace.
Right.
The Tech-9s make some space, and then the AKs of Spinx and Torji try and trade. Top cat, window smoke, standard opener.
It does look like pace is the name of the game. Early mid-control. Shiro is going to be breaking that smoke to have a peek. Nothing to report. Smoke spam not going to connect.
Yeah, very heavy investment of bodies top middle. So nothing on the extremities. Exertion into the underpass. Everybody connecting in middle now. They're looking to brawl.
And that's enough from Zontix. He catches Exertion on the bench, pulls out the util of Donk, an incendiary throne.
That's caused a pivot. So something either they were banking on just applying that basic pressure. Is this where they've seen something to do with the rotation? Well, Shiro's AWP is in rotation right now.
Round
4.
Didn't even notice that it was spotless to this point. That is wild. Oh, my eyes are really on Tenero. I know we had a great map number 1, but being the A anchor, there's a lot asked of you. Right now, he's not in position for that. If there is an A execute, Spirit of... Yeah, they've read this situation completely wrong. So the bomb should go down.
Yeah, should be, unless Donk continues to find these frags through the smoke and flashes. They're out into the site. A smoke break will expose Torji. A lot of bodies spotted. Full commitment. Roland alive, though, will enable the plant. Starts to punch it in. Gets it down on default. Shiro trying to maintain that CT space, but he is on his own and very susceptible to the swing. Tech9 looking for the frag here. It's a reaction speed test for Shiro if Jimmy dares to go further. Shiro peeking into this. Oh, and he's tagged him up, softened up for Zontix on the swing back. Coming in through CT-centric retake. Too easy for Zontix. Pressure applied from Con as well. Magic's brought low, but now the distraction backs a turn. They get a single frag. That is all Maus get, a plant and a frag to celebrate, because that's Spirit 4, Maus 0.
And the rarity, it's a blue moon. Zontix just smiled. He is still smiling. That shows you how well things are going in the Spirit camp right now. I love this, though. They're playing a heavy mid and connector setup. The execute comes in. You're playing retake, right? You understand that if it is the execute on that site, you're giving it over, right? You've conceded that fact. But then, as the smokes fade, Maus are looking for fights towards Con, towards stairs, towards jungle. Nobody's home. They've all rotated through CT. Absolute marauders on that retake, and they force behind those saves. Now they're hedging with a half investment, but they are getting absolutely blanked right now.
This is a mess. HE stack actually does significant damage to Zontix. He's still hanging on, though, at 30. Feels like Shiro's destined to collect if Exertion does choose to try and swing across the tap. He's pathing differently, though. It's going to be a fight with Donk.
I can't believe how easy this is coming to them, and it's very nice to see Shiro taking a lot of aggressive stances. I know it's something that people can be critical of him of, and I think, you know, T-side's a different story. CT side, though, you get to pick your shots, and if Shiro's in a flow state right now, keep it up.
Maybe Maus should have watched some more Red Kinid's demos.
Smokes are really just stuffing that choke point round after round. This is the partial. Donk hears you. Donk spots you.
Test, though. This is a big test. You've got to get past Magic's, though. Clean from Magic's spotless defense at the shot side. Jimmy jumps out of the apartment. A constellation frag on the Desert Eagle, but the 5th round of certainty. This is flying by blink of an eye. It's 5-0.
At this level of two teams of this caliber, I can't remember the last time I saw a game where one team only had 2 frags 5 rounds deep.
I think this is exemplified the mental. It was the interview in the lobby where Exertion was talking to Hugo.
I thought it was a bit.
I thought it was a bit. I thought it was like trying to kind of psychological warfare himself into a better frame of mind.
Yeah,
but
change your own expectations.
Absolutely. Instead, it just seems like he's kind of manifested his reality here.
They said they're not playing well, and that's true, but other than Vitality,
I was talking to Taco in the green room, and he completely agreed that, you know, confidence and the mental side of Counter-Strike is one of the biggest parts of professional Counter-Strike.
They've been in so many playoffs, they've been in so many finals. I think when you go there time and time again, and sure, you lose to the likes of Vitality, that's one thing, but some of these losses they've started to hemorrhage, it's not just been against Vitality, and that's, I guess, where the doubt starts to creep in. So this is a gun round. At least a full. And as a nade, just chips away at Exertion over towards underpass, but he does get the space. Molly won't contain him. And Bomb now heads back over towards B. Magix is on the jump spot with the smoke at the ready. I think the key for me is everybody on Spirit has been shooting very hard.
Yes. I mean, make no mistake, there are 2 kills for Mouse. And they still haven't seen another. Surely now a trade, yes.
He's
Through
open.
the smoke, now B's open. This is their best bet.
So she's got the rotation.
Surely got Shiro here, yeah, books him.
Donk's out.
He is, and he's managed to nail the headshot. Necessary trade, but hang on. Tanir's in top form, and he's got a clutch versus Jimmy. A battle of wits between the two.
Tanir doesn't have a kit on him. He's going to have to find one here. There's one. Scooped up.
Up, and Jimmy's playing from the apartments. Sure, you've got the kit, but Jimmy, if he plays this reserved, he plays this passively. No, he takes the fight instead. Now finally bucked the trend on the 6th time of asking.
Yeah, you see the plan there if you're Tanir and you're thinking, okay, it's very unlikely he's played market side. So at least had a rough idea, but still so many positions to have to worry about. No audibles able to assist him there. So they get the opener playing ahead of the flames with Zontix. Magix also locks down B, but the sweep comes through and the key is exertion. Now, he was also the man on Dust 2 who made that long doors push. The one that really caused the issues and got them that first rifle round. And I think his play here has also helped cement them with at least one. Great information. A flash with no follow-through shows where the AWPs started here for Mouse. Jimmy might walk into this. How diligent is he?
Jimmy, აბა ნახოთ. ერთი.
Spots the elbow, gets that warning to near. Somehow alive and kicking as well. Here's the sound off. And Jimmy's getting hunted down, does well on the flick through. And run up by the USP. They can call Palace clear. Shiro maintains that space. Donk cheating over towards this mid window. Cognizant of the vulnerability in mid, does he really want to dry peek this? Yes, he does. Perfect timing as exertion averts his gaze. Donk will strike to maintain the lead for Team Spirit.
Roland's heard Zontix there. Still the 3 of them now pinned in middle. Zontix aware of the boost possibility.
He can fall back. He's even got the block smoke for the apartments, enables him to focus fully. A boost established. If Zontix oversteps here, he could be caught off by Spinks' angle. Free aim.
So
brilliance on display. Torji's got the bomb on his back. If Roland's not looking the right way, he's been hurt. He's throwing nades. He's looking the wrong way. All too easy. Spirit straight back to that winning trend.
I didn't even mind the response there from Mouse. Okay, also towards pass as well. We'll take the mid space off of him, but just how Donk, he's not afraid. He just peers in on a timing of his own design, and then Zontix shows us how masterful he is at a position like short.
He's going to overstep the mark.
That's 6-1. I don't think they... Maybe if they let go of the shift key now, they might be able to deal with Torji, but they have to start moving.
Oh my god, he's getting pushed by Zontix. Not in
2-1.
He's got it. Something. I mean, what's going to be bought around it?
Well, that's the thing. At least you've got a decent chunk of loss bonus, but it's not enough to justify a full shove. You'd want a partial. See if Torji can get you an opener.
Get a kill at this stage.
I still, again, it is baffling to me just how light on that column is. It is only exertion and Jimmy to find frags for Mouse so far. 8 between the 2 of them. Everybody else is still at the starting blocks. Yet to pass go, yet to collect $200. Got a monopoly on rounds right now to Spirit.
This
is a great clear from Zontix.
Oh, wasn't it?
I mean, this is a short player. You know, he's by definition a short player. He's got the aim, and he's definitely had the reps.
Okay, well, there are some investments. A Galil for Jimmy, a couple of Tech-9 short, smattering a util for the opening window, spoken top cat, but this is tough to watch.
It is.
Not if you're a Spirit fan, you're loving it.
Just feels like it's watching like a car crash in slow motion.
I hope that we get at least something that resembles this level of Spirit tomorrow, because if not, does that say more about Mouse?
It probably would, yeah.
Or maybe more about Falcons, I don't know.
Okay, look
Donk's
at this from
kryptonite.
Look at this from Spinks. I mean, Donk's aware, but Spinks has got the aim necessary.
He's on the board.
Gets his first.
Furia. Imagine გავიდნენ, აფერ ბრეკეტში გავიდნენ და Furious-თან წააგეს.
Catches Magix in rotation. It's all shaped up nicely for number 2. Just got to get past Tanir. Easier said than done. 2 on A. He knows Torji was near it. Doesn't want to overextend. The great restraint there. He would have been a dead man had he swung.
They're letting Spinks play in, try and take away this space.
Wow, he did peek into Torji. And now
Swing.
Oh,
and they're still worried about Shiro. He's going to march late into this short position.
Exertion gets the bomb safe, though.
Yeah, and he's aware of this possibility, so he can plant default or reverse side. It doesn't matter. Shiro picks up the rifle, has the kit, is going to give this a look. All right, Shiro, 7-1. You're in good form.
That's not what it takes. Certainly got the nades. They go for a sandwich Tetris setup.
They can't let him cross sight.
They'll be ready to take this together. Flash could make life a bit difficult for them. Swings on in and solved. Spinks with a high impact round. Those are his first 3 frags. It translates into Maus' second.
All right, now it's just Brolin who needs to get off the starting blocks now, and everyone's contributing for Maus, the in-game leader. Plenty of cash being accrued. Some starting to wane, but both rounds won for Maus have had an element of dealing with the rotation in window.
Yes.
One came after the initial trades on B. This one was the opening exchange. So we'll see how that continues to play in, as Maus can still salvage the half with 6-6.
I mean, that was just around the AWP save. It's a big one to win.
Sertion's quick towards Con.
And he's coming. He's just jumping into the jaws of Maus. Still gets his. Off of Sontix's flash. Mid, flying that Maus flag. Jimmy towards the ramp, trying to draw attention, draw rotations, and take the head off of Tanir. Lovely spray control from the young Finn.
Sights open, essentially.
Opa.
Hero's a dead man. Again, Spinks, he's starting to catch these timings through the mid lurk. Boosted up into the window and thriving. All too easy for Torji. Long range shot favoring the scoped weapon. Zontic getting backstabbed by Spinks. That's 2 in a row now where Spinks' name has found him back through middle. Torji's AWP as well.
Probably the best round Maus have played so far in this quarterfinal. Does short start with exertion going down, but the trade's immediate. And then they just work off of each other nicely. So better late than never, as the old adage goes. Money for Spirit. Mentioned starting to wane. You will see some omissions, whether that's utility or firepower, as Magix makes sure that he gets all the nades to anchor down on B. Maus, they're in it now. They win this, as 2,400 is the loss, and you, as mentioned, can still tie up the half before the break. Finally, it starts to feel like we're getting a level of resistance required for a quarterfinal.
A little bit of that donk disrespect on the mid fight.
And I think a bit of Jimmy disrespect there as well. Hey, take the 1v1 against Tanir, right? We know that they're playing for a mid control, so that fight should be isolated for you. Do your absolute best, and he's won it out. So an important kill there for Jimmy. To an A execute right now. Maus, a loose piece of Spinks, just making this look like a default top middle.
This is going to come quickly.
And Tanir's forward.
He is, and he spots exertion jiggling. Tanir going to be calling for Shiro's aid. Nice support from Donk, just ahead of the smoke plume. Catches exertion, trying to make space. The M4's connecting. Swings down out for another. Damage onto Jimmy. Dink's going to make it so hard. He's going to be limping through the rest of this one. And it looks like Torji's evacuating Jimmy too. A full reset.
This moment, if the CTs identify, right, because of Magic's position, hey, they're backed off. One of the standard responses you see is a player pushing through middle underpass to cut them off, right? But it is just Shiro who's going to take his AWP over towards B. Somtix will focus on middle. And this full reset, it doesn't have to just go with a sight hit. Maus don't need to just continue into the B side. If they want, they can go through underpass, see if they can catch a timing on the reroute.
It does seem to be apartments.
Yeah, and so Shiro on this line, there's nothing to pull him away. They know that it can't be short, so Shiro just has to focus fire.
And it's Jimmy that's been given the AWP. He'll be peeking in first, so that's an easy one for Shiro. And now Torji thrust into the 1v3. Molotov standing in the open from Shiro. He just backs his aim there. He knows he's not going to miss, and doesn't.
Everyone playing well on Spirit. 9-5 for Tanir. 10-5 for Donk, 9-3 for Zontix, 9-3 for Shiro. Magix, he's the B anchor, hasn't had to do an awful lot so far. And Donk finds himself another opener here. Very well done from him. Sure, this one does actually get resulted in the round. In the previous, they lost it. This time, they converted. But they are flying with these openers.
Sami raundi eqopat.
Ready, and this is looking like another drubbing. Just as it looked like they were getting back underway, you get a relatively clean defense.
Vincere შეიძლება იყოს Davis, შეიძლება იყოს კი.
Donk still prevails. Pulls an equalizing frag onto Zontik's short side. Still, Tanir on the staircase, up and over.
Roland's ეგრე იქნება 25 და Torsიც ეგრე იქნება და ჯიმ პატარა 20-ის იქნება ალბათ.
Back and forth, Donk again.
მე 24 ლაიქის მივატყად ბარემ.
On the ground, Shiro takes his head off.
Donk has got the opening kill on exertion in 3 consecutive rounds.
დაჯმარი თავზე იმენა.
So
აფერი აღარ შეიძლება აქ წესით. ანუ ესე როცა მიდის თამაში.
Exertion. Trying to take away whatever you can from this matchup being so one-sided, but for me it's Tanir looking confident and comfortable. He knows where the fights are coming from. He's taking them and delivering. He was phenomenal on Dust 2. Last round, first half, second map, first quarterfinal here at Rio. And this has been a speed run.
Oh, another opening death for Exertion, just running through the deep smoke.
0-5.
And he is in the opening department, typically both kills and deaths, this time just the deaths.
Well, A's open, essentially.
Yeah. Tanir catches wind of it. And Spinks catching Donk with empty hands. Nice from Tanir. Forced into the fight by Jimmy's Molotov and a long-range Tech 9 ain't the fight for Brolan. 8-4 sounds a whole lot better than 9-3.
So much util for the retake right now, Spirit.
Oh yeah, and that default box position from Brolan, so easy and susceptible to the incendiary. Magic still has the Molotov.
Default plan's the problem.
That's the Molotov. Brolan's going to be forced into the fight here. They nail him. Okay, weird now. Nice from Torchy, actually finding Zontix. And that time, it's very sensitive.
Get on it.
Looks like it should be Miles' fault here, unless they can just hold the defuse.
Default plan.
In the smoke.
Opa.
With the Tech 9.
Why?
9 rounds for Spirit. They want to make this a 2-1. They want that semi-final tomorrow. Miles need a miracle.
Boom. Let's try it. Ასეთ ის რო არავინ არ ზღავდა იმ ბედოს დიფოლტზე რო იყო ჩაკუზული. ვაიმე რა ცოტა დააკეთა. Salami. ასევე bro, გაიხარე. მადლობა დიდი. კაცი. ლიანსზე გავიდოდნენ. ვიშის ხელბურთს ითამაშებდნენ.
It's not just vitality that Mouse can't seem to beat. Dust too was quick, and it feels like Mirage might be going a similar way. The individuals of Spirit all hitting. Near noteworthy performance as well across both maps, now joining Donk and Shiro at the top of the tables.
It's been a masterclass, hasn't it, from Spirit? This is rapid. This is very, very quick quarterfinal. This isn't normally where Mouse gets slowed down, but this is a Mouse who continue to deteriorate. It's hard to watch, and I'm sure hard to play. We're 1 for 1 in pistols on map number 1. Let's see if we can do it again. Mouse, you need something.
It's going to be an early fight. Quick from Exertion, tested on the ramp side. Double kill from Exertion, the dual Berettas. Tanir losing his head. Roland finding magic jumping, mantling up through the connector as well. So you talked about the necessity for this pistol. It's come rather leisurely.
I just think the problem at the moment is the same as map number 1. Feels like a matter of time.
Oh, that's a horrible headshot for Spinks. He can't get in cover in time. Zontic just chases him down.
That'll draw the rotation because that was the bomb. Something that they were struggling with in the first map, right? Out of sync, over-rotating, the team wasn't there.
Shiro Exertion standoff. He's just been caught on the ladder there, gets the info.
He doesn't know about Exertion. Exertion knows all about him.
Hang on, he gets that info safely, and Bron's still choosing to take that fight. Fortunately, the nade combined with Exertion's headshot through the boards has made this a 1v4 for Zontix. Up close, finally finishes off Bronn, but at what cost?
You'd love to get the plant, but I don't think they'll allow that. They are giving you the cross to short, and Jimmy playing safe, so this is likely the next point of contact.
იმიტომ რომ მესამე მაპი რო არ გაიჩნდოს, მე დიდი ხანი მოგვიწევს პაუზის გაკეთება, რომ
Zontix finished the round.
ის თამაში დაიწყოს და. Ale მესამე
one bullet, all he needs.
კარგია. Давай, come back.
Step 1.
ერთი პისტოლი იმან მოიგო, ერთი ამან მოიგო, ერთი ამან მოიგო, ერთი ამან მოიგო, იმენ ეგრეა. 17 ლაიქის მე 4 მე ბარემ 200 ავიდეთ და ეგა.
Bring the rifles out into the next, so you should get this one for free to make it a 9-5 score line. The same discussion we were having on Dust 2. It's all about stringing these consecutive rounds and rifle rounds, something that Mouse have really struggled with. Zontix has invested in Deagle and he's got a friend. To see if he gets to recycle that from.
But he did just well, so.
He doesn't want Donk to have the chance. I see. Exactly. All right. Staunch defense right now. This full mid control. They're not afraid. Knowing that bomb didn't go down, so the likelihood of the force not on the cards right now.
This Donk decoy be one hell of a decoy. The Exertion would be nice to be able to pad the stats if they do come flooding out of middle. It's just Tanir and Magix. Say that, Zontix is bringing his Deagle over there too. Torji, Spinks, all finding it. There's the Zontix headshot. That's what we've been waiting for. A singer of a second. See if he can match the output.
Already decent damage. He gets one more.
Yeah,
great eco.
Seriously. For the amount spent.
Woo!
He's done it.
არაფერი არ არის დამთავრებული?
Takes off of Spinx's head.
Why not?
Because they have guns, Tesla, and won the pistol. That's why not, but they have to pay a very heavy price.
Yeah, that's a lot of casualties to stomach there against what was essentially just a $700 investment.
And that decoy.
I can't forget about that.
Never forget. Spinx a bit of an unnecessary extension from him, gets immediately punished.
So they're teetering already. It's going to be worse this time than Dust 2.
Missing nades.
At least Dust 2, you got 2 rounds in a row where you had the guns. This time, you're only going to get the 1, and then it'll be the 4. So straight into what is likely an A execute here. Standard mid openers, Exertion, Torji, Spinx, all kept busy by that, trying to identify, is it middle? Are they parting behind that island box? And in the interim, the setup. Now, Spirit execute.
Roland is trying to block this jungle smoke.
გაიყოლა ერთი მეორე სათავში გაარტყა
They caught flag 2.
გახლის კაცი მოსაკლელია
Mouse lose out Xertion.
Shiro's taking space. He dropped the bomb. He wants to keep moving.
Deep CT smoke. Jimmy's going to try and play ahead of that. And Shiro, he's there, perfectly poised to collect. Brought on from the staircase. Torji lingers, looking to catch a timing on the smoke push. Spinx flanking.
Lovely
forward maneuver, forward momentum. Spinx feasts on the double kill.
Default plan. Tanir can't win this.
მე მომიდით მაგდე დანატირებ ბომბზე, აბა რომელიმე Spinx გადადი.
A double swing. Ensures the round. That was a test on his
Hallelujah,
side.
არ წააგეს ეს რაუნდი, მივუოთ.
5 kills between Spinx and Bronland.
კარგად
Smiles
დავუჩერო.
starting to creep onto their faces.
Zontix must have been in the lab. I feel we're seeing more headshots out of this guy than normal, aren't we? Here he comes through the smoke.
Bang, while flashed in a smoke. Admirable. Spinx's forward push there. This was like incredibly quick.
Yeah, very well played from Spinx, understanding that he has an opportunity there. Underguarded, not expected. And now just a 3-round gap. Cyclone happy with that. Starting to see more of what he expects from the boys as the mid-smoke's lobbed out. Partial buy. Bomb plant helping them.
Another round
where you want to make sure if you're Spirit, you're getting a couple of kills. Continue to apply the pressure for Mouse. It's the opposite. How many can we keep alive? Can we start to make this look clean? Can we make it look competitive? But we're here to play today. Magic selling this over towards mid, but Zontix has already gone down towards A.
Yeah, that'll stop Zontix, Dong from following through. Magic's confirmed Spinx in ladder. Shiro is out and about, but was counting on Brolin going down to the Donk Dig. Now spotted on the jump peak. Still something in here. More than something. Could be everything. He pulled them back into a 3-on-2, not a 5v3 fumble against a Tech 9.
The defensive smoke let Shiro plant. He might get towards Con and be able to pick up one of these guns.
He's fallen into a post plant. This could go horribly wrong for Mouse. They know that's what Tinir's playing for. Crushing, can't hit the shot. Aiming for that head and then look at the wrong way is Shiro. So many ways that could have got a whole lot worse. But still, you get a bomb point, get a couple of kills. To Tinir.
And you turn it into a 2-round game. So this is Mouse finally finding some form. We were expecting a better showing on Mirage. Dust 2, as mentioned, this year so far, they played it 15 times. Well, 16 now. They're 5-11. It's not their forte. Mirage, a little bit more their bread and butter. It's their map pick. You can understand so. It's going to be this or overpass, but just the idea of starting T-side overpass against Spirit. No thank you. Okay, second gun round, second half. Can they really make a map of this? Starting to feel that way now.
Going straight up mid. Donk and Shiro waiting for him. Flash connects on to both of them. Important trade. Shiro gets vision just in time to ensure it stays level. The opening stage is around 17.
And not letting Donk be comfortable in all of these moments. It's not that he's a non-issue, but they are getting a couple of openings against him. Magic's had a chance on Brolin.
Wait a
second. Whistles one past Brolin's ear.
Well, man advantage. And maybe a little bit disconnected in some of these plays of Spirit. Trade potential not there.
Xertion tucks on window. Torji going to be trying to lend a hand. And Tinir gets 2 in quick succession on the spray.
They lined up.
That's the A defense. They were just in a massive Xertion pulls the trigger while in the smoke grenade to ensure it's a 1 versus 2 advantage. Shiro gets across, but they're quick on this. Jimmy and Exertion could just walk on that plant sound, partner up and ensure the trade. Shiro! Lined up again! It was nearly the wombo combo.
Okay, another tense moment there. These rounds for Mouse, yeah, you're adding them to the tally. You're starting to brew a bit of confidence. Feels like they're even having fun in some of these moments. This is the double from Tanir, the flash. Right? And then they're peaking in mid to combine, but Tanir, the output we're getting from him today, I don't know how many times we've seen it in the Spirit jersey. Another clutch attempt for Shiro, another difficult one short. 9-8. Academy coach standing in for Halley's absence. Finally has some work ahead of him. No rounds posted so far in the first 5. The second half here of Mirage, but they're close. The bomb's going down. It's tough situations regardless of investment. That does mean that the money isn't comfortable for Mouse. They have a little bit of extra on 3 out of the 5. Does mean this house of cards can get blown over damn quick. So it's the big bad dragon ready to blow it all over. Well, Mouse about to tie things up.
Sasha Steams და დამამატე და დამიწერე რომ საინი გინდა და გადმოვალ დაგიწერე.
They want to establish this mid control and potentially turn it into a B split. The bomb.
დამამატე Steams-ზე რომ დამამატებ მე ნახე და მომწერე Steams-ზე და დაგისაინებ. კატის ფოტო მიყენია.
And the bomb not dropping back. If anything, it's picked up now. So this in different stages likely to turn into a bunch of different moves to get short control. CT's with the defensive con smoke.
Jimmy forward.
Such a strong position that info also will feels like it's setting up for success.
Right, they start running him down after he's spotted.
And Molly, this will help Magics now with the short control.
Vincere in, Spinks' attention drawn, so no longer baiting. Jimmy, however, hiding out on his position. They'll clear him.
Inks არ უნდა მოყდეს Skype-ის სპლიტი არის, იცია ყველაფერი კარგად არის. Edward-ის კაცი. Edward-ის კაცი. 1 HP-ია, მოყდა Edward-ის კაცი, ეხა 2 კაცია დაწყალისა. ეიზე მოდიან. 1-იან, 7-იანი, ვინ არის? უნდა დარჩა 7-იანი, ვინ არის? ავეპე, მალე
They're trying to sell A. They're trying to force a rotation. They still want to finish over towards B. There's only 20 seconds. They have to finish B with the bomb.
Ambitious. They're hoping Tanir and Shiro can sell the A finish.
They're both still, there's 14 seconds. How's Zontic's meant to get this done?
Oh, and that's the kill. Zontic's kills Spinks. It's just Exertion here, but they have to plant. 8 seconds. Zontic's just has to get that bomb in. Going for the kill. Chaos for Spirit's first T-side round here on Mirage.
You think, okay, just pull the plug. We have
the
rotation comes in from short. How are we meant to get up con? That's not an easy fight for us. But then it's still tense. It's a tough choice either way. The fact that that's a buzzer beater right there, how close these rounds have been. Spirit, they pull one off. They finally get on the board on this T side. They get to double digits first. And remember, Mouse have been walking funny. These rounds, they haven't been easy to get by. You can see on your screen right now, there's an ult for Torji Shaw. A couple of M4s in the mix. It's Brolin gonna have to defend A with an MP9. And Jimmy just down to a 5-7. Util's lacking. There's no defuse kit. 5 seconds, the final frag comes in. Tanir.
Such impact.
Everywhere in that round. Another showstopper from him.
18 and 12.
Been hemorrhaging opening kills in this second half. This one's worth 2 for Spirit. And those 2 could be all they need. It's one of those situations for Mouse. You lose this, you're either forced by out the game or you're taking eco.
Zontic, he's just got to try and find one here. They're pushing for him in his blind spot. MP9 at range combines with the M4 of Exertion. Warren will find himself an upgrade and the opening kill for Mouse.
You want to sweep back through with your Spirit. They're quick to this and they're bringing an awful lot of bodies. Jimmy's going to stay pretty passive over towards B because of the aggressive play on the other side of the map. Spinks and Exertion rotating over. Spirit essentially calling their bluff in this. You were forward. We think you're going to rejig, and Shiro clears out Brolin. That's one big threat removed.
Nice damage from Brolin, has the advantage on the angle. Torchy's up close on the default box. He's been spotted though. It's not comfortable now. Brolin's gone down as well. Yeah, overwhelmed. Tnir up and over from the Tetris side. They have got control of CT and it's a default doesn't feel good for Mouse whatsoever, does it? They're hoping for an overplay here. Jimmy tucked into the corner. He's actually been cleared. Again, the awareness from Tnir finds his 20th contribution here.
It's your favorite they know the options ahead of them. Now, with 1900 going into the next, late stages, and they are just going to have to retain these M4s, so they have next to nothing to defend their honor, to defend their against 12. They call the bluff on the palace push. Shiro deals with Brolin. They erupt onto A, and they make this one look simple. Only a handful of rounds away now from making it 6 consecutive series. Spirit have a Mauser's number. Another one of these head-to-heads that's no longer a rivalry. It's domination on display.
This is that 1v1 we saw off screen. Shiro did manage to best Brolin despite that damage equalizer.
Again, Tnir's in the flow state. Every choice he's making is the right decision. Yeah. And he's considering everything right now.
Every corner he clears.
They're not forcing behind the M4s, so it's not an eco, but it's, well, it is an eco. But it's not a full one due to the saves. They hedge their bets, they gamble B. If you're Spirit, you know weapons were carried through, so you're going to take your time with this. You want to make sure you don't die to any early aggressive moves. Whether that's palace, around push, up the guts of middle, jumping out the window, underpass, harassing your B defaulter. All of those considerations. You put out a wide net. You play slow. And then once you're sure there hasn't been that aggressive move, you start to piece this together. And again, they appear to be picking perfectly. Take a look at the radar. There is absolutely nobody at home. The B stack from Mouse starts to play forward for some info, but it feels like it's going to be way too little, way too late. 12 looks like a certainty.
Just listen to that barrage of utility thrown out with diligence.
Sphinx and Exertion can play back, try and chip away, see if they can get rifles to Torch and Jimmy. It's not even damage being the name of the game now, it's too late.
Zontic is so aware of the potential pass as well. Even confirms now presence. Jimmy fires off a bullet of his USP, trying to make space for the M4, and now that's audible. One, Sphinx another. Opportunity for Sphinx to go swinging in. Donk having absolutely none of that. Donk goes down to Torgy, the distraction from the Palace position, and able for USP to find that frag. So they came into this round with 2 M4s. And they'll leave with 1. 12 already, okay. It really did look like Mouse had managed to up the wall.
I just think with those 5, a handful of them were ropey.
Yeah.
Take 9 rounds with Sneer getting doubles. They're lining up. It's one of those days. Everything feels like it's going wrong if you're Mouse, and for Spirit, it's oh so right. This is the form of a team you'd expect that has Donk as the crown jewel. Sneer was brought in to bring this level of firepower, so it's great to see him delivering today.
I mean, the scoreboard reads fantastically for Team Spirit.
Oh, is this it?
This is on par with Donk as well. Everyone's hitting their shots.
They're executing A again, Alex. They are bludgeoning this side. It's Brolin who's about to get a complete onslaught. They've gambled B. They're playing it for info, sure, but when's the go on the execute? The rotation, I don't know if it'll be there in time. Jimmy's...
Oh, Brolin. He's going to have his work cut out for him, trying to find a safe haven on site.
Here they come.
Anti-flash. Oh, still blind screen. Buys time for Donk to close the gap, and down goes Brolin! He gets another one! Bulldozer flattens Mouse and sends them packing out of Rio.
Yeah, pack their bags. This one's done. Mouse, you punch your ticket by taking down Legacy and Aurora. You couldn't deal with Furia and Spirit are too much to ask for. That lower bracket gauntlet, no problem. 13 to 8. A casual day at the office for Spirit. 8 months since their last final, 8 months since their last trophy lift, only 3 days since their last head-to-head versus the Falcons, and that's what comes next. Blown out in the group stage. Donk's worst career performance, a chance for revenge on the stage.
Did you see that form though? The individuals that played today, I think they can hang with the Falcons. Could be a very entertaining semi-final. But for the other side,
მეგონი იმ თამაშის მერე ძალიან მოიხოდმე მესენი რაც ფალკონებთან წააგესტო. ფალკონების წააგების მერე რა ვიცმო.
This is one that they've got in their pocket. They take to the stage, get the handshakes in. A good game for some. But Mouse, the questions continue to be asked. They continue to put up the front.
It's the opposite of the form you want to have ahead of the major.
Yeah, well, they're saying, look, this one might not be the priority, but they are looking to find that form. They've got a couple more months to find themselves. Bit of soul searching required because the Mouse that was the second most consistent team of 2025 look like they are eons away from that, but we're heading down to the stage.
First of all, congratulations. What a consistent victory. I know you were not feeling well over the past few days and you were playing without your coach, but even so, you're performing incredibly well. For you, how's the tournament going so far?
It's fine, you know, I was sick sometimes and like I was feeling like I'm dying inside the game, so it's sad, but right now I'm feeling myself like good and everything is fine.
But now you're on Prime, right? You're Prime.
No.
No, it's not. You want more?
Yes.
Well, you have chance because tomorrow you're gonna face Falcons. How are you gonna prepare for that?
As always, I think we'll try a little bit better than in group stage, but I think we will do better.
Amazing. Have the best of luck. Thank you. Obrigada, galera. Ó, recadinho importante para vocês. Pouco antes da nossa
câmera, daí-loce, daí-loce, cameraman. W, cameraman, W.
Então, voltem aqui.
W, racadridade, racadridade.
Começar, tá? Não saiam daí que daqui a pouquinho a gente volta. Vocês não vão se arrepender de estar por aqui. Muito obrigada.
Right now I'm feeling myself like
absolute domination, and I do not mean by Mouse. I'm talking about the spirit that came through here and reminded Mouse that this is the way to the airport, fellas. So go ahead and get at it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we need to just depends on through which lens do you look at Mouse, right? If you see this result, but you think Mouse is still supposed to be a contender team, then you'll be gravely disappointed and you know, you will be shocked by the result. But I don't think that's who Mouse is at the moment. But if you look at Mouse as a team who, you know, will be the teams below them, but is no longer a top 5, a contender team, then this loss is way less painful. And I think moving forward, going into the major, in their camp, I feel like they need to change their approach and how they play the game, right? Like, well, I don't think they should try to play default Counter-Strike, you know, try to play by the book at all times. I think they should maybe up the pace, be more aggressive, figure out a way to change your style so you can get something more out of these players, because it feels like everyone is done with the roster, like everyone knows that the changes are coming, their heart isn't in it anymore, and when you try to play that way, it's not going to go well for you.
Yeah, I very much agree. You know, it is a better result for Mouse, I guess, compared to the last tournament they played where they finished dead last. And they did have a couple of good showings here as well. The game against Aurora was one that gave themselves, and I guess us a little bit of hope that maybe they're finding out, and maybe they're figuring out a way to play slightly better. But it's the fashion they lose into Spirit here as well. It's not a competitive game. It's not a close game of Counter-Strike. It's not a game where you at any point are like, ooh, maybe they're coming back now. Maybe we're heading to a third. Maybe they can kickstart themselves. It's the fashion they currently play Counter-Strike in that makes me agree very much with what you're saying. You know, at this point, it does feel like there's nothing to lose if you're Mouse. Sure, heading to the Cologne Major, if you're sticking with the same lineup and you're not making a roster change heading into Cologne, then just free up, you know, play a little bit more loose, and as Yanko was saying, trying to see if you can get more out of the individuals instead of trying more of the same and the same and the same. So, at the end of the day, the way I want to summarize this game for me is that I didn't learn anything new about Mouse, and that's a great disappointment, because I've been asking for that for a long, long time, to see signs of life, but as we would say, Trace, the lights are on. There's nobody home in the camp of Mouse right now.
Yeah, and I do hate that he's right, but he's right.
Cannot always be the day, right?
Yeah, can't always be the day. Sometimes you got to be ready for the night.
I did like, though, from Spirit, some of the stuff on their T side. I mean, it did get to 9-8 in this map, right? And Spirit had to win 4 rounds in a row. Or didn't have to, but they won 4 rounds in a row to close out the game, and had some cool rounds on T side again, right? That had some tactical depth. We saw it on Dust 2, we saw it on Mirage, right? And that's a good sign with all the question marks around Magix and his leadership, right? Tanir having a good series is also a great sign for Team Spirit. Hopefully gives us some added confidence going into the Falcons game tomorrow.
When it was looking the worst, I guess, for Team Spirit, he was the one player trying to drag them back into rounds up until they got the engine running on the T side, and that's kind of what we wanted from Tanir. Again, on a map like Mirage T side, he was involved in a lot of stuff in the mid portion of the map, center of the universe, instead of being out on a flank, not really involved. So I want more of that Tanir, in your face Tanir, the one that takes duel against arguably great players which you can win. So it's a good sign for him, a good sign for Team Spirit, and a game where you win without breaking a sweat. If that doesn't give you a bit of confidence heading into the semifinal, nothing will.
Well, you said it. I mean, if you want more Tanir, this is how you do it. It's our DHL MVP vote.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
Yes, it is time for that DHL MVP vote. That way that we can likely catch up with them at the conclusion of the grand finals. But of course, you wanted more Tanir, so we delivered just for you, Jacob. An awesome series, really cool stuff. He showed there on Dust 2, and really put his prowess all over Mouse.
It's great to see. He's reminding us what capabilities he has as an individual player. He's struggling with consistency, so has Team Spirit, but 2 good maps in a row, and hopefully something he can build on towards heading into the semifinal.
Naturally, the next one in terms of candidates, nominees, you should say, Donk. Surprise, surprise.
Crazy he wasn't the first name on the list, right? That also happens sometimes, sort of working his way up in this tournament. Heard plenty of time about his condition. So I think he'll be in good shape going into tomorrow. And yeah, his team is going to absolutely need him. Last time he had his worst map in Team Spirit against Falcons on that Mirage.
Oh man, what a sweet, juicy game it's going to be. Also, Shiro. Where's he at? Where's he in the server?
I think he's quietly doing a really good job, Again, Shiro sure has games and moments where he's popping up even more, but I think he's been somewhat consistent in a period where Team Spirit haven't functioned too well. This game, let alone, again, getting the job done. I think he's a player that makes very few mistakes as well, if you want to get technical about it. A player that you could rely on, and a player that the teammates can always rely on as well. So good to see him play well, and also much, much needed in a semifinal.
He's not flashy, he's a safe pair of hands, and, the only time you'll see highlights from him, most likely is clutches. That's where he's incredibly strong and does his best work.
Yeah, so again, that's the DHL MVP. Go ahead and get your vote in. It should be up there on the top of the screen somewhere. We just showed you how to do it, so it shouldn't be super complex, super complicated.
Talking to Twitch chat, by the way, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, okay, fair. That's right. Yeah. Anything you want to tell them, Jacob?
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. All right. Well, for us at least, putting a ribbon and bow on Mouse, it's almost as if we're ready to put them in the box and wrap it with a present and put it out for Christmas.
I think
that type of box.
Yeah, and that's a tough one. Right? I think the one interesting angle you can look at Mouse is that change gonna happen now, or is it gonna happen after Cologne? Because I think we're at a point now where you kind of described it as well. There's almost nothing to lose in the Mouse camp. So if you're planning to change after the Cologne major, why not pull it off now?
I would have made it last off-season, right? So I would do it as soon as possible. I think they would be far better off with it, because this roster isn't going to achieve anything in the next 2 months. So if you have the opportunity, just pull the trigger on it already, right? Give yourself, and you cannot underestimate honeymoon periods, right? The extra motivation from a new start, a new beginning. So we'll see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, are there any names that kind of come to your guys' the top of your head? Like, who would be a good fit? Who would slot into this Mouse lineup that could make it make sense?
I think the question for them, and the question I'm still left with, is it just going to be one roster change? Because if it's just a 1-for-1, let's say that they want to try something new instead of Broland, then I say do it right now. You're looking at a guy like Magix being rumored to the lineup. You're looking at Kixen maybe potentially free in the market, even though he's probably going to cost a bit of money. do you want to re-ramp the lineup and maybe remove more than one player? Then I think it gets a bit more complicated. So I think that's one of the only reasons I can come up with as to why they would wait until after Cologne to make sure that they get the 2 players they actually want. But for now, I think Kuksen would be fun to see in Mouse. I think Magix is a bit more of a wild card. I'm not sure if he's cut for you.
Yeah, I think they need someone who's a bit of a fiery personality, who's not just an IGL, but even more so a leader of men, right? I think that's what they have missing somewhat. Exactly, right. And I'm not even sure I necessarily put Kiksan into that particular category. Maybe Magisk a bit more so because he's a proven champion and a veteran presence. But yeah, it's not easy, right? As you said, those guys are, for a reason, they're few and far between.
And he's Danish, Jacob.
Well, another great reason not to sign him.
I wonder why Zipex extended his contract. Like, I wonder why he's still satisfied being an assistant coach.
I think he thrives in that environment. I think he thrives not having...
Like Matt on Vitality?
Well, in a sense, but also not having the full responsibility on him, because we often, talk about coaches not doing the job well enough when the teams is not doing well enough. And I think he's had a long time in Astralis where he was being singled out as being the issue. And I think that's a different kind of pressure to work on. I've also spoken to him a bit about, making the transition into becoming head coach. And I think he wants to do that at some point. But for now, he thrives well, working in the background, not having to put his name to things, but still having an influence within the lineup.
But at a certain point, Mouse have to show something, right? Like, at a certain point, the Mouse camp has to show
I mean, they re-signed both Cyclone and Sipnix, and as much as it may sound fun to say, I think that was a great thing to do. I think that could be the cornerstone of rebuilding the project. I think they've done a great enough job, previously as a duo in order to make sure the Mouse got to a point where we labeled them as the second best team in the world and one of the most consistent teams in the world. Question is if they're good enough at scouting new talent and then making that change.
And honestly, I don't think Mouse hasn't won tournaments or went to #1 because of coaching or anything like that. I think it's ultimately with the players, but it is a different challenge to get young players and get them to play on a high level and then get a team to be from the top 30 to a top 10 or something along those lines and get from that point to actually winning tournaments, right? Like that's a different sort of a challenge. You need different qualities to be able to accomplish that. So we'll see. A roster change is absolutely necessary, and then after that we can see if Mouse maybe is back into that contender status.
Well, it does sometimes come down to what you're talking about, Jacob, with regard to, is it better to change one player? Is it better to get 2 out and then get 2 new guys in? In an interesting perspective, considering, the coaching situation over there, how that would all unfold. But for now, for Mouse, they're done here in Rio. That's the end of that. For Spirit, tomorrow, they're going to go on and take on those Falcons. That's how the bracket lays out. You can probably see that for yourselves. Anything you want to add, Jacob?
I think it's going to be a fun matchup, Spirit is definitely playing better today than they've done, so far in this tournament. Donk seems to be getting a little bit more well and not so ill anymore. Tenia having a great showing. It kind of lines up for a fiery matchup, whereas for Falcons so far, what we've seen is a team that is relieved of the pressure and a Monacy that is firing on all cylinders. So I can't see a reason as to why it shouldn't be a fun game to watch.
You'd hope so, and I see a lot of teams are high on Falcons now with how they've been playing in groups and the fact that they beat Vitality, but we saw all of that before.
Yeah.
What we haven't seen is them string good performances in the playoffs when it actually matters the most. And Spirit, who they beat countless times, right, in Falcons, and Nico and Monacy even dating back to G2, the one time they lose to them is when it matters the most. At the major in that quarterfinal, right? When everything is laid out for you in a way. So it's not until that game tomorrow and potentially Falcons winning it before I could even consider them potentially going all the way in this tournament.
Crazy stat line, the whole, Nico, Monacy versus Zero and Dong. I think it's 11-1 or 12-1 at the moment in favor of Nico and Monacy. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup, but one that Spirit and Dong in particular have struggled with.
Yeah, and it's exciting stuff. That'll be tomorrow in case you are just joining us. Gentlemen, I think we go to a quick break. We can come back. We've got a lot of cool stuff going on here at the Intel Extreme Masters, so make sure you don't go anywhere, because when we return, if you can imagine it, Vitality are going to jump back into the server. This time, they're not starting the semis. They're going to find themselves in the quarters, and they're going to be playing Navi when we come back after this.
Magix, big news. Have you heard the news? No cries to BC game at Atlanta. Thoughts?
I think he's a fraud and he's washed and he's just farming in A plumbers and...
Washed with no HLTV profile? How do you get washed that quick?
I mean, we have seen his rating throughout, like the first rumors and the first his, social media presence, and after that, he is not farming them.
Not farming them. Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes on Atlanta. You guys are going to be in Astana after this, but Rio right now, first game, Mouse, 5-0. You haven't played them since Austin. You feeling good?
What does it mean, 5-0?
You've won the last 5 games against them.
I did not.
Is that not true? Fake news?
Me personally, no.
Oh, okay. Who won the games?
Oh, it was Donk, it was Shiro, and sometimes it was Chopper, Nier, Zweig, and Zontix. Personally, I won them only one time, and last time I faced them, I lost in Austin, yeah, as you said. So, I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm still feeling confident for you guys. Tanir's looking quite good, or at least he's had a couple of good games here. What's it been like trying to integrate him and make him comfortable? I think he had his second highest rated game in Spirit against G2 the other day. So you played 2 BO3s in one day. You managed your energy well. What have you got to say about Tanir right now?
Oh, it's about... I mean, it basically works with everyone. You need to have a space and have a comfort zone for everyone to perform. And it's not like we're trying to give him the most resources or whatever. He's just doing slightly better in some similar situations which he had in the past. And I feel like it's about you're facing a situation and you're losing and you're sucking. And after this, you're going through it, and the next time you just play better. And if that works this way, it's good.
Well, it's going good so far. I wanted to ask about Sotvik. You talked to Stiko about him after one of your matches, saying you have to do a lot more work as a guy leading up to games, maybe in prep. How are you balancing that right now after a couple more matches with Hallie, Sotvik, you, and Hallie not here?
Well, Hallie has been doing the game plan completely, and we're doing this in duo, kinda. I'm deciding like what are we willing to do, and Sotvik is supporting me, and I'm asking him sometimes if that's good or is this gonna work or is it bad, and we're trying to figure out something.
Is Donk feeling better? I saw his Telegram post yesterday.
I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see. What do you have to do outside the game to keep Donk happy? I see you guys have a special bond. How do you keep him so happy in this team?
So the daily routine is ordering a big McDonald's combo featuring 20 nuggets, double cheeseburger, Diet Coke, definitely. Yeah, for sure. Also, TikTok grind, like 2 hours daily. Yeah. And this is like the basic, that's the minimum.
Can I see your algorithm? Do you have your phone? Can we scroll some TikToks?
No.
No? It's private. It's very personal.
You don't want to see it.
Why don't I want to see it, Magix?
Just don't do it.
Instagram or TikTok Reels? Or Instagram Reels or TikTok?
Well, I'm mixing them usually. Sometimes it's exclusively TikTok grind, sometimes it's Instagram Reels. And, when things get rough, we're going to YouTube Shorts.
YouTube Shorts? Yeah. Surely the algorithm sucks.
Yeah, but when everything is falling apart, you just get to this point.
Are things going to fall apart at IEM Rio?
I hope that we will not have to open YouTube Shorts again.
Wow, that's inspiring. Thank you for your time. Best of luck. I wanted to ask you about body shotting, right? It's something you talked about in the past. You're still doing it. You're still lowest headshot percentage from pretty much any rifler here. What's your theory behind this?
I've explained it many times, and I believe I'm not the player with the lowest percentage anymore. I think Alexei has less. I'm not sure. So I think I'm just able to kill more, especially with the M4 if I aim like that.
What about time to kill though? I just want to hear you explain the logic of the time to kill, right? It's obviously quicker going for the headshot, but you still have a lot of success doing it. So can you explain the theory?
I believe it's pretty simple. If you aim only at the head, there is just more of a margin of error. Because if you look at Beat or I don't know, Robs, you only kind of looking at the way they kill, but not the way they're not killing people, just because they're missing at the head. So now there's just a less of error available because you aim for the body.
When it comes to being a supportive player, how do you view that role on your team, right? What would you say you provide the most to your teammates in your role?
I'm just trying to fill the holes the team have with the different aspects, especially I would say it comes to a lot of different things, and I'm just trying to adapt for every new problem the team encounters. And it's not something specific every other match, it's just very different from match to match. But I would say I'm just trying to do something that others are not really willing to do, kind of help them.
Can you get more specific in certain positions there?
What do you mean?
Can you give me some examples?
Yeah, I would say I'm trying to, for example, talk more if my teammates are not talking enough, and a lot of stuff like that. But it just depends, to be honest, on a specific situation.
Can you tell me about Sotfik being back in the team? Obviously, you and Donk played under him in Spirit Academy. What's it like having him here behind you and, outside of the game?
I would say he's a lot like he was 3 or 4 years ago when I was playing with him, with Donk. But he has a little bit different approach to the game. And I think we are kind of using it to our advantage. And I would say he gives a lot more freedom, because I think that's his goal here. Because we had a problem with trying to play very different Counter-Strike. Just everyone wants to play different, and right now we're trying to collect everything together before we playing the game, So even the game plan, it's more of just opinions from different players, and then there's a game plan of what everyone wants to see inside the game. And because of more freedom, I would say we're able to play more of a Counter-Strike we would want to play, probably, but it depends.
I wanted to ask about the group stage. You guys played Falcons again. That's been a typically hard matchup for you guys. Why do you think you struggle so much against at least the Nico Monacy core, or two players? Even in G2, you guys had trouble there. So can you isolate that? Can you figure out why that is, or what are your thoughts?
Firstly, when we played our first 3 matches against G2, they were all close. Then we kind of choked, I would say, on IEM Cologne 2024. Yeah. We played bad against everyone. And then I think it was 0-2 or 0-3 against G2 in our matches against them. And then just psychological problems. Even though, we had, I would say, good game plans, but we were never able to play the way we wanted against them. And it's not like they ever did something we didn't understand, but we just couldn't play the way we wanted against them. And then I would say it's just really, with every new loss, it's just more of a psychological problem. But right now I would say they're just in a better individual shape than we are. But even if you look at G2 match, I would say we played way better against G2 than we played against Falcons. So we're already better.
Okay, nice. And finally, moving away from CS, if you want to talk about it, I think you're a bit of a closed guy. We don't know a lot about you. Would you be willing to talk about your routine, your interests? I see you at the gym all the time. Is this like something that's important to you? Staying in shape, staying active? Do you care about this?
Yes, I wouldn't be doing that if that wouldn't be the case.
And do you think it helps your performance?
Yeah. But the problem is here, not that it helps my performance. If I'm not doing it, it really harms my performance. So the problem here is changing your routine always bad for your stability. So even though I'm not very consistent player right now, but I would say changing stuff like that, if you're going to the gym all the time, then you're like not doing it for a week, you will already feel worse than you usually do.
And what about hobbies? I know you're a reader. What are you reading right now?
I'm not reading anything right now.
You used to, or no? Am I making that up?
Yeah, I used to. I was reading a lot, but I'm not reading that much for books right now. I'm reading topics and some scientific posts and all that, but not books.
What? So you're not getting sucked into the TikTok grind, as Magix calls it?
Not that much, probably, but to some extent.
It's hard to get away from.
Probably. There's no problem in that unless you're doing it for 6 hours a day.
Yeah, true. All right. Thanks for your time. Best of luck. Defending champions as well, but obviously you guys are drawing Vitality in that quarterfinal. How are you feeling about that game? It's been a rough head-to-head recently.
Yeah, it's been rough, but I think that, Falcon showed that they're beatable now. And maybe it's better for us to face them earlier than later. I think they have a pretty deep map pool, so best of 3, maybe it favors us. But at the same time, they're gonna fuel their, energy to, bring back the vitality that we know. But we just need to be one step ahead now. Like, we can't let this chance slip. And if we want to lift the trophy, we need to beat them.
Well, you've had recent experience against them at least, right? You're coming off the back of back-to-back finals. I know we always talk about Blade and the master plan and you guys peaking at the right time, but did you expect to come into this year as well as you have with these back-to-back finals with another playoff appearance? Was that the expectation for Na'Vi, or did it happen sooner than maybe you were ready?
No, it was the expectation. Like, we knew that we are capable of, like, the amount of time we've spent together and just like building the project and understanding that Makase got all the experience that he needed. After we saw how he started the year, I think we had a couple discussions that we can really make it far and we just need to keep believing in us. But at the end of the day, I just think that it all comes down to us. And yeah, Vitality has like a sick form, nothing that we've seen before. But as a team, we need to understand that if we do everything we can do, we just need to have that one game where everyone peaks and we can beat them. And if we manage to beat them, we know that we can manage to, lift any trophy.
That seems like the Na'Vi way, right? We always talk about you guys not having like traditional superstars, but still being great players in your role and still being able to win events, right? So how do you find that consistency? How do you force yourselves to peak? Because Counter-Strike is so day in, day out. Like, if you're having a bad day, it's really hard to lift a trophy. How do you find that consistency? Or how do you find the peak?
I think that's just the overall way how we work. I think we're putting in the hours as a team. And I think everyone is hungry to show what they're capable of individually. And we're building confidence. Like, the EPL win brought us one level higher. We ended up losing the next tournament grand final 3-0 against Vitality. But we knew that we did some things correct. We really could fight them and we really got into favorable positions. But they just ended up showing why they were the number 1 team. But I think the level of individual skill that the team is showing now in Rio is also something that we were looking for, like all these tournaments and all this time. I think Makase is playing tournament after tournament, very solid CS, but everyone is catching up now. Like, I think the whole team played very good this event, and we still have 2 tournaments after this, and then the major. So we just need to keep up this level, and I think we can make deep runs. But eventually everything is going to come down to the major. We're going to have a bootcamp prior, and I just hope we can peak there.
Awesome, thank you. Final question just about Makazi, because he's blossomed really well. His first event in Cologne was incredible, but then he had a bit of a maybe adjustment period, you could say. But then still Na'Vi have come into this year, and he's been without a doubt the standout player. Like, what's it like playing with a young, inexperienced, cocky guy?
I just love it. Like, I think that this guy is bringing the mood in every one of us. He's always positive, always laughing, and you know, you can just see the way he moves on the server with the confidence he's piled up with. And I just think it's a great thing to see, because that's usually something like when you take a chance on a player like that. You know, he came from Na'Vi Academy. They were building him up to be in the main team eventually. And we saw the glimpses. Then, as you said, he took a bit of a step down, but we all knew the potential he had. But some individuals can't show it. But he's really showing up, and I'm really proud of him, and I think he's proud of himself as well. And yeah, he's going to be a player to watch in the future for sure.
Awesome. Well, thanks for your time. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. I'm here with Tessus ahead of the playoffs here at IEM Rio. Tessus, I wanted to start by asking for some Deagle tips. I feel like your Deagle has been pretty nasty this event.
This event, yeah, that's true. I had a small clip on Mirage. I don't know actually. I played DM with it sometimes just for fun because it's just satisfying feeling to one deep people, but that's all I do.
Okay, well, I'll start doing that, I guess. You know, you've had a great event here. Obviously, taking down Vitality yesterday, that was quite a show of resilience. Vitality clawed it all the way back. Were you getting, you know, a little nervous in that second half of Nuke?
I got flashbacks to IEM Melbourne. No, yeah, it always has to be close against Vitality somehow, and props to them for coming back. But luckily, we got it over the finish line at the end, so happy with that.
Well, you know, it always gets close, but at the same time, you have a great track record against Vitality, right? That's what, 4 out of the last 5 times you managed to beat them. Why do you think you have such a strong head-to-head when you consider the #1 team right now? No one else can beat them, but you're the only one to do it this year, and you've done it twice.
I don't know. We just feel really comfortable going up against them, and it feels like we have good answers to what they do in general, at least. So right now we have the kind of front seat of them having to find a solution to beat us, and right now we just kind of keep trying to kind of outplay them, or at least be one step ahead all the time. And for example, yesterday on the CT Nuke, I think Nico, for example, he has had a good read several rounds, and that was what made us get this big lead in the first place, but also close it out in the overtime.
And I want to ask about Eimenstein as well. Is he here with the team right now?
Yes, he's here.
And obviously he was a coach back at Bounty at the start of the year, but he's been working with you as an assistant coach behind the scenes. What does he bring to the table? Is he helping you with the prep in a game like that, in a high-impact game?
Yeah, well, he's kind of working as assistant coach and analyst, so he's doing all the preparation that we watch and coming with pistols. So big props to him for actually making us win a lot more pistols than in the past and last year. But yeah, he's doing a lot of prep and prepping every individual on their bomb sites or their lurks or whatever is good to do against certain people. So big props to him, yeah.
And, you know, we've been joking about the Face It ban, of course, which is entertaining. Maybe, I don't know if you're the biggest pugger compared to maybe some of the others. Were you?
Yeah, I was kind of playing sometimes even more than the other guys. So yeah, I used to play a lot of Face It. Also in this year and past year, I played a lot. But yeah, I actually think that the Face It ban kind of helped me to chill out a bit and not overwork or stuff like this, and I can feel on myself that I have a lot more energy when we're practicing or coming to tournament, and I feel like this energy makes me having a lot better focus when we're playing.
Do you still spend that time in the server doing other things, DM, like going over sites, or do you spend it off the game or talking with your teammates? Where's that time gone?
Well, Face It is definitely the biggest time spender you can do in CS, and a lot of it is also time wasted actually. So my time is going a lot more to off time, but of course there's also time for other things like watching the practice through, talking with your teammates about your sites if something has gone wrong in practice and stuff like this. So we go a lot more into details with things that we have made mistakes on in practice. Other than that, just using time on deathmatch and reviewing stuff for myself and other teams, of course.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. IEM Rio playoffs. I'm here with Monacy. Monacy, that CT side of Nuke against Vitality, kind of crazy. You know, it was nice to watch you and Nico completely disrupt outside. Was that kind of the game plan in the first half of Nuke? Because everything they tried to do, they started 3v5.
Was it the game plan? No, it wasn't game plan. Nico mastermind.
Was he calling that just in the moment?
Yes.
Had the read?
I think we always have some good reads, to be honest, on city side on Nuke. So we just trust each other, I would say.
We often say it's like the AWP's paradise, city side of Nuke. Is that your favorite half?
The Nuke, no, like favorite half? Yeah, I mean, Nuke is my favorite, one of the favorite maps. I would say maybe favorite after Anubis. And I think, yeah, AWP on city side is too strong. So, yeah.
AWP is strong. That's a controversial take right now. I think people are struggling with the AWP, no?
On city side, on Nuke?
Or just in general, AWP?
No, AWP is still strong. And on city side, on Nuke, it's the strongest map for AWP, I think, in my opinion. Maybe after the two.
And you haven't noticed the ammo change affecting the AWP? It feels like it only affects the USP right now.
It affects USP. It maybe also affects some random spams on Nuke as well through the smokes. So you cannot like shoot like 5 bullets and reload, you know? You need to shoot all the ammo, so you have to commit to shoot all the ammo, or you can shoot like 5 and reload. But
oh shit, sorry.
Oh my god.
Look, I left my sunglasses. Have you seen my sunglasses, Monacy?
No, sorry.
Fuck, man.
Oh, this, yeah, Chad, man, is lost today.
Crazy guy. Yeah, I wanted to ask about, well, firstly, the group stage was really clean, but also you guys played Spirit again and you dominated them 2-0. Why do you feel like that matchup is so favorable for you?
It's so favorable for me. For us, I mean, I have no like clear answer, to be honest. We just, every time we play against them, we just play our game. We know how to say it, how to play the rounds against them properly on city side and on T side as well. So I think we always have like some good preparation before them. Before the game against them, and yeah, we just trust our instincts.
How much of that prep specifically goes into playing against Donk, right? Like, you try and isolate him more than you would a star player on another team?
No, we don't care. We don't focus on Donk. We just focus on the team. We focus on ourselves more as well, and we just do our things. And we, how to say it? We come up with things during the round as well. You know, like on T side, for example, we are not finishing the round immediately from freeze time. We are finishing it during the round. I don't know how to explain.
Are you feeling less pressure at this event than usual?
Less pressured? No, I'm just vibing around. Maybe, like, I wouldn't say so, but maybe we have less pressure on this event than on previous ones. Maybe. But
does that help you?
I'm just vibing. I don't know. I just vibe in Rio. I vibe in this country. I vibe on this tournament, and I think I'm just enjoying and staying in the present.
Have you been outside much? Have you been exploring Rio, going to the beaches, going on any sightseeing?
After this media day, we will have time. We will go to see the big statue as well. We will see Rio. We will come to Jesus Christ to see the biggest big statue. And yeah, because like 2 years ago, we lost in 2 days, and we came as a tourists, and we had a lot of time. So now we don't have that much time because we need to prep.
And final question, just out of nowhere, who is to you the greatest in-game leader of all time?
Greatest in-game leader of all time? No, I have only two options, like 2 captains that come in my mind. It's Apex or Kerrigan. Maybe it's gonna be Apex, just because of the trophies and because of the history. For me, I think he's the greatest captain of all time.
Okay, thank you, Monacy. Good luck.
Thank you.
The world number ones are officially in the building. Zaiwu, welcome back to the arena. Can you tell me what the routine is for the guys when you're playing the second game of the day?
Classic routine for us, to be honest, like having a teamwork, preparation of the game, thinking about bringing good energy into this arena, and that's it. Now we are ready to fight again.
I feel like all over Vitality socials, you guys have been enjoying Brazil a little bit. You've got the Rio experience. What's been your favorite thing that you've done in Rio so far?
So far, I mean, the first day we came with the media day with Vitality when we could meet the UFC fighter and went to the beach with him, like having a great day, to be honest, with him. So we enjoy really much, and Yeah, it's been a great day.
Did you learn any moves off of the UFC fighter?
I have a big belly. I cannot do any move for him. So no. Yeah, he kicked me in my legs to know the feeling, but that's it.
Okay. Obviously, it's not often that we see you guys playing in the quarterfinals with this IEM format, right? Playing on a Friday. What does it feel like to, if you want to get your hands on those gold bars, have to do it the longer way this time around?
No, actually, for us, I mean, it's also a good thing. We play more game on stage. That's something we like to do, and I think it's also something we want to improve. We didn't play good against G2 and Falcons. That's something we're gonna improve now, and we are looking forward to play good as Vitality does for more than 1 year now, and just bring back the confidence, the trust into the team, and that's gonna be the goal.
So excited to see you guys on stage once again. Thank you so much, Zabu. Good luck.
Hey, wonderful.
Hello.
What's up? How are you feeling?
Very good.
Very good. I mean, I wanted to ask because there's been obviously a break between the group stage and the playoff. How are you using these kind of the breaks? Are you chilling? Are you hardcore practicing? Bit of both?
A little bit chilling, a little bit practicing, and that's all.
Yeah. I want to go back down the memory lane a little bit because 2 years ago, you actually won this event and you're now coming here as a defending champion. Do you have any memories of this place? What does this revolve around you, Rio de Janeiro?
I just remember it was an amazing feeling to play here on the stage. And we won this tournament 2 years ago, and we are just confident to play here today. But it's just amazing crowd, amazing people over there, so.
Ready to repeat the history, taking down Vitality first?
I hope.
Good luck, see you on the stage.
Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 and the playoffs are already underway. We're here with Colex GG. They're in the building, Harry. I've seen them. We've had players signing Colex cards, getting those fresh reprints coming out soon. But first, we're here to talk about fantasy. As always, we built our dream teams, but the economy is hit, Harry. There's a bit of a budget. What's your team right now?
Oh, okay. So I've lent heavy into one side of the bracket. That's how I think I'm going to win this
I wonder which
thing.
side.
Yes, I'm on the Furia Vitality side of the bracket, Hugo. I got Fallen, the professor, the old boy, right? He's tried, he's tested, he's not going to crumble. Molidoy, Orb Star, can't live without him. And Yuri, I thought was a bargain. He's actually been playing fantastically out here in Rio, and he was cheap as hell. So I was like, yeah, I'm putting him in the team. Then I went for two guys from Vitality. Apex, again, kind of lent into the IGL, the experience. And Mezzi, just for some British representation. Kind of can't go a minute without mentioning Britain.
Of course you can't.
Yeah.
And Brazil in the same sentence.
Yeah, BR.
We're in similar situations, but I'm kind of hedging my bets, Harry. I've gone for Fallen and Yuri as well. Same situation. Yuri top 4 player of the event after the group stages. But then I've spread out to try and maximize damage. I've gone for Apex as well. He's a bargain. But 2 Falcons players, Nico and Tesses. Tesses has had a great group stage. I know he struggled in playoffs before, but things are feeling better for the Falcons. And I think it's looking likely they'll make it to the final. With them being Spirit already, that head-to-head's quite nice.
I don't believe in your scattergun approach, Hugo. I think I've got this one. I think we're 1-on-1 on these Colex Fantasy head-to-heads. I think I took Krakow start of the year. You got EPL, but Rio, that belongs to me.
It's a BO3. A BO3 of fantasy. Play your own way on colex.gg.
Yeah, that's Harry and Hugo looking trim as ever all the way over there in Rio de Janeiro. Welcome back. It is the Intel Extreme Masters, as if you've gone anywhere this entire time. Yes, we have sent Maus home. They are on their way. Spirit helped us to do it, and in doing so, they are eliminated from the playoffs, pushing Spirit forward to play against those Falcons that you just heard all about there from Harry and Hugo.
Falcons.
Now on my left, I've got Pimp in the middle. I've got YNK down on the end. In front of us, we've got another quarterfinal. Vitality versus Navi, or Furia wait in the wings.
Yeah, it's a stacked side of the bracket, to be completely honest. I guess the big surprise, obviously, is that Vitality find themselves in a quarterfinal and not straight into the semifinal at the hands of Falcons in that, I guess, qualification game or seeding game. On the other hand, it's good to see, Furia playing well. It's good to see Falcons playing well, and I'm curious to see if this Navi can put up a fight or a better fight against Vitality, considering that they are gradually getting better and better.
Yeah, I think the story of 2026 so far has been everyone's regressed. Everyone's worse outside of Vitality, right? Furia wasn't playing on the same level. Spirit with the roster changes hasn't been great. Falcons played so bad they are about to make a roster change. Mao's nowhere to be seen. You know, Navi sort of rose through the ranks in that atmosphere, right? Playing that final against Vitality just a couple of weeks ago at Rotterdam. So I think we're seeing in this particular game an opportunity for Navi in a best of 3, like Alexi pointed out earlier on in the tournament, potentially to cause an upset win.
Let's start the conversation around the Vitality that always does, not the Vitality that could, because it appears, you know, having that target on your back, everyone wants to mimic or use what you're doing so well and then use it to their own advantage. How come Vitality's been able to run the board like that?
I think Janko said something interesting 2 days ago, you know, where you said they didn't invent something new in Counter-Strike. It's not like they came in and approached Counter-Strike in a different way, all of a sudden redefined the way the game is being played, which I think works in their advantage in terms of how do you beat them, because it's not like they're doing something extraordinary or something someone can copy. They just do the basics and they play Counter-Strike at a higher level than anyone else, you know, whether that being the fundamentals, whether that being communication, whether that being preparation, all these, you know, classic aspects, of Counter-Strike. That's where they thrive and where they do a good job. It's not like a Heroic who came in and became the procrastinators of playing proactive Counter-Strike all of a sudden, or the Envious back in the days who were just doing 4-1 stacks at all times. It's a way of approaching Counter-Strike where you take the basics and you just master the basics, which I think works in their favor when you then have a team that is over time building consistency, because it's not something you can necessarily counter unless you do it at the same level, which nobody has been able to.
On top of that, they have great players, right?
Yeah,
who step up when it matters. But you know, that's not every team has to have that. Every team that was the best in the world at some point in time had that, right? But that's the luxury that you get, right? You obviously play Counter-Strike on a very high level. Tactically, they're incredibly sound. They have overqualified support players, but they also do have Zywo and Rops, right? And the last time these two teams played, those guys carried the load.
Yeah, and speaking of the brunt of that would have to be this ESL Grand Slam. I think, and it goes without saying, the prestige, the sort of symbolism that it has. But for a team like Vitality, what's another one?
Well, it's nice, and what's another one? I think it's important for them. You know, we're talking
just
about
$1 million.
Just $1 million. You know, we're talking about them maybe not being the best team of all time. I think that's a team, you know, where they set the bar so high that winning an ESL Grand Slam will definitely matter a lot. You can argue, you know, whenever they go to some of the lesser tournaments where there's not an ESL Grand Slam at hand, so when it's not a major, that maybe it's a bit difficult for them to show up at 100% or be 100% motivated. But make no mistake, if there's $1 million on the line and another, I guess, accolade to put to your name that can make the case that you're the best team of all time, then they should be motivated, and they are.
Yeah, absolutely, and they do a great job of just setting goals and finding new things to motivate them, and Apex, I think, is a big part of that, right? Like, some of the other guys on the team feel more quiet just as personalities, but I think he brings a fire for everyone, you know, and a chip on his shoulder in the sense of, you know, he was there when Astralis was the best team in the world, or Fnatic, or some of these other guys, and he was on the other side of it, and he's been very vocal and aware of, now I'm the one who has the best team, now I have the best players, and, you know, wants to make everyone else pay and sort of feel how he felt back in those days. And I think obviously they've done a tremendous job.
I think it goes without saying that Apex is the engine within Vitality. He is the motivator. He is the guy that keeps everyone at bay. The guy that after they won the Austin major as well, yes, he was happy, but he already said it, you know, in the winners interview straight after winning that major, that, ooh, now what do I do in order to motivate my team, right? He's always thinking one step ahead, and somewhat like a nice car, you know, you have a good solid engine inside the car, but it is never really the engine that is the flashy looking one. It's never the engine that gets all the credit. It's the outside and the cover of the book, so to speak. I think without Apex and Vitality, that's a team that naturally wouldn't perform consistently as they are right now.
Rops would know a thing or two about that.
He definitely would. Rops seemingly knows everything, and that's every bind, every little nook and cranny in this game that we have. I think in this moment, though, before we jump into some of these rounds and some of the stuff we saw back in Rotterdam, let's think about what Zonic said here. Check out this quote. And at least for Zonic and us putting emphasis on what's going on today.
Well, I think, you know, he was talking about, because Falcons are a team that's had actually success more than others against Vitality, and you know, he was just talking about answering the question what it is that makes you guys be able to beat them still, and you could see that he's talking about that you can't play scared, right? And you have to disrespect them to some extent, But the most important thing is you have to play to win. You can't be playing not to lose, and you can't be scared to make moves. And we do have a couple of examples from some games that illustrate, I think, that Navi failed to do really exactly that the last time these two teams failed, because we talk about preparation for these teams, right? We go to Inferno, you can see it's a hero AK for Zaivu. Navi has banana control. They're searching, trying to find some sort of an opening. It's a 4A setup. You can see Alexi, the B player, he's on a flash. Like, it's very defensive from Navi. They understand this. They don't want to give this opening to Zaivu and to Vitality. Apex calls them back. They understand it's a one guy B setup. They want to try to rush him down before support can come in, swarm the site. Kaze does a great job. Counter utility, everything's there. Incendiary from Alexi is there. They're here. But the two flashes that they have, the only two flashes are perfect from Apex. Zaivu does a great job of sort of baiting his teammates a little bit and then getting two really quick kills. Rops with the third one, and all of a sudden it's Zaivu and Rops in a 2v2 post plant, with Rops on an aggressive move, finding the last two kills, right? And these are rounds where you can do everything right, but Zaivu and Rops still exist, and their players can still deliver. And you can see what it did to the economy too. You know, Vitality went on a little bit of a roll, and both halves, they had strong starts.
Especially Rops with the Tech 9. I mean, the post plant right there. You know, that's that symbiosis that we see within Vitality that makes them so lethal.
It's hard to fight, you know, and that's why I think this matchup in particular, stylistically speaking, is a tough one for Navi, because it's a team that does everything by the book. It's a team that does everything the way Blade wants them to play, you know. As you said as well, you make sure that you use your utility correct. You make sure that you have good communication, that you rotate properly. But in order to beat Vitality, maybe sometimes what you need is what Sonic is alerting to right here. A little bit of randomness, a little bit of, you know, throwing the playbook out of the way and do something unexpected. Because if anything, we also must give credit to Vitality and their whole support staff for being one of the most well-prepared teams heading into pretty much any given matchup. So yeah, just like stylistically speaking, I feel Navi is you know, it's a tough matchup for them because they want to play proper Counter-Strike, by the book Counter-Strike, and that's where Vitality are thriving the best.
But you have to be on point individually, right? Like, you can do all the prep, you can do all the setting up, find, you know, how you're going to try and exploit some of the things in Vitality's game, but it's not going to matter. Games like this, on stage in playoffs, come down to clutches and, you know, not making too many mistakes. We have another example from Anubis, right, which was where Navi probably had the best chance. That was their pick. They only got one pick in that best of 5. The other two were Vitality's maps, right? And again, after losing Pistol, Navi does a good job of sort of reasserting some control of the economy, some control of the half, right? But as we're going to see from that point on, it's one more time on a half buy, right? Like, you can see Pistols and Utility, they're going to come together for this sort of a B split. There's going to be 3 defenders on B, so Navi is set up for this. They're ready for this, right? Flashes come in, play comes in, Makaze full blind. Apex is going to hit a dirty shot on him to get the kill last second. Alexi gets the trade, but what was happening this time? One miss from Wonderful. Another miss from Wonderful, right? And you can't afford those, because if he gets the first guy, then Alexi doesn't get traded immediately. That buys time for Rimek, who was jumping through the smoke and Zaivu was holding him. Zaivu isn't that deep to hold him, and he can come in time to help. So that's the problem. And again, if you look at the round timeline from that game, you can see that Navi wins. You know, for example, Pistol in the second half gets reset. Like, they were losing these rounds to Pistols, to force buys far too much. If you expect to win the game by only winning gun rounds against Vitality, you're going to have a tough time beating them.
Yeah, and if you are joining us just now, you might have seen the little timer down there on the bottom of the screen. It says special announcement in 19 minutes. You don't want to miss that. In the meantime, I want to swiftly kind of move over to the Navi camp. I want to talk about Makaze. This guy has been a force to reckon with since they called him out and said it's not going to be 6 months, bud, and you're gone. Now, he's damn sure done the thing. Makaze is playing his role.
He's playing fantastically well, especially as of recently. He's really found his thriving mechanisms within the Navi lineup. And yes, you're right. It took a bit of time before we got to see the first signs of potential within Makaze. We knew that individually speaking, coming from the academy team, the Navi junior team, he definitely had something to offer. But, you know, going from an academy team and slotting into a team that is playing tier 1 Counter-Strike week after week, month after month, it's going to take a bit of transition period, unless you call Dong, Zaivu, or Simple for that matter as well. So in that regard, it was only fair that we gave him a bit of time. And I think what's astonishing about this story is that Blade has been very defensive of him, even in the periods where it didn't work out, where he was clearly a liability
versatility. Inferno was a great example on the CT side on towards Banana. He struggled a lot to finding impact and slotting in. Blade was always saying, well, I'm seeing things in practice and I'm seeing developments and he's listening and he's getting better. Just give him a bit of time, and that time is paying off now.
We've had 3 tremendous rookies last year, right? We've had Molodoi, obviously, we've had Makaze, and we had Kyosuke. And it feels like, looking at this point in time, Makaze is the one who's improved the most and shown the most progress, right? Like understanding the game on a better level, getting better on some of the maps that were a weak spot for him. I mean, he won MVP at ESL Pro League when Navi lifted the trophy, right? So he's been absolutely instrumental in this rise of Navi, this resurgence into that number 2 spot.
And he solves the biggest issue that Navi have had for quite some time, which has been a lack of firepower. You spoke about the individuals, right? If you want to beat Vitality, if you want to beat the likes of Falcons consistently, etc., you need to have a certain amount of individual skill on the server in order to match those players. I'd say when Makaze wasn't playing at his best, it was clear and evident. Blade even said it himself in a couple of interviews that sometimes he feels we just lack a bit of firepower. It's not preparation, it's not tactical understanding. We just need someone to kill the opposition, basically. Makaze is solving that by playing the way he is right now.
Which is exactly the job of this next gentleman, to go ahead and figure out his ops in any given day. This one being a Friday with a quarterfinals, Alexa B.
I'm joined here by Alexi B. Also, fans know you here. SB Skella, welcome to the quarterfinals.
Thank you, thank you.
I wanted to ask, tell me from your IGL's perspective, so far the journey of Navi in this tournament, because some maps that you've been guys playing, absolutely ridiculously great, right? And some maps, I would rather call them poor, or not even disaster, but rather poor, right? If you averaged out, are you happy as an IGL with your performing here?
I think I'm happy in terms of when we managed to lose a series and the way we lost it was a huge comeback by Furia. We still managed to, you know, bring ourselves back, and on the final day win 2 best of 3s, which can be very tough considering that there is no preparation for the other match. Overall, I'm happy that we started a lot of the game strong, usually losing the second map, no matter if it's our pick or the opponent's, because sometimes we go into a series feeling very slow and we start the series 0-1. So now I feel like we've been on the upper foot, but somehow, you know, couldn't manage to keep up the form throughout the whole game. But, you know, now it's playoffs, everything is going to be completely different.
Talking about playoffs, obviously you're coming here as a defending champion. Back 2 years ago, it was JL actually who took the MVP. Right now we have Makaze, another MVP-like performance. Bro, what are you feeding this guy? This guy's insane this tournament.
Yeah, I just think that Makaze has been performing like super well, and he feels in his comfort zone right now, and we can see the confidence coming out of him, and that's a great thing to see as an IGL and overall as a team, because you know he's the rookie and he's putting up the numbers, so everybody's following him, and it's amazing.
Right now you're playing against Vitality, obviously a big foe to slay, right? But they are showing their weaknesses. Do you feel that this weakness in terms of individuals, but also leadership, because Apex said that he's calling some poor T-sides this event. Do you feel like this could give you an upper hand here?
So I think that for all of the teams, seeing that they managed to lose a match, no matter if it was in the group stage or whatever, that's a good thing, because everybody understands that they can bleed and it's your time to strike, and that's what we hope for as well. I know the record versus Vitality isn't looking great for us, but we just need to keep believing, because as soon as you lose that hope, there's no chance.
Thank you very much. See you on the server.
Thank you.
Mezzy, welcome back to the stage. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't talk about the elephant in the room, the ESL Grand Slam. How much is it on your minds when you enter the stage today?
Well, of course, it's on our mind. I think it's one of our main goals coming to this tournament. So, of course, we want to win it, but the steps to do before it, we want to make sure that we're focused on the job at hand today, which is Na'Vi. And yeah, we don't win the Grand Slam today or tomorrow. We need to make sure we focus on the game today, and then we can look at the Grand Slam later on.
Now, getting into a little bit more game specific, I hope you can hear me with all the drums going on right now. And I don't know whether you saw the Zonic quote about you guys. I basically said, Vitality win a lot of games because people are already scared and thinking they can't win. You have to disrespect them, take chances, take risks, and go for fights. A, do you agree with that sentiment? And B, is that kind of what happened in the game versus Falcons?
Now, of course, I think when, as a team, you're winning so much, of course, there's some fear factor there that plays into the other team's minds. And I think it's happened with a lot of teams in the past, even like Zonic might know when with the Strides, I think maybe they won a lot of their games before they even got onto the server because a lot of teams were scared. But I mean, I don't think it's just there's only one way they think they can beat us is just disrespect us. Of course, you have to have that confidence in CS. Of course, if you go into a game thinking you've already lost or you're playing not to lose, then of course it's going to be tough for you. But I think when you're going up against us, you have to be confident because we're of course going to be there, make sure we play our CS, play confident and do our things. So you have to be able to match that. And of course, Falcons did that. Of course, there are other aspects where we don't play as good CS. We're not on our A game, and that also helps the other team. But yeah, I think there's always different aspects to a CS game. But we just know that if we play our A game, there's not going to be another team that can match that.
I just want to ask quickly about Mirage. I'm imagining that's probably going to be Navi's pick coming into this series. For you, just looking at the top 10 elite teams, unfortunately the T side for you guys has been one of the worst, right? Even Apex tweeted about it. Can you give me some words as to why maybe you feel like that is one of the few areas that perhaps is a little bit strugglesome right now?
I think it's a map that we put a lot of work into, and in practice has been a strong map as well for us. I think we have shown some good stuff in previous games, like where we've shown improvements, but I think it's just about trusting our game and trusting what we've worked on. I think sometimes we can get too involved into the prep. Of course, it's important to play on the prep and what the opponent can do, but also trust what we can do and trust that it's good what we've shown in practice and what we've worked on. So yeah, we're still confident in our Mirage. I think it'll be stupid of us to kind of think less of it. I think we've shown some good stuff and we just need to show it today as well.
Very excited to see you guys taking on the stage once again. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Yeah, Mezzi, I like that guy. It seems like he's good head on his shoulders. Also on a pretty great team to do so with as well. I mean, a guy that found form in a role very specific in their championship runs.
As Janko said, overqualified for his role, being the supportive element of this lineup. I think Messi have shown that he's an absolute class player in that specific role. Another thing I paid attention to, Janko, and I actually want to pick your brain a bit on that, when you're Vitality, you're the best team in the world. You're the favorite in pretty much any game you're playing. He speaks a bit about over-preparation and maybe relying a bit too much on, watching the other team instead of focusing on himself. From a coaching perspective, how hard is that, to manage that balance for the players? Because I feel that could ruin a lot of good potential teams.
Honestly, it's really hard. It was really hard for me as well because it's easy to get lost in the preparation and analyzing your opponents. And sometimes there would be games where you're going through preparation, you're adding and you're setting things up. It's like, oh, they like to play this way or that way, and then but also if we just played kind of default and by the book, we would see this as the round progresses and would have these answers, right? You don't want to tunnel vision or they're going to play a certain way, because if that doesn't happen, well, then you can get kind of stuck. And also it changes the mental image for the players, right? Like all of a sudden, if you're telling them certain things are probable to happen and then they don't, well, maybe they start getting a little bit nervous because now they don't know what to expect. I think the coaches roundtable was great with Chad. There was Xtaz, Blade, Zonic there, and they're talking about this as well, how everyone is doing so much prep nowadays, using Skybox and all these things, where I also realize you need to look a little bit more at yourself, right? And that's what teams do. Even at individual players say, hey, last two tournaments, you played this spot maybe a bit too much. You need to switch it up a bit, because that's what people do. They look at tendencies. Any tendency that you can find can be exploited, whether it's a position that a player plays, whether it's a sequence of grenades in your default, right? Like this molly comes, then this flash, then he peeks. Well, if it's the same thing every single time, put the orb there, have him turn, flash pops, turn around, kill the guy, right? So these are all the things that you need to pay attention to when you're sort of building up your game and when you're doing the game plans.
Yeah, and for a team like Vitality, yes, we praise them to be world-beating. We praise them to be dominant, this, that, or the other, but they have shown mortality. Yes, there was a streak of runs that they did there where they had wins up on the board. That came to a halt here. Let's not forget that they can be beaten.
They can be beaten, sure. It's just very tough to do it, and I think the meaningfulness of that game against Falcons perhaps maybe also played into it. I'm not saying the Falcons couldn't beat them had it been a semi-final or quarterfinal, but I think if you're Vitality, it's one of the games you can sort of allow yourself to lose to some degree. Whether you start in the quarterfinal or in the semi-final shouldn't necessarily be what defines Vitality's tournament, but it's more so the outlook they had against G2 as well. When you take in both the performance versus G2 and Falcons, it's clear to see that maybe haven't been firing on all cylinders. On the other hand, then, you can also argue that, you're the best team in the world and you're still in the quarterfinal. You're still the favorite to make it into the semifinal. And if you were in the semifinal, you're still the favorite to go into the final. So as long as you get the job done, I don't think they're breaking a sweat over it. But as you said, at least it shows that they can be beaten at this specific tournament.
I think also what's important to note, the struggle against G2 and the loss to Falcons, those are two teams that have a stand-in, basically. I mean, G2 literally had a stand-in, and Falcons are playing their last tournament with Kicks and about to be replaced by Karrigan. So obviously both those teams having some pressure alleviated, right? Maybe taking some more risks in game, catching Vitality off guard in some of those moments. So we'll see now when they're going up against a team like Na'Vi, who doesn't have that going for them. Does that affect the way Na'Vi approaches the game? Does it make it a little bit easier for Vitality to play, especially on those T sides, which have been somewhat of a struggle in that Falcons game?
And if anything, it's like Zonic said with regard to the fact that Vitality has that in their pocket. They join a server, it's like they're already the favorites. They kind of play with that one a little bit here.
But it's always like that, and you have to take that into account. Like, there's a fear factor. Like, when we played against the Shrouds, even though you have, like, really good players who've beaten them before and everything, still knowing that you're going up against not just the best team in the world, but the most dominant team, you know, ever since the NIP initially, right? Like, it affects you. It affects the players. They don't take maybe as much initiative. They're more cautious about... They think your opponents know everything. Like, they know exactly what you're doing at all times. And that's not the case. They're just playing with confidence. So that's always a little bit of an edge that a team like Vitality will have on their side.
Especially, Jacob, when you have a Vitality that is well up in the head-to-head between these two teams. Between Na'Vi and Vitality, this is one where you have definitely probably instilled some fear at some point. You pushed a little bit. You got punished if you're on the side of Na'Vi. And this would be one of those times you're reminded, like, hey, they'll fix it.
Zatem się ustało.
Winning a trophy at Pro League as well is going to help, you know, them understanding that, hey, we can do this. We can play against the best teams in the world, maybe even win tournaments if we perform to our A game, just like Galaxy B said a couple of moments ago. So I think the difference now between Vitality and Na'Vi is that Na'Vi are in a better spot. They probably believe a little bit more that is possible. Doesn't really change the fact that Vitality are favorites, but it should give us a more even game.
Yeah, this is the best Na'Vi we've seen in a very, very long time. I mean, better than any point last year.
Yep.
So I think they are in a position to put a better challenge, a better fight to Vitality. And also, again, a small caveat to that Blast game is, you know, they played the second semi into the grand final, which was early, so not a lot of time to prepare for the game, right? And we know how reliant they are on that. Well, now they had a full day off. They're playing the later semi, the later quarterfinal as well. So there's been time for Blade to cook something up. And he's been vocal about in MR12. It makes it easier to build a game plan, you know, just for a certain matchup, just for a certain game. Will that be enough for Na'Vi to cause an upset here?
Let's talk about it then, our digital playground today. Which maps we're going to be getting in this series. Now, we could say comparatively speaking, or I think we just jump straight into the vetoes themselves.
I think it's a cool matchup because I think Na'Vi have also built their map pool. Obviously, removing Train from the map pool was initially a big hit. I think ever since they've been able to gradually get better and better and have a deeper map pool, which gives them a few options. Now, Overpass is not going to be part of it. No big surprise in that regard. I'd be very surprised if we see an Ancient coming in for Vitality. I'll know. But in terms of the pick, if you're Na'Vi, you can go different directions. Mirage, yeah, that makes sense. It's the one map Vitality have struggled a little bit on, and it's the one safe hold for Na'Vi, but I think they have more depth to the map pool now than they've had in quite some time, which should make it interesting.
Oh, and we see the Dust2 pick come in from Vitality and T side from Na'Vi. Last time around they picked CT, and yeah, in the best of 5, Na'Vi had the second pick of the 5 maps, and they went with Anubis over Mirage there, and didn't pan out. They had their chances, but this time they're going for Old Faithful. Mirage is the first pick.
Nuke again, huh?
Nuke Decider one more time.
Yeah, it's been like that pretty much all tournament long, shaking hands on the map of Nuke. Interesting, right? Because we did see Na'Vi play Nuke against Furia, where up until the point where they were leading 9-3, it was looking real solid, and then they collapsed. So Na'Vi haven't lost faith in their own Nuke, to say it, at least, but I don't think the last time they played it was too impressive.
So Mirage, Dusty Nuke, i też sami mapy, ja Dusty,
you want to have the game in your hands from the beginning. You want to try to dictate that pace.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to be the ones who dictate where the fights are going to happen.
And take
the initiative and bring the fight to Vitality very early on. So I like that. They've been getting better on Dust 2, but you know, there's being good on Dust 2, and then there's playing against Vitality on Dust 2.
Yeah, it's a complete different beast. Last season they had, was it 36 games and won 32 of them. This year, almost unbeatable or unbeaten on the map. So if you're Na'Vi, you're not hoping per se that you're winning Dust 2. You have a belief that you can make the game competitive. But for me, take it into this matchup. For Na'Vi to win this series, it almost has to be done in a 2-1 fashion. And by then you have to win your opening map pick of Mirage.
The big problem for Na'Vi as well has been a lot of their series lately, even going back to Pro League, are 3 mappers. Like, they just can't string. In this tournament, they won the first map 13-0 against Beta, I believe. And then, they lose the second map in a dominant fashion. So
map pick.
Yeah, and it's been about stringing, these good games together. I think Mirage obviously is going to be crucial. Last time these two teams played, IME across 3 maps only had 28 kills, right? But Mirage is where he does his best work. So hopefully he can get started strong and translate some of that to the rest of the series, because the team is going to need them if they're going to take down Vitality.
Speaking of that inconsistency, we paid attention to it when IME was playing in the group states as well. He had, I think, 4 maps in a row where he was either top fragging, then bottom fragging, top fragging, then bottom fragging. He continued that trend against Fury as well. He's had 6 maps where he either top fragged or bottom fragged in this tournament, and that's not really consistency in a good way.
Hey, seeing how it's a best of 3, if he starts by top fragging, it should be good. But if he starts by bottom fragging, then it's no bueno.
Yeah, this is a massive one to come out and try to grab right out of the gate if you are the side of Na'Vi. You want to grab this first map and try to seize control of this while you might have the element of surprise.
And something that we talked about, Vitality doesn't necessarily revolutionize the game, but they are really, really good with utility, especially the HEs and damage with the HEs. And I think they were one of the first teams to sort of introduce just harass HEs, right? Like, knowing that a player, even against Na'Vi, for example, on Inferno, they know Alexi plays a lot of CT, just jiggling and having like just 1 HE thrown there to just do chunk damage, right? Chip away, make it more uncomfortable for him to take fights later on in the round. I think that's something Vitality does really well, and we've done a lot of talking about Blade and his preparation. I mean, Vitality are no slouches at game planning, right? And preparing. Apex is great at it. Extaz, obviously, with Matt, the assistant coach, who gets always a lot of praise from the rest of the players and the staff. So don't look at it. It's going to be a 2-way street when it comes to the anti-shredding.
I mean, we even saw Vitality bring in boost out on Overpass in this tournament, right? So, like, somehow, some way, they're still evolving the game, even though they're running the board, Jacob.
Yeah, they are, and that's also part of why they've been able to establish themselves as the best team in the world for such a prolonged time, that they constantly try to innovate, they never stop progressing, they never stop working on themselves, and maybe never stop looking at themselves in order to get better. One thing I do want to say in relation to Mirage as well, and speaking of a bit of an X-factor, I think Makasi, the way he's playing the CT side on Catwalk is super, super interesting, because against pretty much anyone else I've seen Na'Vi play, he's not afraid of poking, he's not afraid of fighting, he's not afraid of being aggressive in your face, and he will face a Blaze, he will face a Saivu in a game like this. And if he can come out on top on a map like Mirage and the CT
side, being annoying on catwalk, then there's a
at least the CT side for Na'Vi will be secure.
Yeah, well, the Pharmacy Arena is definitely filling up. Everybody trying to get those good seats for this high-pressure matchup, this quarterfinal with Vitality and Na'Vi. But before we do that, it is time for a very, very special announcement.
Ben seks olarak aba etmiyor. Sunara.
You're a bit of a believer. Would
you suggest that you don't want to stop believing? Periodico Golden Era.
Planted. Not too bad, all things considered. From the same
Boleno.
And he is correct in that assumption. He's going to get a second. Fallen! Oh my god, what a play! He's got 2, goes to a shot.
Იყო ეს K და Luminosity. Полтера და Prinal და. და CS:GO вообще სხვა თემა იყო რა.
What was that?
Pharmacy Arena!
Ó, vocês vão receber agora uma surpresa muito especial. Para isso, eu peço que vocês acendam as lanternas dos seus telefones. Luzes pro alto para receber o brasileiro mais amado do CS Mundial. Bicampeão de Major. Uma lenda viva do esporte eletrônico no Brasil e no mundo. O nosso professor presente com vocês, o verdadeiro Fallen!
Gama with the goat. ხვალ აქ იმენა რა იქნება? ყველა კილზე იყვირებენ იმენა.
Hello, olá todo mundo. Come closer. Obrigado.
Բայց რა ხდება? ხო არ მიდის კაუნტერიდან? პლის ბოლოს.
Obrigado a todos, pessoal. Hoje é 247, pessoal. Esse número talvez não faça muito sentido ainda, mas vai fazer em breve. E vou dizer para vocês que nada prepara alguém para estar aqui como eu estou hoje, para falar o que eu tenho para falar hoje aqui. Pensei em muitas noites e muitas manhãs como que falar exatamente, e é difícil achar palavras, né? Eu jogo Counter-Strike há 8.508 dias. São 23 anos que eu resolvi me desafiar. Meus irmãos mais velhos, Marcelo que está aqui, Thiago, me levaram lá na house pela primeira vez. E primeira vez que eu vi a mensagem na tela, você ajudou o seu time a conquistar o objetivo. Eu falei, meu Deus, se eu ficar bom nesse negócio aqui, eu vou poder fazer muita coisa legal para quem estiver jogando comigo. E essa sensação, né, esse objetivo de melhorar a minha performance, de trabalhar o meu jogo e trabalhar a mim como pessoa, me fez perceber que era muito importante também ajudar as outras pessoas que estavam ao meu redor. Joguei com inúmeros jogadores, times, organizações durante 23 anos que fizeram toda a diferença na minha vida. É inacreditável para um garoto de 13 anos que só queria ser melhor que os irmãos deles, que só queria ser aceito no time dos irmãos, tá hoje aqui na frente de todos vocês, 23 anos depois, ser tão querido por todos, receber tanto carinho, tanto amor de vocês. É muito lindo mesmo. Acho que nem nos meus maiores sonhos eu imaginei que eu fosse viver isso um dia. Vocês sabem que eu já venho falando sobre, em algum momento... Não, já venho falando sobre viver outras coisas na minha vida há um bom tempo. Afinal, são 23 anos vivendo essa vida. Eu tenho mais tempo jogando CS do que tenho fazendo outras coisas, né? São 23 anos contra 13, onde eu não jogava. E... Amanhã temos um grande jogo juntos aqui, né? Vamos ter a chance de ganhar um título no Brasil. E eu estou muito feliz por estar jogando aqui. E jogando CS, eu tirei muitas lições sobre a vida, né? Sobre a minha experiência aqui. E é claro, se eu conseguir ganhar amanhã com vocês aqui, eventualmente ganhar no domingo, seria um sonho para mim. Mas eu sei que é possível, mas o que a vida me ensinou é que, independente se a gente vai vencer ou perder, chega um momento da vida que a gente olha para trás e não é sobre a vitória apenas, é sobre realmente a jornada. E chegar até aqui para mim foi incrível. E só de estar aqui com vocês amanhã vai ser mais incrível ainda. E eu acredito que a gente possa vencer isso juntos. Mas só da gente estar aqui, tendo um torneio no Brasil, tantos anos depois, com tanta gente aqui, já é uma grande vitória para nós. Tenho certeza disso. E... então é isso, galera. São mais 247 dias. Eu resolvi que no fim do ano eu vou fazer outras coisas dentro do CS com vocês. Então estou aqui para convidar os senhores a acompanhar essa trajetória comigo de mais 247 dias. A gente tem muita coisa para fazer junto ainda. E depois eu vou ter a oportunidade de fazer inúmeras outras coisas com vocês, fora dos servidores, mas com o Counter-Strike no coração. Eu acho que a gente vai poder fazer muitas outras coisas para ajudar outros jogadores a também mudarem a vida deles através do jogo, como a minha foi mudada.
Fale! Zinachkabia China, só salve.
Obrigado. E queria agradecer muito a minha família, que muitos estão aqui hoje, minha esposa Letícia, pelo apoio incondicional nesses 3 anos.
Aí concurso. Ეხა მეტირება იმის გამო, რომ მამაჩებს ერთ დაღარ აქვს იმ საშუალება, რომ კონკურსო მინდა. მაგრამ
agradecer muito meus companheiros de time.
მყავდეს სამასაკშიო. Poteiris.
Eu vou sentir muita falta de vocês no futuro.
Madloba ჩემს დას. ამოვიდა და
Então é isso, pessoal. Agradecer ao pessoal do meu time pela compreensão nessa fase da minha vida, que não é uma fase fácil para quem está querendo competir em alto nível. O pessoal faz muita questão de jogar comigo. Eu já estiquei jogar mais esse ano por conta desse time maravilhoso que eu tenho jogando comigo esse ano. Muito feliz de estar jogando na Fúria, fazer planos no futuro com a organização. E muito feliz de amanhã ter uma chance de jogar na frente de vocês. Eu espero muito, saibam que eu vou dar o meu máximo para a gente ganhar isso.
Cristiano Ronaldo სოფეხბურთი არ ეთამაშაო, მე Counter-ს მოთამაშე ვერ გავხდებოდი და ყველა ტირის საქმე უნდა გიყვარს ძალიან Cristiano Ronaldo. ახლა კი
Então,
ყველას
a gente vai se ver amanhã e eu espero que a gente saia daqui vitorioso. Mas de cabeça erguida sempre estaremos.
სამუდამოდ დაგამახსოვრდით ჩემი შეცემაა. კარგად იყავით. დავედი, მაგრამ ვერ მიდივარ, იმიტომ კიდე ერთი კრუგი უნდა დაგიაროთ. მადლობა, რომ გადაგვითარეთ.
This talk is basically I decided to step away from competitive Counter-Strike at the end of the year. I have 200 and 407 more days to play Counter-Strike professionally, and I'm going to move on to another great step for the Counter-Strike ecosystem. And for everyone around the world that didn't really follow my job that much, but learned to watch all my games and
Brazilian არა, პორტუგალიური საუბრით
respect Brazil over Counter-Strike. I appreciate your support over the years. Thank you so much.
აუ ამას არ გამოუძლია, მოვიდა ჩემი ჩურიკა, შენ შეგეცი ხედაღამი. აი ამას ბიჭო. აი ამას იმენა არ დავასვენებდი, რამე ვიყო ნაბოზარი რა. Aí isso sabe que o dama tá sempre me na clecha, cara, tirar.
Eu tô extremamente emocionada, como todas essas pessoas estão aqui. Muito obrigada, o meu mais sincero obrigada pela sua história, pela sua carreira.
Olha, eu sou muito
ESL, the community, the fans, all of them. About seeing you playing, you are a living legend. Thanks ever so much.
მადლობა, ხოლმე რო გამხერხდა. არ არის პრობლემა, კიდევ ერთხელ მოგართმევა ამაღამ. წავიდეთ. მიყავს. არა ჯორივით იქნება ილიმი გადავდი. ეგ იქნება ჯორივით იმენა. ო ეგეთი უნდა ყავდეს კაკა ჯორივით რო არის, არ იღლება.
Navi are a team that are showing a lot of improvement. I think
Please
they're
let me
getting a lot of confidence as individuals and as a team. But I think as the history shows and as the matchup shows, I think we have always had the upper hand. I think we're kind of been pretty dominant in a lot of the past matchups. So we're confident going up against them, but we also know they can be a dangerous team with the preparation they do, and also, like I say, the individuals improve each game.
Very good.
They've shown dominance, but you know, eventually things need to come to an end, and eventually that you are building yourself up to be there and to take a win.
I'm looking forward to having the extra day in the arena, and like we said to the guys, just doing it the hard way. If we have to start with the quarterfinals now, we'll do the quarterfinals and go all the way.
É isso, galera. Quem tiver ainda coração, por favor, que ajude a gente se abrace e continue nesse clima maravilhoso, porque tem muita coisa pra acontecer nesse palco. Tá na hora da gente definir mais um semifinalista da competição. Quem que vai se unir amanhã? A Fúria, Falcons e Spirit. Bom, a gente tem muita sorte no final das contas, né? A gente tem até o final do ano para poder acompanhar o Fallen, e a gente tem todo esse final de semana lotado de competições aqui, tá apenas começando. Então, para a gente continuar o nosso show, eu vou pedir que vocês façam muito barulho para receber eles que são o time top 1 do mundo e buscam mais uma vez o Grand Plan e a todo custo. Com vocês, a equipe da Vitality!
Oh, jasne, arevaseba Vitality. როგორ არის ის გადაო ბაფალოუს ნეიმარი? არის ის გადაო ნეიმარს ეგ და წუთის განმავლობაში პლუს დამატებით დროში ეყოლება ნახმარი.
E do outro lado, buscando também a vaga na semifinal, eles que venceram o último Intel Extreme Masters no Rio de Janeiro. Recebam com muitos aplausos a equipe da Navi!
Oh, UK დრილზე გამოდიან ძმები. ელო ძმა, გოგოს არ გავარდი. 4 და 5 კაელო იყო, არც ერთი გოგო არ უნდა დავიდადო.
Isso aqui vai ser insano! Quem que vai pegar a nossa Fúria amanhã? Será que é a equipe da Vitality? Não? Não vai ser?
Ach, თვალები როგორ უნდა თეცინუნა. იმენა სიკარული არის.
Não, deixa eu checar só mais uma vez. Faz muito barulho.
თვალები ისე უნდა თეცინუნა, აი ერთი სული აქ ეს დაამთავროს ეს პროექტი და წავიდეს.
Agora somente quem tá aqui pra torcer pra equipe da Vitality.
Anna თებს გოგო იმაში.
Bom, vamos descobrir então no que vai dar. Let's kick off the show.
Now I'm the one that they want, that's me. Now I'm the one with the goods, that's me. Doing everything I should, that's me. Went from the bottom to the top, that's me. Now I'm the one that they want, that's me.
მაქსიმუმ მეცემა არაფერს არ ვაკადრებდი. აი 5 თამაშს წავაგებ, მე აღარაფერი არ მინდა დამიჭირო.
Well, here we go. Another quarterfinal, one that's going to determine our next semi-finalists. Jumping into the server are the world-class, world-dominating Vitality, taking on a Navi with a claim to fame of their own nonetheless. Jacob Pimp Vinicky, break it down for me.
Yeah, bit on a bombshell to go into this game on. I'm not gonna lie. However, I think I want to rephrase what Alexi B said coming into this game. He's well aware. We're well aware. Everyone in the world is well aware that unless Na'Vi plays their absolute A game, unless they come in razor sharp and continue to show the progression we see the last couple of months, there's no way they win this series. However, if they do that, I have faith that Na'Vi have now ascended to a level where they can most definitely put up against a fight versus Vitality, who right now are obviously under the pressure of winning another Vissel Prince.
And not only has Vitality already lost in this tournament, the last time they played, I mean, Na'Vi just lost so many rounds with pistols, they lost so many clutches, right? So they'll be telling themselves, guys, if we just clean up these quote-unquote easy rounds a little bit, if we're just a bit better in the post plans, like, we can take these guys, but in reality, it's all going to depend on this first map, right? Mirage is an absolute must-win for Na'Vi in the series if they're going to have a chance of taking down Vitality.
Yeah, especially no matter what, we get that Dust 2, we get that T-sided start for Na'Vi that we just saw just a few minutes ago, and it'll be Apex and Alexi B to try to direct the traffic, Jacob.
100%. Dust 2 is a guarantee, but if anything, they need to focus on Mirage, because that is, as Janko said, that's the ticket into this matchup. If you're Na'Vi, you have to win Mirage. You cannot bank on the fact that Dust 2 is going to go your way. And in order to do that, I think Makasi, for me, is the player to look out for. He is the rough diamond, so to speak, within the Na'Vi camp. He's the jackknife. He's the catalyst behind what has been a steady progression for Na'Vi as of recently. If he can continue that MVP level form that we saw from ESL Pro League, if he can be annoying to Vitality, if he can, especially on the CT side, dominate the short area, there's definitely a chance that Na'Vi makes this game competitive.
Yeah, there definitely is, but it's that time. The time that we all enjoy, the time that we all came here to watch for Vitality to take on Natus Vincere in a quarterfinal. Someone is trying to go into the semis tomorrow, and I bet Vitality will jump into the Let's do it with Harry and Hugo. It's time.
Today was supposed to be all about the quarterfinals, but leave it to the professor to steal the show. Gabriel Fallen Toledo with a 20-year career, 2 CSGO majors and more trophies than I can speak of. Furia waiting for tomorrow, waiting for an opponent. Final time for Fallen to play on a Brazilian stage. And his matchup awaits, Na'Vi versus Vitality.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, it's the undisputed kings of the world versus kind of the guys vying for the challenge. Na'Vi in at number 2, Furia at number 3, waiting in the wings in that semi-final. But you know, the whole world, the whole CS world, we're all looking at Vitality. It's these guys that stand about to make history, looking for back-to-back Intel Grand Slams. With all that attention, though, all those eyeballs looking at you, all these teams preying on your downfall, and you've got one hell of a to get through on your part to this final. If they do want to make history, if they do want to cement their legacy, Vitality have to earn it here in Rio.
It's not going to be easy. Falcon Spirit one side, Furia in the future, and Na'Vi right now. Teams that they've played in grand finals gone by, they've got to go all the way through 3 stages. Na'Vi on the T side of Mirage.
Wow. Got to use it quick.
And I think one thing that's been enticing for all the teams here in the playoffs is seeing Vitality bleed, seeing them show that they are mortal after all, after falling to the Falcons. The idea that there might be vulnerabilities still to exploit. Zonic even trying to throw some chaos out into the world, talking about how teams need to stop fearing, stop respecting this Vitality.
Bravo, კაი თამაშის კენ იყო 3 მაპი, 2 ყვითელი გუნდი თამაშობს. მე ბიზე გადავიდეთ, ბიზე. აუ ერთი მოლოტოვი უნდა და ერთი მოლოტოვი უნდა ბიზე ყველაფერი გაიასნებული ჩემი ბექსაიდ და მოლავს ახლა. მოიცი. ინფო არ მოლავს, ჩამოხდა. ერთი კილი, მეორე კილი.
That look way too comfortable.
That's one player in the B side. That's Vitality.
მოდით. დაჟე მე მგონი 5-ვე რომ მოცულიყო აქ დაჰოლდავდა რა სიტყვა.
For Na'Vi to break in, one guy is all Vitality need when that guy is Zaiwu.
Bam.
There's a lovely opening gambit here for Vitality, just balling on ramp with a flash, forcing plays. This is a team that never sits static, right? They always have another move. They always have another idea. They bring in the pace in this pistol. They take it off of Na'Vi.
I mean, when we're looking at Na'Vi in this one, I think the thing that's lending a lot of intrigue is both the kind of hot streak Na'Vi have been on, in good form, having a run of success heading into this tournament, but you also have to note just the individual efforts of Makazi. It's come across in the comms whenever you see him on the camera. He's exuding confidence right now. That's rubbing off for the rest of Na'Vi. The numbers are there to back it up in a big way as well. Often one of the guys who goes pretty quiet in this head-to-head, he has been paramount behind the Na'Vi success across this tournament.
Laugh off the fact that Mezzi got boosted on that old box. The levels of Vitality go to get any advantage, any little detail. Something we've seen in spades for Vitality, not afraid to bring out boosts and little tricks that you've never seen against teams you've never heard of. Just trying to flood the site. No Kevlar, no utility. It is a shooting gallery for Vitality.
Flames hoping to make it expensive.
20
seconds left.
Swing out
for a second. Does his part. Vitality. Conversions found, and it's back-to-back triples out of ZywOo.
And after so long of not seeing Vitality lose, right, we're all getting involved in this idea that, hey, they're susceptible, they can bleed, maybe a team can take them away. But let me put it in perspective, right? Navi's best year with this core back in 2024, where they were Team of the Year, when Mirage was their go-to. They were 27 and 13 on Mirage. That's an incredible track record. Let me just remind you, last year alone, Vitality topped that. They got just as many wins and less losses. So even Na'Vi's home map historically is just another walk in the park for Vitality. It's the recent form that's under question. But the fact that we're building up one BO3 loss that came down to the margins of overtime speaks volumes about the expectations of Vitality. Every little advantage, boost up in the window.
არა, წინგდია ხო, აი მაგის ვიძახდი, ნახე ნეიდით გადავარდა ის სმოუკი. ვა, მე მეგონა ვაფშე დაკარგავდი მე მაგ სმოუკს. კაი, შუას აფეიკებს ალეკო. მიდიან ბიზე. აი, ეგრევე გადავა ეხა ბიზე ორიანი. ესეთ უნდა გადავიდეს, ლადეში ყავს კაცი. რაც შეიძლება მალე უნდა გადავიდეს. დაბლოკა მშვენივრად 30 წამზე. იგდგა სმოუკის. მაგრამ რომ დაშორცა მაგრაც რაივუ გადავა ბიზე მშვენიერი.
Seeing Vitality taken down there, they're not being tested on a whole too much this year. Everything's kind of made in their image right now. So you got this B play to contend with, but two players here for Vitality. Mezzi and ZywOo in tandem, and it's quick work made over the B here. Bit can't do a thing. And ZywOo has been around without a multi-kill yet since this game started. 8-0 to start things off.
Especially when the desk were talking about how
იქნებ მეორე ყურსას მე იმიტომ უკეთეთ რომ მაგას შესმით ხმა გარი და რაც უკეთ ეგარი ხმის ჩამხშობი რომ მაყურებლის ხმა არ გაიგონ და კომენტატორის რომელიც ლაპარაკობს იქ ბრაზილური ისა პორტუგალიურად ერთი იფრაკაი ის იყო
he's reading the game early and they're just going into stacks right now. Team Vitality 3-0. Pistols for Na'Vi.
Vincere რა თემა და ოქროს ზოდებს იგებენ. სამი ესელის ტურნირი უნდა მოიგო, მე მგონი ზედიზედ რა. ერთ თუ რაღაცები რა. ანუ ზემოდან ტურნირის საპრიზოს იგებს და პლუს ზემოდან მილიონს.
Had some flubbed shots, some games where you've looked towards other guys in the Vitality jersey to provide. You don't want ZywOo having his best games on the arrival into these playoffs.
He's one of those two players where, you know, his standards are so high and our expectations are so high.
Oh, Mirashi რაღაც 25 ლაიქი ძმებო 300-მდე ბარემ გამდაალაიქეთ.
Still at 1.2. Same can be said for Dong throughout the
და არხით გამოვიწეროთ 22 კაცი გვაკლია 11-ს გამოვწერთ. უფ.
9-0.
Another multi-kill round out of ZywOo. It's just these pistols.
Guys, my flames are still. Why mira carga შეიცვალა პოზიცია? MVP ბოლო. მაინც გაიყოლა. საღო კალაშა წამოუღეთ ბიჭო კალაშა.
But it's still multi-kills every round of the game to open things up for
ZywOo.
I don't think anyone's complaining here for Vitality. The question is, are there enough kills to go around? Apex 1-0 in the sidecar.
რამდენს ლაიქს 4 დღეს 4 გვაქვს 300 ლაიქამდე.
And Vitality are more than happy with that. Here's the first 4x with Yorp for Na'Vi on the T side. Whatever the game plan was today, there must have been some expectation of going down to this first round. You know you prep your first pistol and your first buy. So let's see what Na'Vi have got in store.
That orb instantly makes its presence known. It's going to find the Na'Vi captain on the push out in the mid. Alexi now leading from beyond the grave.
აი 11-1-ზე ავეპეც აიღო თან. გახსნა კილიც. ალეკოზე.
Only 5v4, and outside of that, Vitality don't give anything away. Apex just waiting in the window, seeing if they attempt this boost. In position to try and cut that down. And a bit of light aggression out towards A, taking away both the ramp and the palace position. These are good spots for Vitality. Even if they're a little strung out, you've got a lot of info.
Yeah, Imalurk is the best bet here for Na'Vi to get some value, right? With this deep A position, he could get into jungle. Apex is still floating in the window. ZywOo, slippery as ever, back at B with the orb. It's Mezzi who wants to get involved. Aggressive this late in the round and with no support. 40 seconds and Na'Vi are still frozen. This will be an attempt to the B split, but they've got to get through Mezzi first.
Shortis kats erts moklავს. ლადერზე ვერ წაიკითხავს იასნია, მაგრამ ბიძი ახლოს არის.
That was also the bomb dropped over on Catwalks. A bit of a problem here for Na'Vi. They've got to get a move on. ZywOo literally hasn't set a foot wrong from the starting gun. This one's feeling like a 1v5. And ZywOo's winning. No resistance in the return to rifles for Na'Vi. ZywOo might even be able to finish the job.
Yeah, you don't repeat there.
Whoa!
And so it's all fine for Ema to save that gun, but it's still Vitality 5-0 running amok. And I love how aggressive Mezzi still is that late in the round. Na'Vi are doing nothing. They are playing for nothing. Still holding for a repeat, and it's the last position they expect. That's the bomb drop that really wins the round because it ruins the timing of the split. No one picks that bomb back up. Ema goes in with the trade, and Makazi loses his life to ZywOo as well, who never rotated after that opening kill on the B side. Everyone where they should be here for Vitality.
And this is just an unthinkable beginning. Like, Vitality, you know, it's a team of stars. But ZywOo's just outshining everyone right now. This is the wildest possible start to this game. He's out for his entire team. Still yet to go around without a multi-kill.
He's been in the right place every round.
You know, it's a team that historically relied a lot on the one-man army approach, but that's not been the story for Vitality for a long time now. Turns out the one-man army is more than enough.
Kazi is back in the server, so a quick reset and we go live again, but Na'Vi have to sit in silence in this tech pause while they think over these last 5 rounds of domination.
There's a couple of big early red flags. ZywOo obviously one of them, just the form he's in, my goodness. But yeah, you know, even looking into kind of things Na'Vi can try and control, they've struggled at turning it around on the back of slow starts. Even in a series, you know, you saw them open up their tournament run with that 13-0. Then they went on to lose the second map after kind of getting off to a really rocky beginning that they couldn't recover. I think a couple of players really falling into that category of needing the hot hands, the good start to find success. IEM very much been one to kind of steal the limelight there.
Yeah, while we joke about Na'Vi often losing their map pick and, you know, still
reversing the series,
still coming out with wins, something they've done a lot as of late. Well, this is not the series for you to lose your map pick. Mirage put a necessity in order to have any chance of threatening Vitality. Is their home ground to a degree never seen. So Na'Vi, it's not too late at 5-0 down, but they better get going soon. Because it's the way these rounds are feeling right now. In the silence, Na'Vi regrouping. Back on that A site. ZywOo, you'll notice, shuffling through the connector. He will not be far away on this hit.
Really need an opening. IEM, guy with the hero gun, you'd love him to provide, but it's not going to happen. Flames with the mowdown. Apex even playing it forward here, running support out from the spawn.
Apex out
captain in a damn near flawless round for Vitality. Finally, though, ZywOo without
he's only 13 and 1.
Solid hold for Apex and Flamesy.
And
here's the first time at his play getting involved.
And you know, this is even one of the things you have to contend with when you're playing Vitality is like they have really one map that everyone looks to try and claw one back on them, and it is this Mirage. But with that, you know, comes the territory that they're always getting a lot of reps on the map. It's one that they're putting a lot of attention to in practice, in the theory. They know almost with certainty that no matter who they play, it's the one that is going to be played against them.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of the fear setting in there as well, because if we think about other maps like Anubis, a map that we don't really see Vitality play all too much, no one's even picking it against them either. They are flawless on the map. Na'Vi, credit to them, did pick it against Vitality in that Rotterdam final, but they lost 13-10. Not wanting to go back to it. Not enough data. And so Vitality just get to rack up more experience. 6-0 start, Rops drops under, and even that Molotov doesn't burn him.
Magari poziția.
Wonderful's on a good
Oh,
line early with this orb.
Tidan veri თამაშეს იმასთან, ფაკორებთან, თორე სიტყვიდან გადაუარეს თო.
You almost don't want that smoke. I feel like Robs' position would have been more valuable without it. They're going to walk right through.
Oh, IEM doesn't check this, and so free kill for Robs.
This nade.
Why proči Sadamu?
Wonderful, given a chance on that AWP. He's been waiting there all round.
Wow,
There's the
such
reaction.
a
Robs
word
trying to come through with aggression into the tunnel smoke.
როგორ ბალეშიკობენ? ვაი მე ნავის როგორ ბალეშიკობენ რომ ხვალ ფურიას არ შეხვდეს ვიტალიტი იმენა.
And Robs dead.
Mama 16 ლაიქით მიარტყეთ ვარენ.
Flames is all alone at this A bomb site. You see Apex starting to join him after the flash clear into middle, but with Flames getting nothing done. Might be something looming here. Na'Vi on the back of the wonderful orb, no less. That opener in towards the A site goes a long way. And so finally on the board, takes them 7 rounds, but they get through, and they get through pretty cleanly at that.
Yeah, it's nice to see them, you know, assuredly win that round, right? Not coming down to any messy 1v1 or 2v2. Na'Vi regroup fully on A with all 4 players and just go for the execute together. Some well-placed shots from Wonderful, found the pick onto ZywOo. And that was much needed to get Na'Vi in the game. Wonderful has been reliable as well. He's been a player that's been...
იმათ ფული ჭირდებათ მაგარად.
He's had a great start to the year. Obviously, all eyes on Makazi for
მაგით აღარ დაჰანდეს,
for obvious reasons.
იყო ისე დასაჰანთი რომ
Wonderful, a player that even in last year was extremely unreliable, I think you could say, for Na'Vi when they needed him. The floor has certainly risen for Na'Vi. Today, the question is the ceiling.
Oh, momentum მიცემა ცოტა გაუჭირდებათ, მაგრამ.
Oh, with how clean these early slate of rounds were for Vitality, you are a long way off of breaking them. So it's going to be a real grind here for
რა
Na'Vi.
ბიჭო? HP-ც არ დაატყდა ეხლა მაგნეიდით? რანაირად ეგეთი რაღაცა როგორ ხდება
down to play for it as well. 3 players ready to try and stop the spillover, even this boost to mop up anyone in the tunnels.
დაიწყება გადავა. შეიძლება გადაუვარო შეიძლება.
Navi regroup. That early posturing out towards mid. Just to throw the Vitality early setup through a bit of a loop, and it certainly has. There's still a lot of attention on middle for Vitality. A site only has 1 man protecting it, but that man is ZywOo.
It's not a man, it's a machine.
Ooh.
Green peak is good, but escaping.
I don't know if that's hard.
Right out of Palace, Bit's going to get that crucial trade, and Navi have room to move
here.
Communication the job is not done. Vitality flashing back in his score. Nice play for Alexi to wait. He sets his teammate up for trade. Bit with another. Missed shot from Wonderful, but it doesn't cost 3 kills from Bit. Pushes Navi forward and begs a question of Vitality. Do they want to risk it?
Oh, that nade.
Wow. Oh, no.
Oh, the molly. How's Bit not fallen? Still alive here. If he goes down, you better believe Vitality are giving this a go. That kill comes in very, very late. And so Rops decides against it. So does Mezzi. Bit stays alive just long enough. On a knife's edge, that one.
Yeah, if that nade connects and takes down Bit, Ema's back at ramp. It's a default plant. Vitality can rush it down. They might have a good shot of going for that one. Not today. Navi converting back-to-back on the T side. Huge chance to recover on this hard for Navi. Still have to seize it. Rare mistake for ZywOo. Not realizing the whole team were ready to swing out. Maybe expecting heavier on the ramp and a bit of a bait in Palace. But Navi with a crucial trade. And Big goes on for multi-kill.
It's 12 ლაიქის მივარწათ არხის გამოიწერეთ რა. ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერა.
Navi, it must feel like a big opportunity right now to put Vitality on Eco. Winning this gun round would do exactly that. Suddenly you're looking at a 4-round half, and you are well and truly back in the game.
Yeah, it's the T sides that have been really strugglesome for Vitality on this map, especially so here in Rio. And so, you know, you don't have to set the bar crazy high if you're Navi. Feeling like you recover this half, like you say, gets that kind of fabled 4-round T side. You're already in a really good position. Very much still in the conversation. So this one matters. That's why you see it punctuated with a timeout for Vitality.
This could be messy on ramp. Vitality not wanting to push too far into a default. Now they start to, as Makazi turns his back, he goes back to check his teammates. And in this gap, Flames has pushed in. Makazi can't believe his unluck as Flames takes out the smallest gap available, Vitality found.
Look at what it's done to Navi. It's completely changed the plan for the round. They were grouping up over towards that A side of the map. They lose Makazi to the aggression. And they concede. They give it all away. Bit still hanging around here, holding for the re-aggression. Does at least get a late trade there onto Flames.
Opens up the chance for an expert again. Bit back in Palace. 30 seconds to get this bomb through middle. Vitality have been blind in mid for most of the round. They've played triple A off the rip. They don't know what's going on.
And Navi have been decisive in their moves here, right? Even though they get that kind of spanner in the works of the push down through ramp, they're quick to adjust this one on the fly. And now eyeing up this A split. ZywOo not in a position to go down after one this time. Attention drawn away from this double setup between Robs. And Apex over towards the ramp. It's a clean finish out of Vitality.
And Navi just think, how do they know? We sneak our way around the entire map. We go through an empty mid. Vitality have 0 information, and they still read it perfectly. 3 players position around that A site. Navi walk into the trap. And the lion feasts in its den. Everybody doing their job. Apex coming out with a
კარგად
double.
გაუკეთა Apex-ამაც რო გაიწია უკან.
And Vitality, that was them on the edge of Eco. Now they get to keep it going. It's Na'Vi who've got to pay the bill.
I think one of the words that always kind of slips into the conversation when you're talking about Vitality, it's confidence. And with that comes, the tendency to go for these aggressive moves where some teams maybe look to do it as more of a reaction. Vitality are always down to kind of set the precedent. We're going to be the guys pushing you. We're going to be the guys testing your default, your setup. And so you're always on guard when you're playing against Vitality. And you'll see timings that you won't frequently get to see, in other matches when you're watching this Vitality play as a result.
Quite an audacious investment here for Na'Vi. Going for something quicker. Fast out Palace with 3.
Bit of a pace change here. Makes you want something a little bit faster, but it's not panned out.
ამაზე ვერც მიხვდნენ Apex-აზე. დაეხმარეთ ხო ჩემისებო.
And this is a bloodbath.
They make it look despicably easy. Here's all the footsteps. It's 3 AKs running out of Palace, and Apex still gets his HE in. Flames and him combine for 3 kills for the price of 1. Simply done. 17-3 on ZywOo. Cannot be ignored. Another multi-kill from him in that round. And Na'Vi, they put money in, knowing what it would do. This is what it's left them with. An AWP with no Kevlar and a pistol on Ema. They had their chance in this T side with it evading them and eluding them. This is all they're left with.
Whoa.
Okay, that's a big kill.
It's been the best way to find these rounds for Na'Vi, right? Trying to get Wonderful involved on the AWP early. That's another head-to-head in his favor over ZywOo. Been the one guy, really, who can go blow for blow with him right now.
It's
a bit of promise here for Na'Vi. The big threat, the guy that's got full steam ahead from the word go out of the round. So Vitality look to make moves.
They found the gap.
Players over towards his B side, 2 of them getting aggressive out on short. Missed the opportunity to deal with that Wonderful, but they have found Makazi in the downtime. Spot there on bit back in Palace, but he still gets the opening. Right now, that A side of the map is wide open. Just got to get past this connector fight. And with Rops low on health, the rotate of Apex considered. This one falls firmly into Na'Vi's grasp.
It got very scary, even with the man advantage.
My husband plays just better than ყლებაზარი. იმენა ყლებაზარი. იმენა შენს და შენ ქმარსაც იმენა ერთხელ გიხმართ იმენა.
On the AWP to keep Na'Vi in contention for this half. 4 would be fine. You'll take it considering no pistol, no eco shenanigans, and your one chance to reset Vitality was stopped. This could have gone a lot worse. Can Na'Vi find that fabled 4th? Oh, spotted. ZywOo goes for the shot, won't connect. Knows Na'Vi are going for a pacey round in middle. What's the reaction?
Daivusoliya, mashim marto magis soli.
Tricky spot here.
Okay,
playing in amidst all the chaos. Charges him down on the reload. That's smooth moves for Ema.
No
business getting that one, but a smoke spam on the AWP gets rid of the danger man. Flames has been spotted on this aggressive turn out towards ramp and will need a bit of help. ZywOo's rotating through CT. And in all this downtime, Mezzi's taken away the apartments. So the route into that B site feels well and truly closed. The bomb is going in this direction.
ბოზებო თქვენი დედა მოუტყან 7-1 თქვენი დედა მოუტყან 7-1
impossible task. The 4 rounds on this T side. Well, now you've just got to get past the 2 top performers for Vitality.
Always move quick, but he doesn't know they're out. They're not out yet right now. Still, apartments player hasn't even crossed, so ZywOo's paranoid, checking his flank. Na'Vi just have to get this bomb into the site, and they have so much util to do so. Putting it in a post-bomb makes this extremely difficult for Team Vitality. That bomb down is the way to win right now for Na'Vi.
Now firmly locked out of B by the util. How much does the fear creep in for Na'Vi?
Opa, დიდი შეცდომა.
And you don't want to go giving ZywOo reasons to want to win this. Flames now joins in market side. They're going to deal with him. So you're left looking on. It's ZywOo, nearly 20 kills deep. 1 versus 2 in front of him. Na'Vi, they can't mess this up. They can't ZywOo down into the clutch. Just Alexi, and he knows
Vaime! Nu adlet chance, bicho, nu adlet chance, nu. Ai, merits დამეტაკება. ეს რა ოპოსუმივით ამოვიდა იმ სმოუკიდან. თუძო ზავიდეს თუ ზავის მაუსი ახალიაცა კაია ბრო. არა ჯერ არაფერს არ ვაპირებ. მე დავბერდი ბიჭო, მოდი. მოდი. მე ვარ ბიჭო ბებერი? მოდი რეაქციაში შემეჯიბრე, მოდი. Neymar var maçı kazandı. Çocuk snaksas tava var. Ben de snaksas da var. Inda AWP-შენ კი გავხდე და დაუბრუნდე ტოპ ტაიერზე. მომსგაფიცებ. აი მე AWP, აი ძალიან მაგარი AWP ვიქნები რა. No scope-ები და რაღაცა. AWP-ზე გადავდივარ.
Vitality meant to be the team to beat here at IEM Rio. ZywOo, he's coming to this quarterfinal with a point to prove, hitting the ground running 20-5.
კაცი, ჩემნაირი ადამიანი არ დავდებული. მაგრამ თუ მღერი ვარ, სიმპათიური ვარ. მჭიერი ვარ. ცეკვა ვიცი, ცურვა ვიცი.
Na'Vi have given themselves a fighting chance. T-side woes have plagued Vitality on this map.
ან მაგარი ცეკვა ვიცი რა ერთი ჩემო ყოფილმა შეყვარებულმა მასწავლა იქ და ძალიან აი ეგ ცეკვა ვიცი მე საუკეთესო.
And really add some intrigue to this quarterfinal.
It's no surprised at Navi how quick these games can
Rena
close up, but without a pistol,
დაუბრინავ. არიცი? ეგ
in fact, nobody.
აი ეხა იქ არაკლებაც არის. რა არ ვიცი ბიჭო, არ ვტიტივებდი წყალზე იმ დღეს.
The face of Navi, just a quick B execute, hop, skip, and a jump out of the apartment.
რა ქვია ცეკვას? ცეკვას ქვია ოპო.
Frustrating there for Makazi, right? Had a phenomenal tournament, in a great position just to thin the herd on this B hit, but not only that, he's been dinged.
Opa, მოიცა ნელა.
3-on-3, Zaiwu ripping heads off in the pistol.
Wah, Zaukinga, bicho, Zaukinga 24 kili damage-და ბილეთი.
In both pistol rounds.
I mean, this is one of the best
12 ლარი
we've
მოვიგე.
ever seen from him on a stage on an individual level. 24-5. That's right. Read it twice and read it and weep, Navi, because he's life gaming at the worst possible time on your must-win Mirage. Unbelievable performance from Zaiwu.
And I think that's one of the things that's so threatening about this Vitality, the idea that they're able to beat teams when they're just playing good. Like when everyone's just playing fine, I think they're good enough to still take down the best. Whenever you factor in that, they can have these life games as well. It's not just down to other players, their opponents hoping, for big Makazi show up in this head-to-head. No, Zaiwu still has those games where he plays, 10, 15% better, and it's a terrifying sight when he does.
I mean, armchair psychology, but Vitality looks bored at halftime when we saw them on the cameras. Barely even blinking. Staring at that stage. Staring at that silverware. And the promise of what comes with it. Grand Slam. The first team. And back-to-back to claim it twice. And I love that it's not an easy run either. We're going to see it. They have to take down not just Navi, a team they recently have faced in a final, but a Furia, a team that have beat them in a BO5 and even started this year by getting a map off them in Krakow, but also Falcons or Spirits. And if it's the former, given that Falcon Spirit head-to-head, it's the only team that has beat them this year. Gotta earn it.
Oh, this force, Alexi.
ახტება ბიჭო რა არის ჩემი.
Doubles left wonderful. In a tantalizing position.
Opa!
Brings him low, but
Oita!
still hitting heads, and now Zaiwu
Wah. ეს უეჭველი დადებს 25 წელს. კი არა, 26 წელს.
Get to storm the board early in this second half.
Just fearless, absolutely
fearless.
In the 2v1, they know where the scouts is. They're both just swinging wide, going for it. Zaiwu chasing down, wonderful. Vitality want to get this game done, and they want to do it quickly. They're not here to mess about. They are sending a message to Na'Vi, and maybe even to Furia as well. We are back in our final form.
I think it's interesting because when you look at this Vitality squad with all the success they've been on, I think one of the challenges is
like finding the way to motivate yourselves. The
legacy, the big picture of Counter-Strike, wanting to be the most accomplished player, the most accomplished team, doesn't want there to be, any discussion when you compare this Vitality to the strongest of all. He wants to be a statement that Vitality were and are the best. But then I think you look at some of the other individuals.
Bam.
You look at someone like
Zaiwu. გახსნილი გაქვს ჩემო კარგი. გახსნილი აქვს. ერთი ტყვია დააკლა ჩემი ამასაც კლავზე. 27 კილი დამიჯდა, ბრავო. 140 ლარი მოვიგე. 52 ლარი მაქვს.
Worst HLTV placing.
ამოვაგდე ბინის ქირა.
When he lost out to Monesi and Dong.
აზრი არ აქვს, დანებდი Zaiwu-ს ესე თუნდის თამაში.
Sure, while we're
talking
about
პატარა ჭუჭო ბიჭო რა სიმპლა შეადარეს ეხა Zaiwu-ს სიმპლა ეხავს პროსტო რო ადარებს
the most accomplished in that department. And so, you find all these individual reasons, and then you look at what Falcons went and did, and I think, if anything, that's probably lit a bit of a fire under Vitality, because they're no longer having to look at these external factors. A team have challenged them in the server. A team have been able to beat them. That's one hell of a reason to try.
Yeah, last thing you need is more fire underneath you. You mentioned being villains, something Apex is very familiar with all across the world. Well, nothing would make you more of a villain than beating Fallen on the stage tomorrow.
This gun round is the entire map for Navi, and it's off to a horrible start. Apex and Zywoo, the French contingent, find that 5-on-3. Wonderful, does what he can on the AWP. In a Hail Mary play out towards mid. Zywoo's got past him and now onto his weapon of choice.
29, 20, ადის 20, ნახოთ გაჩეკავს თუ არა მაცხენა მხარეს კონექტორში. დაინახა. ბუმ, 30 კილი, 26-ე ბიჭო. კადე რა გამოდის 26-ე ძმებო გადაიანგარიშეთ. 5KD-ო აგერ მითხრა კაცმა. აუ დაამთა. 5 კადე აქვს ბიჭო, 5 კადე აქვს ტიპს ბიჭო. 5 კადე აქვს ძმას. 12-4 გადაუვა 27-ზე.
Navi took a swing, but this one never got close. And you really feel the pain of that one round that if Navi picked up after finding a couple in a row, if they took that third in a row, they would have broke Vitality, they could have closed up the half.
It would have been a very different game. Like entirely different. We would be talking right now about Navi still in this. You know, you have a lot more breathing room. You could stomach an early rifle round loss, but there's none of that. It had to be perfect. That is always what's demanded of you when you play Vitality, is perfection. Anything less, and it's just not enough.
Yeah, you get a pistol, you get a rifle round, and then you potentially get a humiliation ritual on Dust 2.
And you know, you want to look at other struggles here for Navi. Throughout this entire tournament, Makazi's been a real force to be reckoned with. He was kind of the guy the spotlight was on heading into this quarterfinal. He is struggling, and there's no room left really to turn it around on this map. Makazi 3-15. He's been the fire starter. He's the top-rated performer. He's the guy who's given a lot more freedom, injects a lot more energy, and none of that is rising to the top. This historic road looking for the back-to-back Grand Slams. And it was down to Navi whether or not it wouldn't be about that. And they've not been able to put much of a challenge. A key opener for Apex out towards this B site. He's securing the foothold that's meant to win you the map.
We've seen the fragging, but we also see the calling. Apex perfectly reading that top mid push. We have multiple anti-flash players, and Navi just run into a stack of Vitality. Apex has run into B. Bomb is joining him. Zywoo is wherever he wants to be. Cutting off mid-rotations. But right now, Navi...
არ მოდის აქეთ? ზაივ დაიხმარი შენ თავს მიცავარ მოტყნავენ ხამას კოჭები. ერთი აპიკო გულად კი არისო. ისე მიდის აპიკო. არ მჯერა აპიკო რა კაცია ბიჭო რა საკეთებს ბიჭო. რაზე კიდია ინე ზაივ რა ის 45 წლისაა ძმა პენსიაზე გადის ხვა. Ace, tchot, niet Stacy, die gaat uit. Ara. Tchot, ხლები არიან ვიცი შეჩემა ცოტა მოიხოდი რა. ხვალ მოტყანი ის ხლები და მე ის არაბინუბები. რა ბენგერები იჩიტება? ესეც მოეკლა რა ბარემ რა. 4 კაც ნახევარი მოკლა, ისეთ რო ჩაუთვალოთ. პერეპეპე. მოიცადეთ. აი, რამდენ ხანში იწყება შემდეგი მაპი? გამოუშვით ეგრევე გამოუშვით. ნუ გვალავდინებენ, თო აზრი არ აქვს, რომ ეს ნავი არის ძალიან ძლიერი, გუშინ გავუმართლა ძალიან ბალკონებს. და აქედან რომ ამოქოქავს ვიტალიტი, მე უფრო მაგრად მოხდება თიმად პროჩში, იმიტომ რომ სად ეხა ერთი შენ წინა დღეს რო თამაშობ ტიპი ოფიციალურ ზოგადად მე ვფიქრობ ესეთ რაღაცას. სადაც ესეთი ფორმატია, აი ჯგუფში პირველად ჯგუფში რო გავლენ ვინერები რა, მოგებული რომ ნახევარფინალში გადადის პირდაპირ და წაგებული მეოთხედფინალში. აი რაღაც ჩემპიონატესობა მეორე დღეს რა, იმიტომ რომ quarterfinalიდან იწყებ ერთ თამაშს თამაშობ წინა დღეს. და ის კიდე ისვენებს ერთი დღეს.
Quarterfinal does beg for Vitality to be in the driver's seat firmly.
When does Navi play?
Well, I don't know. Have we checked? Are they here yet, Jacob?
No, not at all. That's a tough one for them. I think it's more so Vitality just playing some beautiful Counter-Strike than it's Navi not showing up. Sure, things they could have done better. More efficiency on the T side. Get something done in the second half as well, but overall I just want to tip my hat to Vitality. We kind of labeled them coming into this game as maybe a team not hitting their stride, struggling a bit against G2, losing against Falcons, who are they afraid of winning the ESL Grand Slam. Then they come in, first map here, opponent's map pick, absolute domination. Saivu showing why he's considered the best player in the world as of right now. It's just beautiful.
I know it was Apex who flipped off the entire crowd in Austin during the walkout, right? But Saivu does it on the server.
Yeah, he really does.
He really did give it to Navi. Just say, yeah, you are not going to win today whatsoever. No hope in this series. I mean, he was at 30 kills, 15 rounds in. What the hell?
Yeah, what the hell indeed. What the helliante, Jacob, happened in round 8 and 9.
Round 8 was the one positive that I was able to find from Navi on the T side. They did get off to a good start, first and foremost, but then they got into the gun rounds, and they showcased that they can definitely play Counter-Strike at a decent level. It's 6-1 right here. They need some rounds on the scoreboard. They're doing a simple A execute early into the round. Saivu gets the first kill, instantly gets traded. Again, you can see the spacing with the utility, the players coming in. It's good for Navi. Good spacing right here as well. Vitality are doing the right thing by flashing a player in towards CT spawn. Again, great trade coming in for Bit. And then you see the utility used by the Navi players as well to gain that position. They're taking the fights and now find themselves in a 2v2. So another traded scenario. They end up winning this round. You know, Vitality have no time to go for the bump defusal right here. And to me, that was okay. Maybe this is the beginning of the Navi. We know simple execution in towards the A-bomb side, good utility, good spacing, good trading. That's a way to isolate, I guess, Saivu and make sure he only gets one kill. But he said, hell nah.
But the problem is when you start 6-0 down, right, and you have a slow start, from that point on you have to be near flawless to recover, right? And Navi won back-to-back rounds, still wasn't enough to break the economy of Vitality, right? And if we go into the following round, and Extas was forced to take a timeout here, right? So he takes a timeout, next round comes in, they're in reset territory now, like their money is almost spent. They go for info, right? They go for aggression. They're playing further back. They start off close to ramp. Then in the mid round, they decide to push for information here with Apex and Flamesy. They're going to find one kill later on. Bit is going to be able to get the trade, and we'll have a 4v4 scenario with this double push, right? They're not going to expect it. Well, Bit is still there. Navi finds the gap in mid. They're walking up connector, thinking, oh, we have a great situation here. They have to be at least 2B, but Rops is still hidden there as the Joker. Zaibu with the op is in jungle, and Apex still alive in the ramp, secures the round. So nice little adjustment from Vitality out of the timeout to play with more information, right? They were susceptible to some of those splits in the first round they lost, and the execute that you showed. So this was a nice way to switch that up.
It definitely was. I mean, for such a dominating performance here from Vitality, is there anything else you could possibly ask? If you're Vitality.
If you're Vitality, no. That's the perfect game of Counter-Strike. You know, you have Saivu, you know, getting it done more or less by himself. You have Apex finishing the game by tapping away with the AK-47, almost like it's too easy for him, you know. You don't see that often. So no, realistically, there's not a finger to point towards Vitality. They play a more or less perfect game of Counter-Strike. They get the job done in a way where the game was never in doubt.
Something that's also interesting to me that people don't talk about is like, when you talk about Zaibu and how good he is and blah, 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 it's like, also, things are so easy for them. It's like, how much is there for him to do, you know, when they have a tournament like Cluj where they're playing like Mongols, Aurora into Paravision, right? Like, he doesn't need to go Super Saiyan for them to win those games. They just need to play standard, and they'll beat those teams with ease, right? And it's now when
they lose a game and things are maybe just a tad shaky and they go into the playoffs and they're playing a team that's been really horny to play them for a while now and thinks that they can take them down. Now he starts to have some fire. Now it's like, oh, you guys think all that? Well, let me show you. Let me just remind you, you know, who's on this Vitality lineup, who's the best player in the world, just so you don't forget who the best is.
And it's funny, right? Because there was something Sonic said in an interview on HLTV that he maybe lacked a bit from Saivu, a bit more, you know, passion and a bit more willingness to go that, I guess, extra mile as a personality. But I've sensed that the last couple of years he's gotten a bit more of that, whether that's Apex, you know, telling him to be a little bit more egotistical, whether he's just developing as a person. I see more and more of this Saivu who wants to prove a point to the rest of the world, probably also helped by the fact that Dunk is applying pressure in terms of who's the best player in the world. So it's just a finer version of Saivu, almost aging like fine wine, sorry, and I'm not sure if we're even seeing the full version of him.
Almost aging like, yeah, and I was going to say like 5 guys left out in the fridge for a while, but no, that's definitely not the case. However, what might smell a little bit like that would have to be a little bit Makaze's performance here. It didn't really go his way.
No, it didn't, you know. It's not a great performance, obviously, from Makaze, but I don't think I want to pinpoint it towards him and be like, he didn't do enough. Obviously, with 23 ADR, you're out of the game. You're not really getting anything done, but it was more so the entirety of Na'Vi who couldn't really get it done. Now, naturally, had he played better, had he found more openings, found more impact early on, maybe the game would have been a tad harder for Vitality. I don't think that would have been the difference maker.
Yeah, they were just in trouble early on because Vitality was, you know, finding opening kills, breaking their default, whether early on or in the mid round. They're trying to sort of execute that B split in the first gun round. And then, you know, if you're Makaze and you're playing a little bit on the extremity, well, now all the focus is on that side that you're coming from. There really isn't much space for you to get things done.
Yeah, speaking of getting things done, you know, there's still an eye on the prize here. If you are Vitality, you're not out. You are going to go and start on that T side in the next map. But you didn't really start in the first map. So, like, what is the approach now, Jacob?
I mean, you can still come in and try to dictate the pace. And the best thing to do, obviously, and Nyeko would probably attest to that as a coach, is just forget everything about Mirage. There's nothing you can use from that game that is any good for you. So almost pretend that it didn't happen. The problem for us is that we standing from the outside, we know Dust 2 is a map where Vitality have shown incredible consistency. So I'm almost at a point now where it requires Na'Vi to play their, you know, the best brand of Counter-Strike, come in on that T side, set the tone, win a pistol, get off to a good start. As you said, Yanko, you cannot afford to go down 6-1 if you're Na'Vi. At that point, you have to play flawless Counter-Strike against maybe the best team ever to play Dust 2 in history of Counter-Strike.
We're on IMA watch, right?
Bottom firing again?
No, well, Makaze had 3 kills, but IMA was second worst.
Okay.
So now, according to, you know, his run in this tournament, he's supposed to have a good map, right?
Yeah, in theory.
Maybe that can help Na'Vi. You know, it could be a case of them being a bit slow to get into the series, but you can't afford that against Vitality, right? Like when your map pick is the first one and now you're going into Dust 2. No matter how warmed up you are, you know, you better be dripping sweat all over that all over that stage, right? Because that's what's going to take for them to stay alive in this series.
Yeah, because currently it's not dripping sweat, it's just dripping tears. You know, like it's not where you're not having a good time up there. You're wondering how the hell can we get back into this game and turn this whole boat around because it's going in the wrong direction. If you are Cyclone, you got to go back there and not even be in this game. That's what I did there.
I mean, I don't know if you can turn the boat around, right? And I know it's a French blockade, right, at the moment. It's Zaiwu not letting anyone through, but good luck moving him.
Yeah, the straight as Zaiwu. No, I'm talking about for the side of Na'Vi to recollect this in the right direction, Jacob. What do you do, man?
The problem is Vitality find different ways of winning Counter-Strike games. Whether it's Zaiwu popping off like he did right here by himself, whether it's them, you know, playing as a team, whether it's on the CT side, which they're going to start on now. They have the double op set up in their hand, in the back pocket if needed be, with Robs defending towards the B-bomb side with the secondary op. It's a very complete teams, you know. So I'm sure Blade and Alexi B have thought a lot about, okay, how do we approach Dust 2? They knew it was going to come in the video. What could be a potential game plan right here, starting on the T side? For me, it's about pacing. I don't think you can afford to play a slow-paced game of Counter-Strike where you allow Zaiwu, where you allow Robs to kind of read you, kind of reposition, kind of get a feel for it. If you start up in high pace and you're successful with it, maybe that's a way to rattle out Vitality a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we'll see for Na'Vi, right? Starting on the T side, yes, you get to dictate the pace of the game and all of that, but didn't
really work out great on the first map, right? So now you're in a position where you have to step up, and if anything, I expect these players and teams now, they're all aware that how quickly things can get out of hand in MR12, and you know that whatever happened on the first map, good or bad, isn't necessarily going to translate into the second map. Now it was on the opposite side of this, where they would dominate on the first map and then sort of fall short on the second map. So this is all that they'll be saying to themselves, right, and try to just reset mentally and coming fresh on Dust 2. So if they can get off to a good start and get some confidence, we at least might have a game on our hands.
Now, statistically, we saw Wonderful have some impact there of any that Navi had throughout the duration of the map 1 of this series. So I'm wondering if Dust 2 is going to get a little bit more versatility out of him.
I mean, he has a better case to do that. I think it's Orbo's paradise by many occasions. I think you're free to do whatever you want on the CT side. Now, naturally, you're going to fight a lot of utility. A lot of the time, you're going to be behind flashes, behind smokes, and you said it yourself coming into the game, Vitality are no slouches when it comes to using the utility. So work conditions are tough for Wonderful, but there's no excuse not to pull out the Orb on a map like Dust 2 and see if you can get it done. Whether that's by being a little bit proactive, maybe be a bit aggressive on catwalk with it on the CT side, or try to take a bit of risk, with it is a good question. But I think he needs to find impact together with the rest of the team naturally to even make it a game. It's not about whether or not they're going to win Dust 2, but even to make it a game, they need to play good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, let's make it a game. Let's try that one. I love that idea. We're also going to go to a quick break so that we can roll the dice when we come back. You did say risk it, and that is exactly what we have in front of us. The risk being that Navi get absolutely pummeled here by Vitality, and Vitality join Furia tomorrow in a semifinal. But first, we'll be right back after this.
Just wanted to ask, what is happening right now? Obviously not playing great game.
Vitality is playing best CS.
Best CS right now?
Yeah.
Okay, what needs to happen to Dust 2? They played it for 6 months, they lost once. What Navi needs to bring right now to bring it back?
We need to hypnotize them.
Okay, how are you going to do that?
I hope so.
How are you going to do that?
We need in the crowd somebody like to do something.
I'm loving the vibe right now, so please get it on the server as well. See how it goes. Okay.
Thank you.
Since that night, my uncle has not been the same. Nor have I.
Moses' youngest nephew. He may be the answer. The question is, can we control him?
Face Rautha. He's psychotic.
We present a special treat. 3 bots of House Aurora.
That bot is bugged.
That bot is entirely speaking. You should consent the fight.
Don't spoil my nephew's show match.
Have you ever had a dream about your first job?
Be simple. Be direct. Nothing fancy.
Do Na'Vi have the capacity to jostle back for control?
Alexi.
An uncomfortable retake.
An impossible retake.
It's unbelievable! How is this reality?
I can't believe the scenes that we are witnessing right now! He's got time! I'm not sure! Oh my god!
Consider what you're about to call, Alexi. Abomination.
In the quest for the ESL Grand Slam, Vitality are proving they are the final boss. Na'Vi not a foot in the door. And ZywOo's third best arena map of all time. The other two were in Grand Finals.
Map 2.
This one was a walk in the park. And now we go to their home ground. Where Vitality are all but unstoppable. Na'Vi went quiet. Makazi missing. Wonderful, the only bright spark. It feels like a foregone conclusion. Team Vitality in final form in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, the challenge in front of you now is so deep. Best of two team. A consistent map. Vitality showing up. Looking to make history in Rio. And we were saying all these formidable foes, well, it was starting with Na'Vi, they just faced in a final the other week. This quarter might be a failure to launch for Na'Vi right as Vitality kick it up again.
Might just be close, but no cigar for Na'Vi so many times over, right? We've seen this head-to-head 3 times since Rob's joined the roster. Never a single map for Na'Vi, but so many close. 13-11s, 13-10s.
Right there for
Na'Vi, just not enough.
რა იდეალურად კითხულობენ ბიჭო, რა იდეალურად კითხულობენ. შორტის დაბლოკეს ნახე იდეალურ. გადიან, გადისო ხალხო, გადისო!
Just an altogether shutdown of Na'Vi.
This takes me back to Mirage because it feels like Vitality they're not just one step ahead. They know what you're going to do before you do it. Look at that pistol. We had the triple A setup with a flash on ramp. They push Na'Vi. They get 2 opening kills. What happens here? Same thing on long. 4 players. Flashbang goes over. Na'Vi get massacred. Vitality calling Na'Vi's shots.
დაწყლებით რა უნდათ რა
for the pistol to upgrade his teammate on eco. ZywOo wants the orb as soon as physically possible.
Dude, I think the thing that's so scary right now is it just feels like Vitality are beyond pressure. You know, like the idea that they stand to make history, back-to-back Grand Slams. Hell, they could even start doing the early prep for a third. Why not with the form that they're in?
I mean,
dude, it's just this idea that I think for a lot of teams, there's always this fear of, you know, what if we kind of fumble a couple of times? What if it takes you a while to get it? You all remember when FaZe were trying to get theirs. And that was like one of the prevailing feelings was, you know, what if it gets away from them? It's just not really been on the brain of this Vitality squad at all. They've been going tournament to tournament, win to win, looking better and better. It feels, if anything, more like key motivation to this Vitality.
Madlobo.
ZywOo's going to have that third round orb, it looks like. If it wasn't hard enough, get ready, Na'Vi. I mean, I think the Blade mid-match interview was telling. What the hell can you say about Mirage? what are you supposed to do? You stay up late. You prep your game plan. You see what Vitality have been up to, and they just do it all the same. They run the same pistol Mirage they've been running all tournament. And Vitality and Na'Vi
Apex-a Falcon-ებს ელოდება ფინალში ცხოველივით.
Truly an unstoppable force right
now. Თან ვიცი Vitality-ის მოგებს 4000.
Okay.
4000 დოლარს აძლევ 4000.
Still get a kill from it though. Vincere opened up.
Yeah, Vitality are out of position in this one. Robs was alone on the B side of the map, so as he gets pincered, needed big results. The rest of Vitality are out of position, so this is a Na'Vi round, far earlier than what they got to do back on Mirage.
Yeah, it's nice for the money to keep 5 alive. Don't
need to have these kills either. They can always presume
they don't know for sure.
I think one of the things you've seen for Na'Vi across this tournament is the idea that maybe turning around it in the map and going on to recover, that's been a hard thing for Na'Vi to lock into, but you know, you got to give some credit kind of to the support staff around this Na'Vi, because when it comes to going away between maps, they have a fantastic track record.
That's true. I mean, so many times we joke about them losing their map pick and they still come back and win the series 2-1. So yeah, resetting between games is excellent. But at the same time, I can't help but think about the track record, Ari. – 12-0 this year on Team Vitality. 43-4.
That's the part that's so crazy, isn't it? Because it's really tempting when you're talking about their run on Dust 2. You want to look recent. You want to think recency plays into their form. It also just kind of feels nicer to say undefeated this year. But even if you go back from the moment Robs joined the roster, they've lost this map 4 times, for crying out loud. Played it close to 50. It's an unthinkable level of success on Dust 2. And this time around, Robs not going to go down quietly. They might have been able to get past him last time. That's fired him up, and now he's got support. Robs with the shutdown. B is closed.
I actually really respect the call for Na'Vi there. It seems slapdash, it seems haphazard to just go for a B pop at the dawn of the round, but you just come off the back of, you know, winning out on B, seeing the Vitality on stacking it, your early game, you're trying to push momentum. You can't just play defense every round of this game. You're going to have to get a bit crazy. So that's a decent enough round to do it on. But Robs, on his own, by the way, with 0 support, is able to get 3 kills as they come out tunnels. Not great spacing for Na'Vi, but otherwise, the idea was right. You saw the gun swap. Taiwu knows what's up, and he picks Alexi out of the round. And so sometimes even the call is not enough. It's all about the execution.
Takapulovic.
Don't you dare.
Reblocked it long. That's a little frustrating, even if you were just kind of posturing there on bit. Na'Vi forces them to link up with Makazi over here on shore. Big burn down there in middle. ZywOo will keep the advantage, firmly belonging to Vitality.
What happened there for Messi? Just
with this short play. Really, your main option. Bits trying to open up a back door. Still is a smoke for CT. So ZywOo might get left out of the action here.
Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Bicho!
Chase, just unrelenting aggression out of ZywOo.
Pushes through the smoke, finds his 4th kill, his first 4 kills of the game in that round. ZywOo playing with that ego, playing with that bravado, and playing with Na'Vi's hearts right now. I was about to say we're going to see pressure on. Oh, he switched off. He didn't get it out in time.
I think one of the reasons as well you're seeing Vitality look so calm, they know it as well as we all do. If this is how ZywOo's going to play, the win is right there. This is the type of form that wins your tournaments. Usually these type of games are reserved for ZywOo till he's in those finals, right? You talk about how out of his kind of top arena games, 2 of them in grand finals. This is top shelf ZywOo performance, and it just lessens the burden on everyone else when this is the type of game he's giving you.
Yeah, Dust 2 is one of those maps where you really have to wait for those smokes to bloom. We just saw the punish as they go for mid to B, a second before the smoke pops, and what does that do? It gives ZywOo info on 3 players. He gets the kill on the first. Going to see the same thing on these B hits, right? Waiting for that door smoke to fully come out. Otherwise, you will get killed by the mid to B player. Something that Mal struggled with the other day in their match v Furia. Constantly getting killed by the B ramp guy. Here we go, Na'Vi. 40 seconds. Deagles jumping around the corner.
Oh, ZywOo might have seen Makazi make it down in a CT, but unable to deal with him. Flames at range on the MP9. Maybe not the gun for the job. In comes the captain to play cleanup. So no issues there, even when you get past ZywOo. There's layers to this defense.
We're gonna have to, get a new dictionary to figure out
Ach,
words we can use to talk about vitality. We are simply running out in a league of their own. 5-1 starts. Another buy for Na'Vi. Wonderful's orb could be the answer that Na'Vi have been looking for, right? He was able to find a couple of favorable head-to-heads against ZywOo back on Mirage. It's a good sign. Can he keep that going here on Dust 2? He's not going to spawn for the boost.
Even though he did have a pretty good track record there, when you look at all these rounds, a lot of them came from that wonderful orb, finding openers on a ZywOo. It's still a, if that's kind of your best route to the round win, those are rough odds, right? It's maybe the one guy you're trying most to avoid. The fight that matters most is one between Wonderful and his ZywOo. Hasn't missed a trick across the series. Once again, Wonderful is willing to match him.
Nicely highlighted, push through the B smoke. Smoke comes down behind Rops, in fact. He goes all the way deep. Should free up Mezi. He's still scared of the mid to be right now, but meanwhile, Na'Vi are going for this early hit.
Oh, they're already in. ZywOo with a blinder. You think you're going to get that one for free? Flames was meant to have the drop on bit there. Here's the Rops aggression spotted earlier on in the round. Suddenly a route has opened for Na'Vi.
But no bomb. It got lost on the catwalk. This is a recovery mission.
So have it go into the stack, and you've got no say in the matter. Bomb out on its own on catwalk. A trip around the world for Na'Vi as they lean heavy into this long control.
A weird round. Final smoke comes down.
There was that head-to-head between Wonderful and ZywOo. I mean, this is hell of a way to force it to happen. Wonderful can't find his ground out here from the pit. You've got 20 seconds left. Ema looking like they're writing it off. Conceding this one, giving away another 2 vitality, and this one is just on that bomb, getting away from you in the cat hit.
Yeah, it really hurts because they found the kills on the flanking players. They got the extremity of Flames at long, winning that fight, able to slow down even if they wanted to recommit A, and then they kill Rob's flanking. So it's a perfect storm for Na'Vi to actually win that round with vitality fully rotated. But what can you do about that? ZywOo's first or second kill up short. Drop that bomb. And the round just gets lost as a result. A painful lesson here for Na'Vi. ZywOo's been going for this wallbang in middle. I think it was Sadzin from Legacy use it against him one round, and then the next round he went and oh my goodness.
Oh no!
Went and shot him through the doors on T side. Now trying to use it against Na'Vi while not risking taking that mid fight against Wonderful. So, oh dear.
God,
while not risk the man advantage. Instead, this time
Reps are qaws bichos shikhuara აქვს მოვამან.
Could get ahead of this with Util primed in the site, but Makazi
Randid შეცდომას უშვებდა ეხლა Apex IEM IEM ერთი წამი დააყდა მაკაზეს რო ის რაუნდი მოეგო იმენ. IEM ერთი წამი დააყდა.
B-site, two players responsible for it is Mezi and Robs in the
კარგად ფლაში რო.
This time they won't have as much support from CT either, so
Bam 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 bam.
What can you do? What on earth can you do? Multi-kill mowdown from Mezi, 3k spray and Robson.
Vincere Furia, Vincere ხვალ.
Simply done here.
Vai, me ყველასთან ვიზიარებ.
And dude, I think, one of the reasons why you're seeing Na'Vi feel so dejected is, we know this is a team that like to prep, like to study their opponent. You stay up all night, and on the day off, heading into this quarterfinal, trying to come up with ways to beat the best. You're supposed to be number 2 in the world right now, going off the ranking. You're meant to be the guys right behind them. This shows why Vitality is so This is the gap. Current world number 2, and they're struggling to even get double digits in the series. They're not even close yet.
Dear, yeah. Far from even grazing. This Vitality CT side.
Man
down again up Cat.
Apex არა ხონდი კაცია.
You would love
დაენძრა ბიტას.
again if you're Na'Vi. You've already beaten him before, but it's ZywOo.
ვახ ბიჭო კიდევ მეთქი ბლაინდშიც მოკლა და
That's a huge pickup here for Na'Vi. Nice
დაენძრა smokes. აუ რასაც რასაცილოა ბიჭო ისინი გავიდნენ ესენი შევიდნენ.
Already and getting past Apex. You've got guys in the A site. You're flanking in from long as well. Mezi might be able to get the spot, but he's getting pincered here. Nowhere left to run. Mezi's a dead man. Low health on everyone for Na'Vi. A lot of money for Vitality as well. But on position alone, you're hesitant that this is a 2v4 they attempt.
I want to see them at least peek into it, because we got 12k, 13k, 9k, 10k. We have a lot to lose, and even bruising Na'Vi's money would be nice at this point in the game. Stop them from building a streak. PK from Flame should be death. And so Wonderful connects. And Na'Vi look to take a clean second round, a reassuring look. Awkward for Flames. I guess he would expect that Na'Vi knew he came through the smoke as Apex is flashing him through, but they actually didn't turn until he fired. I'm not sure if they knew for certain. So could have been a little bit more for Vitality, but slightly caught out of position there, and a nice retake flash on long that rendered ZywOo dead. Little things like that for Na'Vi, getting them back in this game. Frustrating round for Vitality, but no cause for concern.
Best Vitality pick.
There's just always pressure. There's always somewhere new on the map.
Hey Maria,
getting secured by Vitality in this round. It's the long doors and it's the tunnels, right? You have aggression on both ends of it right now. Mid is the only kind of open bit of real estate, but even then Apex has been floating around in these mid doors, making sure that mid to be is closed. And also here the players up on the catwalk. And so just here, serving as a bit of a sentry is Apex.
That time is the smoking.
Now you make the adjustments in the mid round with the 5v4 to boot.
We know Robs in general is an extremely passive player, especially on those T sides, but I feel like that's less and less the case these days. And also in this game, he is just forcing so many advantages, not even just off kills, but the amount of B tunnels pushes we've seen. He's done it 3 times in the first 10 rounds of this game, and he's got another opening kill for Team Vitality. It really lightens the burden on this CT side. They can fall back in their setup. They don't feel the need to play a B stack. It's a good move for Bits.
Yeah, great timing, but it's considered. Robs with eyes
Wow,
on. will falter. So they've secured a bit of a foothold out here towards A. It's Vitality on for a retake.
Apex getting crazy.
Already making his move. Robs as well up through short. Flash to try and bring him in. Comes Apex. That's bomb plant denied and very little time left. Now it becomes a bit of a mad scramble. Wonderful has to provide the cover. Nails the shot and left to a clutch. His feet right to begin that one. Alexi and Wonderful combine.
Very clutch round for Na'Vi. They are just numerous problems. Where they lose Ema in upper. Bit gets caught on the lurk through the CT spawn smoke. That looks like a dead round for Na'Vi, but 2 men down and they make it work. Trading off the bomb plot. This kill for Wonderful saves the day, because if not, that bomb's never going down. And they stop Mezzi in a clutch, iced out. Na'Vi onto 3.
Setups for Vitality. They haven't had to worry about a long pop out of Na'Vi. Well, they finally get dealt one here with the smoke and everything to accompany it. So long control taken. Na'Vi get this foothold.
What do they
want to do with it?
Full stuck long, Na'Vi. Common to just re-execute, but you'll notice only 1 smoke on this T side, so they haven't got the depth to wait it out. They've got to throw that 1 smoke and make it work. All of Vitality here, 4 players. Rob's alone. Zaiwu needs to know that they're crossing. He hears the steps last second. Flick back in time. But Na'Vi. Streets for Na'Vi. They've kept this round in their favor, but Apex is still committed. He can't convert the kill. Akazi trades back. 1v2 for Robs.
Oh, health on Wonderful.
I'm shocked
Na'Vi are winning these rounds. They keep getting caught off guard. They keep getting put in disadvantages. They're still clutching out.
Streak of 3 right now, and so pressure on for Vitality. It's the most rounds Na'Vi's been able to find consecutively in the series. It's a holding promise that Dust 2 could have some twists and turns in it after all. Vitality clearly feeling the pressure. And it's these clutch plays been getting denied. Now running out of runway for another one of these dominant halves. This is not what you expected. The most resistance for Na'Vi.
Why me mesame trukaje qolebi?
Just brute force here for Na'Vi, which is nice to see, right? We hear about respecting Vitality, how it has to be done. You've got to be confident. Of course, he's a standard in CS, but it's easy to say. It's a different thing to do when you're up against the best team in the world. So Na'Vi are certainly taking it in their stride and playing confident T-side.
B push in. Robs.
To
get out with a double. How much more can he do? Trapped in at the car. Still, you'd like to think he's done enough. 3 on 3, and Apex actually.
Why me Sachevita? Why me?
It's so wonderful. Clutch here. 2 players in the tunnels. They'll swing Wonderful. Out with the first. Now he's looking for Zaiwu. In from finally stealing back one of these clutches. Na'Vi have given themselves something resembling a fighting chance. But in this second half, you've got to remind yourself, this is Vitality's bread and butter. This is their home map, and they're looking for semi-finals.
ო იმეს კაი აგრესიული სტილი აქვს, მაგრამ ვერ მიდის თამაში. რატო არ დავიდა რა გინდა თავის საქმეს აკეთებ მეტი რაკმის. ეკე For the Horizon 6-ის გაწევას ვაპირებ. როგორც კი გამოდავითრევ და ექსტრემზე შემოგვიდა რაღაც გაფრთხილებას მიგდეს და რა. არ ვიცი bro. სავარაუდოდ ის რომ +18 სტრიმია და მაგითო. Best of time. კი ზუსტად მომენტების ან ზუსტად აი შეიძლება მთელი თამაში არ წავიდეთ, მაგრამ ერთი რაუნდს იმენა. აი ხა ბიპოპი რო გაჰოლდეს რა. თუნდაც ეხლა ან მაგის წინა რაუნდში იყო უმნიშვნელოვანესი. მაგრამ რობზა შეხედავს 9-5 აქვს, მეზის შეხედავ 6-8 აქვს, მაგრამ მნიშვნელოვანი კილები აქვს, აიგე. ეხლა ნაუნი თუ წააგო, აეროპორტში ხვდებიან პირდაპირ.
But still yet to leave that impression in this quarterfinal. It's been a very one-sided affair.
თუებო 11 კაცი ავიდეთ არც გამოიწერეთ. მოგეზარება 20 კაცი გვაკლია.
The home ground of Vitality. Tall task ahead. A pistol would be a massive step in the right direction. It's a 5v4 from the captain. Wonderful's going to swing the deal. Layers of resistance here, ready to stop this A play. Looking on its flames, its Apex side by side, trying to respond in a 2-on-3.
Smoke break is crazy. They want to fight. Alexi catches another right through it. Three kills from the captain. Will seal it.
Pistoli მოიგე. სოპა, ჩურიკებიც იმათკენ არიან. დავაი. აი თქვენთან ჩამაგდო ერთი ღამე ორივესთან.
But you can never get too comfortable. It helps them that there's no plant here for Vitality. Even if they do buy it, will be weak. Surprising little streak of rounds down the stretch of the T side for Na'Vi. That was often in a disadvantageous position. But still converting.
It's
going to take some depth. Vitality take a breather. Scout is sold back. Na'Vi aren't taking that fight in middle. I don't want to leave this up to chance.
He was at a really rough series. Kazi might have been bottom performer map 1, but still some hope for his recovery. Ema would love a stat pad round here over towards mid. And so both him and Makazi double up against the pistols. That was your free round. Lord knows you don't get many versus Vitality.
That was the first free round all series.
Just a team that, you know, more often than not are down to put money in, and they've got a terrifying track record in those force buys, but it's Vitality wanting to bring out guns fast as possible.
Tech Nine's only go so far on Dust too, right? They get the bomb plant, different story, but maximizing the buys here, Vitality. Getting led by Apex at the moment, 14 now in this second half.
საინტერესოა. Full contact-ი short-დან მიიღებენ ეგრევე. Short-ი დაბლოკეს იმათმა მოლოტოვით. Short-ზე ახლოს მოდის Wonderful-ა, სამი კაცი ახლოს მოდის Short-ზე. მაგარი ფაითი უნდა იწიოს, აქ მოლოტოვი თუ არ მოხდება. ერთად გასვინგავენ ახლა? ერთი? ორი? აუ, იმენა ისეთი low იყო. Bwana შეხვიდეთ ან ნაგაჩერდეთ. Robza მიქ დაიჭირა კაცი. იცია რომ მარტო ალეკოა ეხადა და დაეხმაროთ. თავში. ერთი ნეიდი კიდე? რა შვებით მე რატო ტროლოთ რაუნდს? რატო ვერ შეხვედით მაქსიმუმში ბლიად?
Spot on the cross, it's Apex out in no man's land and
რაშებიან თო მოკალით ექჩენ. ვაიმე. რამდენი გაწელეს თო რა საჭირო იყო ხო იცოდნენ რომ ერთი იყო A-side.
Rounds you love to watch for Vitality C-side because they just react immediately. They see what Na'Vi are doing. It's a heavy cat setup. They know there's a third. Apex storms out long, knife out, throwing nades onto default, and Vitality keep so much pressure on Alexi. They smoke that Molotov and they keep fighting for catwalk, not overcommitting.
ალეკო რა ხდება? იმისკენ ვიტალიტის წინააღმდეგ გაიჯილებს უდგებად? იმათ რა ფული აქვს ეს რაუნდი რო წააგონ 10 მერე 11 და დამთავრდა თამაში ბლედ.
Got 3 rifles in this round. Money hangs in the balance.
Money isolation.
After your pistol win is going to shrivel up and die if you lose this round.
Ოცდა სამი კაცი გვაკლია, რა ვიცი, არ ვართ ახალი გამომწერები ეთყობა. უძველები ვართ. ვიტალიტი სატობალეში კოპ Grand Slam-ზე მიდიან და Grand Slam-ის ვინც იგებს ყოველთვის იმათკენ ვარ ხო.
RV full spread in this round. Individuals have to perform, no excuses. There's no flashes or utility to assist your teammate, offer support. Alexi's just going to fall back from long. He can't contain this with a 5-7. And he's just given his smoke over as well, so, all right. Bit of a miss smoke, but no problem here for Vitality. It's not going to be punished. Na'Vi go back into the bomb site.
Navis utility რა აქვს? ერთი ფლეში აქვს. მე ბო ეგ ერთი ფლეში რა ვიცი, თო ეხა მაგ ერთი ფლეში წააგებენ რა ვიცი. ნახე ეხა როგორ უნდა გამოიყენო ის ერთი ფლეში. მოლოტოვიც ააცილეს.
Some missed util here. We'll have to go and clear the car manually.
დათიკავენ. ძმებო დაეხმარეთ თქვენ ჩემისებო. გასვინდეთ, კარგები ხართ, ხო? დაასეივეთ. Rob, დარჩი შენ მანდ კაი ფლენკი ხარ City-ზე, გადმოვიდა ერთი კაცის ინფო აქვს. City smoke-ში, ბრამ. Flash მოლოტოვი. Rob-საც დაადგება ზურგში. ეგ არის, დაინახა cross-ზე, ელოდება, ერთ კაცს მიიღებს. არა, არც დაჟე ასეივებენ, მშვენიერი, კარგი ხარ Robin cool.
Alongside in the open, they do catch Vitality off guard. They get that opening kill. They're using their pieces as best they can, considering there is almost no utility. There's not a single flash on that A site to come through the long cross smoke. What else are they meant to do? But of course, Vitality, more players there, able to fight their way through.
I mean, that Zonic interview after the Falcons win has been talked about a hell of a lot, and I think even in a round like this, you kind of see what he's talking about, the idea that just playing versus Vitality is such a mind game. You could see that Vitality knew they were getting a lot of respect. Just by the way they sit back, they go over the game plan of that round for a solid like 30 seconds. They've given up all their control. Actually started floating away from the tunnels even though he recommits to it later in the round. They know that
ეს მაკათიანი კაცი ვინ იყო იმენა გოუთი არის. Flames, Yasnia, Flames იმენა გოუთი არის. რამ ხელაზე გაუსვინგა, გადაატარებინა იმე.
And that's the last thing you want to give Vitality.
ერთი ექვს ხომარობდი, არა, მითამაშია.
So Ima has to bail.
იმებში ინტერნეტ კაფეებში დავდიოდი დღე და ღამე იქუჯექი ხოლმე. მაშინ კომპიუტერი სად ქონდა ძმა. ის მეგონა კომპიუტერი მეთქი მათ აქვთ თქო მარტო.
Got the push together through the tunnels.
პირველი კომპიუტერი ვიყიდე რა, რომ როდის არ მახსოვს 2014 წელს მე მგონი.
And it falls behind the box, so no pressure.
Personal computer, laptop მქონდა ხოლმე.
He's just going to use utility.
ერთი აქვს სამაშობ მარტო zombies servers.
Robs' mechanics matched by almost none. Trying to go back in with his teammate. They both go for it, they get numbers. That's all Vitality
ორი
want.
ბიზნეს მე დაარეაქტე ჩორტი. დაარეაქტე ჩორტი ბიჭო.
Comes back to pick one. And they're just having fun now, Vitality. Flushing out these pistol players. Making it easy. They don't even run away from the fight anymore.
Apex-ა და Proxy-ა 17 კილის Apex-ას 17 კილს ეკნებოდა 1.40 კუშიჩი. Რა 400 ლაიქს ავიდეთ სანამ Vitality მოიგებს.
But this primes the playoffs so well. Because while this is a warm-up for Team Vitality, real threats still do remain in this tournament. So you'd like to think. Furia with renewed form. Potential rematch against the Falcons in the final if they can continue to beat Spirit. And if not, well, Donk has other ideas. And so dare I say, this is the easiest it was ever going to be.
ცოტა სამუშაო აქვს კომუნიკაციაზე, ტაქტიკებზე, ფლეშებზე, უტილიტიზე, რაღაცეებზე. ტაქტიკებზე, თქვი, mid-round call-ებზე, micro-management-ზე. და რა ვიცი, ხოძი არის, IEM-ზე ცოტა, one-tap-ებზე, spray-ზე, AWP-ზე და ძალიან ხოძი არის. მართლა. არაფერი არ ჭირდება თავს.
Chunk of concern is just how one-sided this has been. You wanted to believe that Na'Vi with some time to prep, a prep-heavy squad. Recent, positives to go off of in that Falcons win, tape to study. Also in terms of, looking at opposition that have been able to give Vitality a run for their money. Hell, even Na'Vi, the track record isn't good in the head-to-head. Vitality are taking it every time, but they were always a fairly competitive affair.
Yeah, but Na'Vi spoke pretty positively about this matchup, right? Like realistic, they know what they're up against, but also they believed in themselves based on those conversations. Talking to Alexi in the lobby yesterday. Knowing that Vitality can bleed. Well, they've been patched up. Let's see if Dust 2 gives us something worth talking about. This is Na'Vi's final chance.
Yeah, we'll at least get to see one more of these wonderful AWPs in this quarterfinal. Been far and away the most consistent point of output for Na'Vi.
Vitality taking a lot of time here. Good to be methodical. They're clearing everything with flashbangs, but 1 minute on the clock, only now establishing mid-control. Yet to even take the cat stairs. Yet to even take the long doors.
კარი განა 40 კილს დადებს
for later.
ამ ლობიში დადებდა ჩემს. ეს რაუნდი, მაუზის რაუნდი. Robs ისევ ლარკზე რჩება, ესენი შორტიდან შევლენ, ლონგს არის თეიკებენ. მაგრამ იმ რაუნდის ფეიკია, იმ რაუნდის ფეიკია. კი, იმ რაუნდის ფეიკია.
Really figure out how they want these rounds to play. It's a search out towards long for Mezzi, but kill given over. So now just looking at this B hit. Flames goes searching. Falls short. Looking at Rops now. They nearly line up for
Apex.
Full blind drive-by out of Apex that turns the tide.
ორიორზე? შუაზე დაადუღა ზაიუმ კაცი. არ გამოვკლევდე. დაჭი კალაშაზე გადაცვალა ისეთ თესლი აი მე ყველანი კიდიაო ამათი მე.
It's a back-breaking round. Na'Vi out of the conversation.
Wah.
Money would be broken and the
ჩემოვიდეთ მე. ერთი. ვაიმე, აპექსა ბრავორი თამაში ჩაატარა, არ გამოვკლევდე. არ გამოვკლევდე, აპექსა ბრავორი თამაში ჩაატარა, ბიჭო. ვაიმე.
It's just too easy. Run and gun, fall blind. Apex thinking to himself, is this really the second best team? Are these really the guys we're meant to be worrying about? Answer's no. He's top fragging his way through map 2 and into those semis. That's a round where things go pretty wrong, you know, the B hit, losing that first fight, losing Mezzi at long, essentially a 3-on-5 for Vitality.
აუ ეხა წაგი და მეორე დღისით იფრინეოდა 2 საათი თუ რაღაცა უნდა იფრინ.
Someone called the mortician. Famises are all Na'Vi can muster. Single M4 on bit. Yeah, meanwhile, Vitality have borderline infinite money. They've come through with the double orb. They feel like they have all the time in the world to close this game out.
რა გინდა მაკაზე შუბს სანამ არ გაგიხვრიტავს არ მოусვენებ?
And again, it's just Apex, you know, having all the time he needs. Sit back in spawn, come up with the ideas. Nothing active for Na'Vi.
ვახო შენ უეჭველი ნაფრენი გაქვს ხო? მაშინ თოიძა.
Players here. Solo B hold.
ჩემს მაკაცებს ჩამოდიოდა ხოლმე ამერიკიდან ეგრე მოფრინავდა ხოლმე. კაი 20 საათი მოდიოდა ხოლმე. ვეგარიკაცია პერმით გამოვიდა შეგრე. თუ პაკი ჩაცხრილა იმ.
Slow and steady here for Vitality. It seems like they
აბა ენშენტი არ მოუწევდა ვიტალიტისთან ძმა. აი ხვალ რო გასულიყო, მან შინაც არ მოუწევდა.
Yeah, they're going to the side of the map with just one guy defending it. Bit needed a multi kill. Instead, gone after one, and that's simply not enough. Rest of Na'Vi trying to scramble these rotates.
Is bombs to our shaitas aginebin აბა. რა მაგრამ შეიტანა ბომბ.
And now has them pinned in down here in middle. You are in the kill box, Na'Vi. Either side of them, Vitality chomping at the bit to move into the semis.
21-6-ე დაამთავრა. რა რა შაატარე. ხვალ ფურიასაც მიართმევენ ესენი უეჭველი ისეთ ხოცი არიან.
Came here expecting a quarterfinal. It ends up just being a formality for Vitality. Shrugging off the stage, shrugging off the crowd. Asking what you even watching, because that was a masterclass from Team Vitality, from Mirage to Dust 2. Even when Na'Vi come through with rounds, they just couldn't break this team. They got one pistol in this series. They got one anti-eco as well. Vitality suffering from success in this quarterfinal. And who do they face? It's Furia up tomorrow. Fallen fresh off his announcement of retirement at the end of the year. Team Vitality want to send a harrowing message to the Brazilian crowd and want to chase down those gold bars in the Grand Slam. Yeah, that's what they're eyeing up, right? And that's what they're playing for. That's why a win like this doesn't do a lot to get Vitality excited. They've got their eyes on bigger things. They've got greater ambitions than just this quarterfinal. This is a step on the road. Next up is the hometown of the squad. The arena is going to be backing them up. It sets a very, very different tone. Down to the stage. Let's hear from Vitality.
This was absurd. You didn't give them any chance. Let me start with the after this solid victory.
Feeling great, to be honest. Obviously, we want to prove that Falcon and G2 we didn't play the best, and we want to also enjoy the stage. So obviously, it was great to show a great game for Vitality. So we did great today.
ხვალ იმენ აი უშტინეთ ხო ხვალ. უშტინეთ ხვალ.
Now you are so close to achieving the Grand Slam. Are you confident with the next matches?
Confidence, I won't say that, but obviously it will be a great match to play for in front of this amazing crowd. We know it's going to be against us, so obviously we're going to enjoy that. So yeah, looking forward to play Furia. It's going to be amazing, mostly against Fallen and what he said before. So it's going to be amazing to play maybe him the last time.
Thanks ever so much. Best of luck.
Well, there you have it. The conclusion of the series that was, in fact, promised. It was a quarterfinal, and it did not deliver at all.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah.
Was this what was promised?
We were saying the game itself.
World? What the hell, man?
Itself was promised, okay, but the game itself wasn't pretty.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
When does Navi play?
Yeah, that's the thing. You asked that question after first match.
Upper bracket challenge.
At the end of the day, you were never in doubt that Vitality were going to win this one. Gotta give it to the man in the picture right here as well, Apex. Now, we praised Saivu for having a great showing on Mirage, dropping 30 kills in 15 rounds.
ეგა, მოკლედ ძმებო, დავედით და ხვალ გელოდებით შვიცაძე ისევ სპირიტი ფალკონსი და მერე ფურია ვიტალიტი.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, he has these games every now and then.
დავემშვიდობთ ძმებო თქვენიცით და ღმერთი თქვენსკენ. დავედით ხვალ გელოდებით შვიცაძე.
Him or Nuke being sort of the driving force, but yeah, it just seemed like Vitality was on a mission